It immediately.
Look who's talking.
You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast. Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You're me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Look who's talking.
You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast. Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You're me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Look who's talking.
You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast. Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You're me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Look who's talking.
You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. There's monkeys all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast. Attitude Movie Podcast. This month is all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Look who's talking. You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Shit! Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. This month is all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast. Attitude Movie Podcast. This month is all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You. You're me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Can't they be funny if your seat fell backwards?
Hi guys, we're live here. As you can see, welcome. We're going to do the intro real quick for this week, the final week of the Arnold. I'm going to play that for you guys right now. Check it.
Attitude Movie Podcast. This month is all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Listen to me very carefully.
You.
Yo,
You're me.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Look who's talking. You're a funny guy, Sally. I like you. That's why I'm going to kill you last. Don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Shit! Get to the chopper!
Attitude Movie Podcast. This month is all about me. Attitude Movie Podcast. They are a professional podcast.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You both are, okay.
That's just going to be like
Yeah, I knew I
that's literally, it's a sign. Like, you know in the Final Destination movies, where it's like she's driving in her car, and there's an oil slick from like a tanker over here, and there's a kid with a ball on this side of the street, and there's some dudes with a piano, and then they zoom in, and there's just like the rope is threading a little by little. That's me. Like, basically, you just track it back to me being like, I want a vape, and then you see my hand move to my microphone, and anyways,
You're frantically looking for the unmute button.
just punching it. Maybe this will work. Welcome back. This is week 4, final week of, I think I was calling it Arnold Madness by the end of it, or Arnold Me Madness, something like that.
Me, Arnold Madness, some shit like that.
Something like that. We do have a special guest with us. We have Giovanni. Once again, he was with us on our live episode last week.
I don't know. Maybe he's that way.
He's no, the other way to you.
That way.
He's
poked
down
him in the ear.
for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, we'll figure it
Would it be
out.
fucked up if you did like put your hand off camera and he just gets punched? Like, we'll have to coordinate that with his wife at some point. Anyways, hi Giovanni.
What's up, guys?
Lewis, what movies are we doing tonight?
So we're closing out the month with arguably, no, not arguably. If you don't,
Who's gonna argue?
if you don't believe it, you're fucking wrong. Arnold's three best movies: Last Action Hero, True Lies, and Terminator.
Verse last week's winner of The Running Man.
Yeah,
which I think we can all agree right now, The Running Man is out.
Yes, but actually, so before we go into the movies, I wanted to ask you guys if you knew or had an idea of the top 5 grossing Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Like, what do you think the fifth number 5 would be? Which this might be a surprise.
Okay, so I can guarantee you Terminator is in the top, True Lies is in the top.
Yeah.
Last Action
Hero. All three of these movies are going to be in. Well,
not Last Action Hero, it was a flop.
No.
Kindergarten Cop.
So number 5, which was a surprise to me, Eraser, $242 million.
That just shows you that wow. At that point in his career, people were like, "Whatever, the new Arnold movie's out, let's go see it." And then they walked out and they're like, "Why did we watch?"
So Last Action Hero, which isn't obviously a 5, that's 10.
Yeah, it didn't do well, and you know what it was? Is it didn't do well because it attacked the industry so much.
Yeah,
like that movie was like really a Carpenter level satire on the movie industry in general, and the idea of the body count movies and the Rambos and the overall
agents and everything,
absurdity and the vainness and the whole movie is attacking Hollywood. That's why they hated it.
Yeah. So number 4 top grossing, which isn't a surprise, Total Recall, $261 million.
It's because they went to Mars.
Yeah, it's because they went to Mars.
On location, I was there.
Giovanni, since you weren't on that episode, Total Recall, do you think it was a dream?
So, I think it was a dream. Because they subdue him. They technically put him under, and then he wakes up. So I don't think he woke up.
Here's my thought, like I said on that episode. The entire movie, from the time he wakes up from the nightmare, is the dream. The end of his dream he's having is the implant, and then when he wakes up, at the point he wakes up sweating, is where his schizophrenic psychosis started, and the entire thing from that point on is all in his head.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but they give him something before they put him in the machine, right? When he's sitting there.
Yeah, they give him, but that's just anesthesia.
Sedative.
They don't give
him
like
sedative.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I think once he goes under, that's it. Like, that's the whole movie.
Yeah, what is it? What is it called? The schizoid embolism or something?
Yeah, the thing about that movie is like there's a lot of double entendre. Like like he calls her, you know the girl of my, he calls the one that to specifically confuse you. When he calls Sharon Stone, he's like, you're the girl of my dreams. Or he tells her that, yet the other girl, so like it fucked with your idea of what's reality, what's not. But yeah, no, I am of the opinion that it is 100% the entire thing is a dream. Swallow.
Like you guys mentioned, technically what he paid for is what he went through.
Yeah, they catalog everything down to what he chose for woman, down to him being a spy, like. And that's the other thing is, like, if you're a spy, the whole thing is plot twists, right? So the movie has, like, 3 fucking major plot twists.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that I firmly believe it was all a dream. Still. Can't change my mind. Not even...
So,
forgot his name now. Crowder.
Top 3 grossing movie.
T2.
This should be an easy one. You think T2?
I don't know, man, because, like, well, no...
I feel like it's going to be...
it can't be
True Lies,
Kindergarten Cop.
Kindergarten Cop.
It's True Lies.
Is Kindergarten Cop number 2?
300. No, Kindergarten Cop is
number 11.
Number 9.
Number 9. Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Not good.
So True Lies is number 1.
It's not the tumor. No, it's number 3.
True Lies is number 3.
What is number 2?
Number 2 might surprise you. Terminator 3 $433 million.
Really?
You know, I like that movie. I don't give a fuck what people say. It's the closest thing to the originals, closer than Genesis or Dark Fate or the TV show or Salvation or the animated cop series starring a dog named Hooch.
I feel like
that's the one where he uses the casket, right?
It kind of went downhill pretty hard.
Here's the thing: Terminator 3 is not a great Terminator movie, but it's got enough homage. Plus, it's a solid action flick. Like the LA or the whatever city they're supposed to be in's chase scene where she's controlling the robotics of all the emergency vehicles and shit, and it's Schwarzenegger kind of fight. That's a badass scene. Like, despite the goofy, John Connor, despite the like, here's my thing: if like you're a female Terminator, right? Why do you have to show her nude? And if you're gonna show her nude, what purpose does it serve? Like, we get it. Back in the day, Arnold was nude because partially was they wouldn't have clothes on because they wouldn't make it through the teleportation, and part of it was like he's a big beefy fucking dude. Let's show his glutes off. I get it, but like, I don't know that like I'm not against that sort of thing, but it didn't serve a purpose. Like there wasn't any sort of like, it was just, oh, let's have her walk down the street naked because, well, it's rated R and we have a female Terminator, which just looked out of place. Like the CG, so it's not a bad movie. I like the movie, but it's it's not a great Terminator movie.
I've been meaning to rewatch it. Number one movie is no surprise. T2, over $500 million.
I mean, not only was that movie amazing, but then it had, what was it, Universal Studios? It had a whole 3D cinematic thing to it.
Plus, I imagine the merchandising they made off of that movie was fucking crazy. The
Action
toys and all that.
figures,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Plus all those awesome ramen commercials he was in. And his Japanese energy drink commercials. Gotta love Schwarzenegger.
So I guess we could jump straight into the movie. So the order we're doing them: Last Action Hero, True Lies, Terminator 2. The other episodes we did by year of release. This one we just chose it, but it also happened to be the ones that made the most money. So Last Action Hero, True Lies made more, T2 made more than the other two. But Last Action Hero is my favorite Arnold movie. So this one, directed by John McTiernan, which we had said he has a bunch of heavy hitters. Die Hard, Predator, which is funny because Shane Black was in Predator, and Shane Black is the screenplay for this movie
Die Hard
as well.
Tree.
Yep.
Okay.
So this movie obviously bombed. Running time of 131 minutes. Budget was 85 million. Box office only made 137 million. This movie bombed, which sucks because this movie has one of, I think, the best actors as a villain in the movie. Charles Dance is fucking awesome in everything he's in.
Yeah, he's really. I remember when he was in Game of Thrones. Literally, when you first see him, I was like, Last Action Hero guy.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a bad guy from Last Action Hero.
Yeah, this also movie has Tom Noonan, who's Kane from RoboCop 2.
Yep. As the Ripper.
Yeah.
This also, if you're paying attention, it also has a lot of cameos from a lot of previous
So
movies.
my question is, in reality, do you think Chevy Chase and Damon Wayans would ever be talking to each other on the red carpet?
Oh, fuck no.
Like, that was so odd. Like, why was Chevy Chase in this fucking movie? Like, cameo or not?
Cameos.
Like I understood Van Damme. I understood MC Hammer.
Jim Belushi.
And Jim Belushi, like...
Because they work together.
Yeah. And he also had a pretty funny, he talks about his girlfriend, she likes him. He just wants to be there when it happens. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, literally they're just talking to each other. Like, and then he pushes them through and Chevy Chase takes a dive, which I find hilarious every time I watch it.
Well, you also have that cameo by Liquid Cop, as my wife calls him.
And Sharon Stone from her basic instinct. You have Danny DeVito as the cartoon Cat Cop.
As the cartoon.
You've got a digital Humphrey Beauregard. You've got what was the
Art Carney was from the Honeymooners.
That was his last role. He died after this movie.
In Amadeus, what is it? Salieri? Is that the name of the character that Practice played? That's why he's the one who killed Mozart. That's what he's referencing. He's referencing his character in Amadeus.
He killed him.
And then
Ian McKellen is death.
Yeah, which you know what though, he is one of the most interesting. That entire scene has an entirely different vibe than the rest of the movie, and that is the one interesting.
Like it was plucked from something else.
Yeah, and I love the dialogue in that scene because he tells him first off, he's like, I don't do fiction, telling him basically I can't kill something that doesn't actually, or I can't kill him if he doesn't exist, or I can't revive him. And then he's like, he's not on any of my lists, but you are. And it's the idea that like this fictional character is like, no, you die a grandfather. And it's like, literally, if they remade this, you'd have to still have him be Death, but then also have like 4 of him, like of Magneto, and like his other, like, Gandalf, and like Gandalf the White and the Gray, you know what I mean? Like, Ian McKellen could literally be 4 villains in this fucking movie.
And he's like Patrick Stewart. He doesn't really age that fucking much.
I was saying the creepy thing is he would look exactly the same.
All right, so if
what baby's blood.
Somebody need to explain to me what happened in X-Men 3 then with X-Men the first one with where he makes a cameo at the end, the First Class. Like, do you guys remember when that came out and they tried to airbrush his face to eliminate the little wrinkles he does have? And he just came out looking like a weird, like, newborn blob with eyes and a fucking face. Like, I remember watching that just being like, why? Like, by the way, have you guys seen The Green Room? If you want to see Patrick Stewart in a different type role, check out The fucking Green Room and Conspiracy Theory. One of my all-time favorite movies with Mel Gibson. Patrick Stewart's the villain in it. It is, it is dumb, funny, thriller. It's Mel Gibson you don't normally see. We can literally do a Gibson month too, frankly. I mean, The Patriot would be an episode on its own.
So, this movie arguably has the wackiest plot of any. But even before you even get into the like, this movie's as meta as fucking possible. Before you even get into that, if you just think about like the introduction to him meeting Jack Slater, is that the ticket he was given was handed down from Harry Houdini. It's like what?
Which also came from a fucking another magician from India or some shit like that.
So there's a reason for all the wackiness in this movie. And this is one of my favorite Arnold movies, so I did a lot of research. So first of all, the script was rewritten a lot.
Because Arnold, probably when he got involved, he's like, no, I wouldn't say this. You know what I mean?
Not only that, because of what was going on with the censorship, they had to tone it down and tone it down and tone it down.
As I watched this movie, all I could think of was like, what if this was rated R, man?
Yeah. So for example, like Danny had a whole killing spree scene that was supposed to go in this movie in the original script.
Oh, nice.
The ticket guy was supposed to be the devil in this original script. The only thing that survived from the original script was the commercial they did where Arnold is in Shakespearean time.
Hamlet, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was the only thing left from the original script. The rest of it was completely rewritten.
Not to be.
But those two things added with the Ian McKellen scene
would have been awesome.
Would kind of go hand in hand and make it a darker movie.
So here's the thing: can you imagine the whole scene with Death, but you kept the storyline where the ticket taker was the devil, and like Death, like literally is going to approach Danny and Slater, and you just hear no, not them, and like Death looks back and it's the ticket taker, and he's just like and then like Death walks away. Like that would have left a whole different vibe to the end of that fucking movie, bro.
Yeah. Like the cat character was thrown in there to bring down the movie's rating.
I mean, I'm okay with it because they got Danny DeVito to do it.
But he was good. He was also coming back from a suspension, so they still kept some kind of PG-13 or older with the cat character.
I mean, and it's a rough movie for a PG-13. Like the thing about it is what they did was they kept the action, but made it cartoonish.
Also, how many times did they drop the F-bomb?
One.
One.
Yep.
Just one.
Just when the chief says it at the end of the movie, or close to the end of the movie.
PG-13.
But what he also says cock something in there when he's blowing when the steam starts coming out. Because I was looking at the subtitles and it says cock something. And I was like, okay.
that might just be his Don Vito-esque yelling.
Yeah.
Phil Scalapini. Yeah.
But the scene where they have the blow up Arnold Schwarzenegger in New York, that was actually placed there during the release.
Was that a real thing?
To promote the movie? Yes.
Jesus.
They switched the badge in his hand, which was supposed to be a grenade. They switched it to a badge because around the same time was actually a World Trade Center attack.
Yeah, 93.
There was some car bombing, so they had to change a couple things with the movie.
I mean, the funny thing is what ends up happening, and you got to wonder if as the script developed, that's why it's so anti-Hollywood, and so, like, you know, where they're just like, oh, we have to tone it down? All right, we'll put in a fucking cartoon cat. You want a fucking cartoon cat? We're going to put in a fucking cartoon cat.
That's why I love this
it's
movie
a touchy-feely
so
cartoon
much.
character.
Yeah.
It's like this movie's perfect for today's time because in the pandemic, a lot of people realized we don't need Hollywood to make good shit.
I mean,
and if this movie came out now, I think it would be such a message.
Well, they wouldn't let it release now. Like you'd have Schwarzenegger apologizing because he was a strong male. Like I agree that this
was he called Taiwan a country?
Yeah, oh God. Oh, talk about like literally
you can't
like
see him, so that's why he can get away.
Well,
with
here's the thing: is you don't want to give credence to the far right wing, right? All the far right wing is shouting is China owns everything. They own the NBA, they own the movie industry, and literally, you have Hollywood proving them right. You have John Cena groveling because he said Taiwan is a country because he knows that if he doesn't do that, Fast 9 is not going to do well overseas, and it needs to. And it's just like, they're literally like yeah, you don't take a lot of that craziness seriously on either end. There's the extremes on both ends are nutso, right? But then when it starts being proven, it's like, what the fuck, man? I don't know, that whole situation is... I saw the one with the fake subtitles. That one was quite funny. Where they put some other words in there. But yeah, anyways, go on.
Also, that cat would not be... Danny DeVito's cat would not be in there because the first thing he does is he grabs
toots,
the cop's butt.
Yeah.
That'd
be,
so he would have been out.
It's sexist. What kind of example? Do you have a cartoon in a movie? You should have made it rated R. And it's literally like, we put the cartoon in so it wasn't rated R.
Sharon Stone wouldn't be wearing that dress.
Yeah, that was pretty covering.
This movie has a lot of like odd... Every time there's a woman passing, the camera just pans in on their ass every single time. It's just really weird.
That's because they're all dressed crazily.
Danny even points it out. Danny points it out in the movie. Yeah, he's like, every woman here is like super hot.
I mean, there's some,
she's like, thank you.
There's some legitimately like this movie has some of the sharpest Arnold dialogue in it. Yeah. Like when he's like, I bet there's only 999,000 or whatever ways we can do 555 numbers. And he goes, that's why we have area codes. Like it's literally got like some of the best writing for Arnold. Like some of the back and forth that he has is incredible. I also really like the fact that in the movie there's no blood besides a little bit on his cousin Frank. And then once they get to the real world, and they do the chicken, and in the car crash, the driver of the taxi cab, there's a blood trail leading down him. Like, and then this movie really does have some societal criticism because it plain and simple through Benedict says like he comes in and he's like, holy fuck, this is way more brutal. Like he's walking down the street and sees a streetwalker. And goes, how old? And but the prostitute, he looks at the prostitute and he's like, how old are you? Like, the villain in the movie is disgusted by the real world. He's, what the fuck is happening? Like, he's so like, what? And then once he realizes, like, wait a second, there's no, that's your scene where he's, I have just shot a man.
I love that.
And then the bestest thing is you see people in the background just casually walking. Like going into the apartment slowly, like nobody's panicking.
He even says it when he sees them fucking shoot the guy and kill him just for his shoes. It's like, get his shoes. And he's like, his shoes?
Well, but right,
he's like, still like, what the fuck?
I love the fact that we review movies, especially ones that I love, because it allows me to go deeper with them and think about them a different way. But when you think about that scene, that's McTiernan saying, you've cut our movie down to where it's PG-13, there's no blood or anything in it. Here's the real fucking world. Like, here's how our characters react to the gritty and the real life LA in 1992 when we filmed this movie. Like, I love it. I love the fact that it basically talks shit about it in a subtle way.
So I did. It was kind of funny because I watched this movie twice, like once and then kind of again a little bit. I didn't finish all the way through, but Shay happened to catch some of it, and she's like, "This is really cheesy," and I'm like, "It's a movie," and she's like, "Yeah, I know," and I'm like, "No. They're in the movie right now.
It's a movie inside of a movie.
Yeah.
I'm the dude disguised as the dude playing the other dude."
But yeah, the Charles dance scene with like the homeless guy in the alley when he shoots him, it oddly like darkly resonates with like today in the sense that like people like shit like that happens and people kind of just walk by.
Well, like the thing about the truth of it is,
now they actually break out their phone and start recording rather than helping.
The truth of it is, if you had a guy like Benedict coming to the real world without motive, he would get away with killing people.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what he realizes is like, because he doesn't have the motive, him shooting that guy, he literally probably could get away with if he just kept going. In the real world, even now, in a lot of aspects, in my opinion, because once again, if you just want to kill and you don't have motive, and you don't do 7 people, you know, like you can probably get away with it because it's a pretty nasty place. Nobody wants to admit it, but it doesn't matter where you go.
Those scenes, Giovanni had said, plus like
Isaac, sorry to cut you off.
Charles.
Isaac says, "What's up, brown boys?"
Oh, what's up, dude?
What's up?
I don't get to respond.
With those scenes remove the Charles dance like darker scenes and the death scene. Like this movie easily could have been pushed in a little bit of a different direction.
Well, here's the thing: if you look at just the one scene where they invade his house, if you made that scene rated R, to where by the end of the scene there's blood everywhere, you know, like when he drops in and he does the Uzis rather than the cartoonish death, you know, you see like Predator level violence. You know, it would have been a darker tone right there. You know, it would have been, but I think. I don't know. I would have loved to see a rated R cut of this movie where every kill is violent and like leave everything else. I love the movie, but give me blood in it, and boy that would be great.
This movie actually, upon release in the box office, did get flack because of the death scene of his son. They're like, why would you show him throwing a kid off a roof?
Part of building the character, though. I mean, and that's the other thing, though, is they really do a good job in the movie of like, you know, I understand it's a silly concept, but when he talks about how like, you know, I just found out I'm a fake character, and he's like, yeah, you know,
when he goes into the real world,
they decided to kill my son in a movie, you know, here I am, sleepless nights and nightmares, and so it definitely gives kind of like almost like, hey, there's consequences in the real world to this shit. If characters in movies were real. Here's a character that you'd see is tormented that they don't let you show him tormented on camera, and it's a critique, I think, at that time of the modern action hero, where it was like we don't allow them to be vulnerable. Every steroid freak that's in the movies is in 1992 is now all of them are trying to compete with the Rambos and the Commandos and the Schwarzeneggers, and this movie does a good job of kind of basically saying like, yeah, Schwarzenegger's one of the originators of this, and everybody's copied him. And I like that. It does a good service to what Schwarzenegger did influence the industry with.
I found it funny when they had Stallone playing Terminator 2.
It's his best role. There's also a reference in True Lies where she's like, I married Rambo.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I love this. There's the best parts of this movie. I mean, the action scenes are awesome. They're legitimately done well for the most part, besides the ones that are intentionally supposed to be cheesy. But like his
new one-liners.
I love his one-liners in the movie.
So there are also scenes where you get You get the what seems to be stereotypical. You see a stunt guy with a bad wig. Arnold doesn't get the best wigs for
True
stunt
Lies,
guys.
the first 5 minutes, that whole opening scene going down the hill
in the snow.
Jen's just like, that's not him. That's not him. And it's like it's clearly not him. Like you see the one where he's coming down, and I think they thought the shadows were gonna block the stuntman's face.
No.
But it's literally, you can see it's a stuntman with like fake molding to try to get him to look a little bit more like Arnold. It's quite disgusting.
So the scene in here where Danny is hanging from the building.
I catch you.
Yeah.
Oil thingy.
So you see Danny. It's a quick scene, but you see Danny drop, and obviously Arnold catches him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that was a built set, and what I found interesting was Danny, as the actor, at his age, was so afraid to tell the director that the harness is cutting off circulation and can't breathe. He passed out, and Arnold actually catches him, and they kept it.
That's
so
cool.
He filmed that scene unconscious.
Jesus.
Which, speaking of Danny, I hate child actors. I thought that kid did fucking awesome in this movie.
Yeah, no, he was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a smart mouth little shit, but he played his role well. Mm-hmm. I liked what's his face from the Munsters too. Wasn't he the grandpa in the Munsters, the ticket guy?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Is he dead? I think he's dead.
Oh, he's far gone.
I think he is. Yeah,
he's really dead.
He's in heaven with Herman. No, but this movie, it really is, and we'll get into True Lies because it's another kind of the same format. Really is one of Arnold's best roles. It was made for him. I mean, literally, they had to have written it for him because there's just so much in his character that is like exploitive of every other movie he's ever made. When they go into his,
he was not in the Munsters.
I know he was in Gremlins too. That wasn't the grandfather from the Munsters.
No, he was not.
Fuck.
Well, he's dead anyway.
He looks so much. Maybe I'm just thinking of it because he looked
like
him.
He played the Dracula guy, right?
From the Munsters, right? The grandfather.
He looks just like him. Really?
No.
Not all white people are the same, man.
Yeah. Well, depends on what neighborhood you're in.
If you were to make a list of Arnold movies for someone who hasn't seen them, I would put this at the very end, because by the time they finish all those movies, they're gonna get all his mannerisms, all his references.
Yeah.
Like, this is like the perfect swan song to the end of an Arnold Schwarzenegger marathon, where it's just like, now I could just relax and enjoy all the funny quips. This movie, like Matt said, this movie was 1,000% made for him.
I would argue, and we'll go into this, his acting is better in True Lies.
Oh yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
but I do like this one because you get all the ranges of Arnold, like all his movies.
Rubber baby, baba bunkers.
Yeah.
I think True Lies is some of his best, like, acting.
Right. He's more serious but comedic acting.
Yeah, I think in general it's just his more. There's more acting in True Lies. I mean, that is and like Last Action Hero is one of those movies that every 5 seconds is pointing at itself and being like, this movie's part of the problem. Like, it has no problem stating, the movie we made is everything you guys hate. Fucking enjoy it. And I love that about it. It really is a fuck you to Hollywood, especially early Hollywood, where it's like, you know what? I know you don't like it, but we like masculine men. We like real, like, listen to the soundtrack. The whole scene where they go into his house and he finally drops in, it's literally just guitar strings being strummed. And then, like the whole scene where he gets shot. Go back if you didn't pay attention. Listen to the soundtrack. It is just like they literally had a guitar. And the dude was hitting certain strings on it, and literally he hits one and slides it for when he gets shot. He hits one for when he reaches over to grab and then he hits another when he fires at him. I mean, that's the thing is, like, like I said, if this movie would have been rated R, just think about the idea of, like, that scene alone, the bloodbath it would have been. Like, a different take on it would be, not only do you make it rated R, but part of the joke is, like, the daughter's covered in blood. Danny's covered in blood. Arnold's covered in... Like, you make that part of the joke. But then, once again, if you did that, you lose the whole idea of, like, this is a movie, so it's... Like, you lose the concept of, like, they made us water this movie down, so now we've made violence cartoony in it, which is what they did. They said, oh, the violence is too realistic we want to do? Well, here's some Bugs Bunny violence in the movie for you instead.
What was the fucking little soundtrack thing that he changed in the car?
What do you mean?
Because that was an actual thing for a while, wasn't it? Those actual players.
The tape decks or the?
Yeah, the little thing that he played for his own soundtrack. So it was
Wasn't
Megadeth
that an
Angry Again.
8-track or
Was
a
it? Was it
It
8
wasn't
track?
an 8-track.
Was it cassette?
No, it wasn't an 8-track. It was just something sitting on the seat of him, and he fucking takes out the cartridge. It's got the logo on of the band, and he puts in another one.
Was
and
it a
he starts
cassette?
fucking playing.
I thought it was just a cassette.
They're not tapes. They were like little Nintendo fucking.
Yeah,
That
they were
would've-
like Nintendo
little
or Game
cartridges.
Genie cartridges.
Oh,
He popped it in
It was
the
a
middle.
fake. It was a fake format then. Jen says.
No, there was a
Jen
real
says
one.
Roger Rabbit. So that's the Roger Rabbit type of violence.
Okay.
You know, like
I think the weirdest cameo in this movie is Little Richard. Anyone else find that weird?
the fact that Little Richard and MC Hammer were the ones doing the soundtrack, when in the actual Slater movie you hear no Little Richard or MC Hammer whatsoever. It's all like Guns N' Roses and like dun, 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 like Megadeth when they first open up Jack Slater 4 and it's the Megadeth song. Like, that's what I love about that movie is they were like, no. We're making this movie as a 2-hour long music video. Okay? Like, the beginning scene sets the tone for like, and frankly, if I was in the theater watching the movie as a kid in 93, I'd have been all on board for Arnold Schwarzenegger as Jack Slater. Yeah. Tell me I'm wrong that you guys wouldn't be like, Jack Slater 3's coming. Like, yeah, dude, fuck yeah.
Making
Which is that's what's even funnier about the kid is like his obsession with that character was essentially me and Matt growing up with, every time, like you said on an episode or two ago, like it's like you weren't watching these movies because they were coming out. It was like, oh, another Arnold movie's out. What's it about? I don't care. I want to go see it. It's an Arnold movie.
I remember when True Lies came out. I was still at the age where I had a bedtime, and my parents let me stay up to watch Jay Leno because Schwarzenegger was on, and he showed a clip from True Lies. And I remember the clip was from the very beginning, and it was the scene where the dogs chase him, and he slams them together, and he goes stay, and then like it's him going down the hill a little bit. I remember that watching that clip, just being like, I can't wait. We saw that movie at the drive-in, and it was a double feature with Speed.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a good mix.
Yeah, literally Tim and I, you can see my brother and I's personalities are so different. Tim walked away, and Speed is like one of his favorite movies of all time, and True Lies is clearly one of mine. Like, you can just see that, like, how much better I am than him.
It would have been fun if you show up there and it's like, oh yeah, it's Speed 2. It's like,
no, God, I've never seen that movie, but I know that the guy from Narc is in it and Willem Dafoe is in it, which makes me sad on so many levels. See, there's tons of like, and the lines in this movie aren't even like the greatest lines aren't even the one-liners. They're the back and forth dialogue between, like, when he goes to his house for the first time. Can I speak to the drug dealer of the house, please? And even Charles Dance's dialogues is just like, sorry, I only go as far as Lackey. Like, it's really a well-written movie it's better than anybody gives it credit for. It's got some of Arnold's sharpest dialogue. The villains are straight up evil, but tell me you don't like them besides the, what did he call them? You spaghetti eating, something like,
Yeah.
There's some stuff in there. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, I texted you about it. Sven, the goes to school some steroids. He's in the movie.
As himself?
No, during the funeral scene, he's one of the guards. And you only catch him. It's a real quick, like, he's this big on the screen. He's in the background, and it's like a couple seconds, but he's in it. So Arnold crammed as many fucking dudes as he could.
His friends,
he got a lot of his friends' work. Like, all of these big swole dudes were a lot of them were training partners of his. That he was like, I'll get you in the movie, don't worry. And they're like, how? You want to be bad guy number 4? No, like.
Also, they're on his entourage and shit.
Yeah, those are the dudes where, like, literally they work out for 3 hours. Then he's like, let's go to the steakhouse, and he drops $10,000, and it's a group of 8 dudes who each have $1,000 bottles of fucking whiskey in their hands. Like, Arnold's got to be a fun friend to have. Like, you've heard the stories about Clooney, But the stories don't come out about Arnold because his friends are good friends.
One of Arnold's bodybuilding buddies was mentioned in the movie. When in the beginning when they're showing the commercial for his movie and it says Columbo Films.
Yeah, Frank Columbo.
A reference to his
Frank Columbo was a buddy of his, but along with him and Ferrigno were virtually his main rivals during his bodybuilding phase. Ferrigno and Arnold basically were always at each other's throats, and Columbo was a buddy. But Columbo, if you're into any of the old school bodybuilding shit, he was another guy that was just fucking huge. I mean, these guys
were Peter Falk.
No.
This fucking lazy guy posing and shit.
I'm gonna lift 400 today, as you wish.
Columbo passed away in 2019.
I mean that the thing about those guys is they were bodybuilders who did construction during the day. Like, imagine you're in 1970s LA and you walk by the fucking outdoor gym and they're pumping iron like at nighttime, and then you walk by the same area and they're putting up a fucking building. Like, and then you see those dudes in movies. Like, I mean, Ferrigno was the Hulk. Like, yeah, he wasn't Schwarzenegger level, but at that time he was, and that's my point, is at that time you didn't have big bulky action stars. You had Steve McQueen, who, decent. You had, guys like that. Instead of, you had to go to sports or bodybuilding or wrestling or football or any of these to get true, like, big bulky. I mean, look at in Conan 2, the one basketball player they got, because that's why Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was in movies, because it's like, you may not be super muscular, but you're athletic and you're giant. And if you can throw a kick, it's going to be it'll look like it feels a lot more devastating of you kicking Bruce Lee in the chest than another one of his counterpart.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, when I saw him making that kick, it was like in slow motion, though, because he's so fucking tall.
Well, and that I think, and that was the beauty of that whole scene, is it really does, like, it's the whole idea of, like, this is power, this is fluidity, and that was the whole point of, like, Kareem, every kick he threw would have put a hole through Lee's chest, but Lee could outsmart him, could outmaneuver him, could break him down, and that is one of my favorite hand-to-hand martial arts scenes ever.
See, but in this movie, Slater's daughter is so strong she kicks the guy in the nuts and he does a backflip.
Yeah. Of course, she's played by Bridget Wilson. I think it's the same girl from Billy Madison and Mortal Kombat, the original movie. Yeah. She had a hot streak. Yeah, she had a hot streak for a little bit, and then she fell off the face of the earth. Probably because she's unlikable, much like, was it Katherine Heigl? She's probably one of those ones behind the scenes that was just a real douche. Otherwise, why did she disappear?
Oh yeah, this chick like stopped work in 2008.
Yeah, as soon as like,
oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. And when you see that happen, it's either the actor was like, "Fuck Hollywood, I made enough money, I'm gonna go live a normal life," or they just were assholes and nobody wanted to work with them anymore. That's look at, like I said, I hate to use her, but somebody like a Mickey Rourke, who over time, he, it wasn't just the fact that he looked like Jigsaw got a hold of him, but it's the fact that he was a deranged asshole and treated people like shit, and unfortunately, people don't want to deal with that.
So you say that, and the reverse is, James Cameron did the next two movies we're going to talk about, but James Cameron is a notorious piece of shit to work with, but
he can make your career.
The movies he makes, I don't know what he does, but he gets the job done.
Bro,
because they're
the only star that he has not been able to propel to stardom like he wants him to be is that piece of shit Sam Worthington, the guy from Sabotage and the Avatar movies, the main character. Boy, was that a miscasting. They should have killed him off in the first one and got some new guy for the other ones. I just don't like the fucking guy. I don't feel he's a good actor. You read stories about him of when he was filming Sabotage, he literally got thrown out of a bar, and because he played a DEA agent in the movie, was recorded saying, "Do you know who I am? I'm a fucking DEA agent," because he was drunk and they were throwing him out. I truly wish Cameron would have casted that better. Because I hate that fucking guy. I would have taken his friend, who's the gangly nerd, as the main guy over that. I would have taken fucking Sigourney Weaver as the main character in Avatar over that douchebag.
He was on the mark with casting Stephen Lang though as the bad guy.
Oh, he's coming back too in the sequels. He's not done. And you know, I've seen photos of them. They're filming, and there's going to be a lot more of those like floaty scenes because there's all like they literally built this fucking hundreds of thousands gallon water tank to do all the filming in, and these poor actors are in Charlie Day blue suits underwater, you know, because they're supposed to be the Na'vi. Like, I'm excited to see what they can do, what the next Avatar, because I mean, frankly, when it came out, it was a visionary spectacle. You know, you got to give them props, but the fact that you haven't seen anything in, 10 years about it, or whatever,
yeah,
you know?
it's become the cyberpunk amping up.
Yeah.
They're coming. It's taking 3.5 years to render. It'll be here.
But shit, man, 2022, 2024, and then 2026, and the last one's going to be 2028.
I mean, good job to the guy
Avatars.
for securing millions of dollars. I mean, James Cameron doesn't have to work. Let's be real.
He doesn't.
He literally Terminator 2 and Titanic made him more money than he can spend.
So you guys were joking that I said I wanted to watch Titanic, but I went out and bought it a couple days ago.
I own it digitally on one of them.
It's still a really good movie. It's a really good movie.
Like I said, I remember having the dual VHS tape, and I remember loving the second tape. Well, the end of the first tape, and then the second tape. If you don't remember, if you didn't have the privilege of having a dual VHS, the very end of the first tape was the boobies scene, and then the next scene after that is like, we hit a fucking iceberg! Like, that's when shit went wrong. So it would be like popping in the second tape to watch people hanging off. Like, I loved the second half of that movie.
Nice.
The copy I got did come with a digital copy, and I was like, oh, I'll give this to Matt. And I look at it, and it's like expires 2005. Yeah. I was like, okay, never mind.
Literally, the digital copy expired before the old lady in the movie.
That's so sad.
Well, I mean, hell, she kept going. She was alive I think she died like a decade ago, but she lasted pretty long.
Well, no, and then my wife's like, Bill Paxton spent that whole movie trying to find the fucking thing, and then that bitch just throws it off the goddamn boat by the end of the movie.
That's pretty bad.
That movie, I like that movie. I really do.
I do too. One of 3 movies that Billy Zane is in.
You guys, he's in more than that. I think. We did count Zoolander, didn't we?
Phantom.
Zoolander, Phantom, and
Sniper.
And Titanic.
Or Being King.
But then it's got to be 4 then, because I'm going to make you review Sniper. The movie is amazing.
If you add a movie Billy Zane is in, you got to take one out. It's only ever 3.
then I got to add in Sniper. You got to get rid of another one. Get rid of...
Giovanni, you remember Phantom?
We all saw it in the theater ticket. Out of all things, my fucking dad took us, which was like... I imagine even for you guys, it was like, is he going to kill us all? Like, we're in his car.
Phantom, I've never played it, but when it came out, I bought the board game. So I have the board game of Phantom.
Ooh, so you got 2 flops.
We need to review Phantom, guys, sometime.
Yeah, well, awesome. You know what we'll review with Phantom if we really want to torture ourselves? Fucking Darkman.
Phantoms.
Darkman, or what was the one with Alec Baldwin that came out that flopped too? It was the Phantom. You had Darkman, which was successful, and then you had the other one, The Shadow or some shit. With Alec Baldwin.
The Shadow, something like that.
And that one, nobody, like, you guys even were like, huh? Like, that movie, nobody, like, you think Phantom gets ripped on. Phantom at least got a re-release. I haven't seen Shadow in the iTunes markets.
So,
boy.
So do we want to rate the... Here's the thing.
Well,
for this movie,
well,
I can give my ratings for all 3 movies right now, because they're all going to be 10s. Is that cheating? Do you think that's cheating?
No, I mean, here's the thing is, like, I think personally they're going to be 10s for me as well. Like, if you told me, all right, dude, I know you love Schwarzenegger, what's his top 3 movies? Go fucking watch week 4 of the podcast. Like, that's the thing is they really are his top 3 movies. Like,
that's what it is for me.
You can love other movies more than you love these 3 if that's your taste. But I don't think there's any argument to state that these aren't his 3 best written, best directed, most popular movies. I would say most grossing besides Last Action Hero, but that flopped because the industry sucks balls. Like, you know, that's the thing is like, that's why when, and this goes across the spectrum with movies, we have a tendency to be like, you haven't seen that fucking movie? Like, when I talk to my wife.
That to Alex all the time.
Well, you know. Yeah.
You guys have a different choice of movies that you watch. So.
Well, but the problem is you don't have a definitive taste. Like, you do kind of play the game of like, I really like sci-fi. You know, I really, you know, at one point, I think we all agreed that like we love action movies, and then at some point you were like, you know, I don't love these action movies as much as you guys do, and it's really hard to get a like gauge on what your actual tastes are.
Yeah, like I guess you don't have a thing that you gravitate towards hard. Like you kind of watch everything.
Like we know you like sci-fi, but like even there, and the other thing is with a lot of like you can tell when you give your reviews that a movie that you either love or hate. But like in the real world, if I text you an opinion, like, hey, what'd you think of that movie? Like, yeah, it's okay. And literally that it's okay to you could be like, I'll talk to you later about it. You're like, yeah, I really liked it. Like you are the hardest person to like read if a movie, except when you give your reviews, you're pretty clear. But you're the hardest person to read in everyday conversation of like, how'd you dig that movie? Like you literally could have loved it. Like, yeah, I liked it a little bit. It was pretty good. Like if I say the movie's pretty good, then it was just literally it's just pretty good. For you, pretty good could be like, no, I'd watch it 6 times this year. Like I think even in it's displayed even in the Conan review where you're kind of like, you ripped on it, you were kind of like, I don't know, there's things, yeah, and then you're like, but no, I'd watch this movie once a year at least. Like we all have different calibrations on how we review things, and I have a hard time picking through yours for whatever reason because you're kind of all over the place. You're like,
yeah, mine would obviously be horror. Matt's is action.
I'm all over the place. I love horror. I love sci-fi. I love action. There's dramas that I'd love to introduce you guys to that Alex, because of his weird fucking taste, has seen. Okay, so there's movies that Alex and I agree on that I'll throw out there, and you'll see Alex's face light up, where he's like, I remember that movie from back in the day. Like, what's the one with Lou Gossett Jr. and Sean Astin, the heist where the boarding school gets taken over? Toy Soldiers. I remember when I brought that movie up, you're like, I like that fucking movie. Like, there's certain movies that like you see in Alex's pings the nostalgia, and I love when we hit that because it's like, for Lewis and I, this entire month is nostalgia month. But frankly, I don't know what a nostalgia month would look like for Alex because I'm not watching fucking Doctor Who. So like for me, it's like I don't know. For you, it would literally be like, yeah, no, we're gonna do Alien, and then we're gonna do To Kill a Mockingbird. And you're like, what? Like, how do we go there? But you know, for Lewis and I, you could be like, Lewis is gonna choose horror, action. Matt's gonna choose action, horror, comedy. Alex is gonna choose Eraserhead, Nanny Diaries 2. It's just like, what the fuck?
So then
sci-fi.
Yeah.
I love sci-fi.
The ratings that I want to hear then are mainly going to be from Alex for these 3 movies. Like 1 out of 10, what's your honest opinion of like how good you think this movie is? Because like I said, you weren't like obsessed with Arnold like we were growing up.
Are you waiting for it now, or are we ready to go?
Yeah, we can do the out of tens. Yeah.
What's your honest opinion of this movie? Like, how do you like it compared to his other movies? Or
so out of Last Action Hero, I think this is like for me 8.5 to a 9.
Okay.
It is, and it is my favorite out of the ones. Well, this and True Lies, so it's gonna be tough.
So good.
But I'm 8.5 or 9. Let's see.
Go with a 9, motherfucker.
I'm gonna go with a 9 because I really do love this movie. Everything about it, and him acting, him going from playing a role to actually being a human.
Yeah, playing like, 2 roles.
He went from playing a role, and then he went to playing a human.
Yeah.
And the emotion that you saw him have just when he's having fucking breakfast with Danny's mom, he's like, I never talked to a woman before all night. You know?
I'm pretty sure
he's never had an actual conversation. Oh yeah, because then she's like,
she was very happy.
Didn't he? Then he's like, you're making him a wuss, and she's like, no, he's not. Like, it's almost like he bent her over the counter while Danny was sleeping. You know?
He mentioned he wanted to be technically with Danny's mom because when he's like, respect your mother. He's like, and then he goes to say like, I guess like if I met her or if I could be with her, and then he kind of cuts himself off real quick.
I'm gonna, after he was shot, or
this
he got shot.
This may 100% be all just conspiracy, but tell me that this isn't almost like a precursor to the Matrix. Like, tell me that Slater going into the real world is super different from Keanu Reeves waking up. Doesn't understand music, doesn't understand human connection, isolated, alone, out of the universe he's known his entire life, the comfort of that universe. Like, there's parallels there. Like, maybe not, obviously I'm not saying that they stole the concept, but when you look at that concept from The Matrix was already done in Last Action Hero. It was just framed in, here's a fictional character as opposed to your fictional self. So there's, there's a lot of things that this movie doesn't get credit for. And I think that's one of them. I think the fact that Arnold literally in this movie points at himself and I'm the famous Arnold Blunschweiger, and then Danny goes, Schwarzenegger, he goes, Gesundheit. Like, the fact that it shows you how good of a sense of humor that he has, where it's like everything he does in the movie version of himself is exaggerated. Every punch, every kick, every gunshot. Literally the scene where they're trying to get away and he just unloads 15 or 20 rounds with a 8 or a 7 round 8 with the chamber Desert Eagle. It's that sort of thing that's fucking hilarious to me. And they give two perspectives of it. They give the good guy perspective of Arnold, where it's like, what's happening? And then they give the bad guy perspective of Benedict of like, look at all this power. Like, they do a great job of the villain kind of understanding, like, this wasn't just foo-foo, this is, imagine the things I could do. And I love that they show that dynamic. Giovanni?
Who's next?
Give us your out of 10. Well, Lewis and I are both 10 because we're nerds.
No,
Or 10.
I do love these three movies. And this one, I'm going to give an 8.
Idiot.
Out of
I'm
10.
sorry.
And it's not because I didn't like it. Like I said, this is one of his best movies, but I lean towards more the sci-fi movies for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Which is
so
75% of his catalog.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for me is Total Recall. Like, that is my 10 out of 10. I love that
Such
movie.
a good movie, bro.
This was a good one.
If you have an inkling to watch it again, or if Stephanie hasn't seen it and you want to show it to her, watch it on the iTunes in 4K, bro. It is so good looking in 4K. They did a good job remastering it. The same thing, same type of quality as Last Action Hero.
I was sitting here watching it one day because she's like, we're home. She's like, go ahead, watch what you want to watch. I'm going to work. And I'm watching it, and she's like, what the hell are you watching?
They're going to Mars! Shut up!
Total Recall.
I can't watch these movies without, and that's why I think a riff tracks-esque thing would be so fun. Giovanni, if you want to be in on it, what we want to do basically for the live audience, we talked about it before, is we're going to watch select movies and we're going to do a commentary track. We're all going to watch them at the same time. We won't obviously show footage of the movies itself, maybe small clips here and there, but it's mostly going to be an audio track. The idea is we're going to basically we're going to do a video version, maybe most likely an audio version, where you can play the movie, play the audio track, and you could have our commentary on top of it. That's one of our goals. There's several Arnold movies, Psycho Gorman. There's certain movies that we've reviewed we'd love to do it with, but that's in the works. It's all about finding time.
Yeah.
Giovanni, if you have my Shudder account still, Psycho Gorman is on there. You really need to watch it.
It's literally it's fucked up Power Rangers. It's so awesome.
Oh, sounds amazing.
Jen watched it with me. I was like, "What's up with these fucking creature designs?" And even I was like, "Dude, this is Power Rangers, but really fucked up. I love it." So did you get? I'm sorry. What was your? You said 8 for this one, right?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, Last Action Hero would be an 8 out of 10 for me, and that's honest because I lean towards more the sci-fi, but I do love this movie because you get everything of Arnold, like the full color spectrum of Arnold is in this movie, and I just love that it takes a dig at Hollywood so very well.
I mean, I think the truth of it is Lewis and I just need to admit that it's implicit biased. I mean, I don't think for Lewis and I there is any way to look at these three movies 100% objectively. And that's why for him and I especially, I think it's going to be so hard to choose the winner. Because I've run through the discussion in my head of just me being like, yeah, but this one's got, and then this one though, but Terminator 2 is your favorite movie, but True Lies has this, so like, ever since I started watching True Lies this morning again for the bajillionth time, I'm like, fuck, this movie's so good.
And I've watched all the Arnold episodes, and I know the winner currently in the bracket is Total Recall. But and as somebody who loves Total Recall, I don't know if it's going to stand against any of these, to be honest with you.
The argument I'm going to make in defense of Total Recall, even though I don't think it's going to make it at all either here, is you wouldn't necessarily, I don't think, have a movie like Last Action Hero if you didn't have Arnold in Total Recall. I think his entire career is the only reason he's in Last Action Hero as far as why it works. I think he's in, it sucks to say it, but Last Action Hero is a culmination of the foundation he's built up of Arnold. It really is the exploitive version of Arnold, the conservative human version of him when he's in the paparazzi line, and he goes, "That's a National Enquirer, don't talk to them." And Maria Shriver looks at him and she's like, "Don't talk about the restaurants or the gyms." You see three different forms of kind of Arnold here, where you see vulnerable, intelligent Jack Slater, ass-kicking Jack Slater, and then you see real-world Arnold, the human, kind of just being like, "You're the greatest-looking stunt double I've ever seen." So I think it represents Arnold in a lot more ways than the other movies do. True Lies,
so would you say,
it has a lot of the same things about it too, where it's a pure representation of Arnold. I just don't know if it has more pure Arnold than Last Action Hero does.
So would you say this is like JCVD now? Or for him?
I would argue it's better than...
It shows all his different...
No, because JCVD was a movie built upon struggle. JCVD is a movie of
it goes into his
of a has-been actor who is at the point in his life where he realizes that he's no longer even AA status. He decides, that there's this beautiful script and he wants to put... I think JCVD, in a lot of ways, is a cleanser for Jean-Claude Van Damme. I think that because of his role in that movie, you can excuse certain things because he got so real in it. I would argue that Arnold Schwarzenegger never gets that real in this movie. He may get that real about the satire of his career, but there's never a moment where, I should not have fucked the maid. There's never, there's never a real life, because, Arnold...
It took a while to get there, but that's what I was building it
Here's
for.
the thing is, Arnold didn't have the same problems. He didn't have a cocaine problem. He didn't have a lost all his money to divorce his problem. He didn't have a couldn't trust people around him. He didn't have him... The other thing is, the guys like Van Damme had that Schwarzenegger didn't have was everybody calling him a fucking fraud. The guys like Seagal and Van Damme and those guys were, you're not legitimate martial artists. And Steve, in certain cases, like Steven Seagal back in the real day of 78 or whatever year it was, or 75, when he was in, the only white instructor in Japan, the only white guy allowed to be open a dojo, he was legit. Don't get me wrong, he's a big fat piece of garbage nowadays. But at a point, Seagal was legit. At a point, Van Damme was legit. So you have these guys come in, besides Seagal, instead of him hitting the steroid wagon, he hit the buffet. But you have guys like Van Damme hit the steroid wagon, get jacked, become this big Hollywood guy, but didn't have the longevity of Arnold because he didn't build the persona. And the persona he did build, he knocked it down every chance he got. For every blood sport, you got a fucking Street Fighter. For every Hard Target, which is a movie I love, you got Maximum Risk. Van Damme's career went downhill real fast. He had 6 years of this dude's awesome, and then he became trouble to work with. His drug habits this is basically what he talks about in JCVD. Once again, if you haven't seen it, see it. It's one of Van Damme's best roles, one of his most real roles. Not an action movie. Don't expect that. It's a man who is at a new point in his life, who did an indie movie he co-wrote, and he gets real in it. It's an incredible movie, though.
But that's also why, and I don't know, it might be why Matt. That might be why Matt also really likes Arnold Schwarzenegger. But to me, out of all the '80s action stars, he's the only one that's kind of kept that momentum going throughout his career. Granted, the latter half of his last couple movies.
Here's the thing, his last movie, like Sabotage, if you haven't watched it, or at least in a while, is a good movie. It is a brutal fucking movie. Literally, it starts off with he's in a chair crying, watching the video of his wife and son being tortured to death that they sent him when they did it. That's how the movie starts. So Sabotage is actually one of his roles with the most acting he's ever done. And it's also a ruthlessly violent movie. But I think if Arnold can somehow... The problem with Arnold now is he knows he's not AAA and he doesn't want to be. If Arnold really wanted to be AAA, he's even in 70, he should take... Look at Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood still does Gran Torino, despite the fact the motherfucker's so old his flesh is drooping from his bones.
I think he's legally dead.
You know, like that's the thing is they gotta jumpstart him with the
Keith Richards right now.
Yeah, they have a pickup truck constantly running to fucking jumpstart his ass when he keels over.
Is it the one they have at Commando?
The wires. But that's the thing is it's just like I really wish he would get a role that put him in contention for Oscar. Like he doesn't at this point. You can't tell me that if Arnold does a new movie, you're at least not your interest isn't piqued. He's got a spy series coming to Netflix. They got a 8-episode order. Yeah. I can't wait. Even if it's garbage, just the fact that he's in a fucking show or a product I can see him in. I've watched all of his late movies. I watched Killing Gunther, which is cheesy as fuck, but I liked it. It's got Arnold being Arnold.
Do you think out of all the actors, out of action stars, he's the one that has the most repetitive character? Like he has the most sequels of his characters in his movies?
Oh, you mean like 2 Terminator, or how many Terminators and...
Terminator, fucking, now he's got triplets coming up. He's got Conans.
Well, that's if that's out. That's if that ever gets made.
It says pre-production, yeah. But announced is Legend of Conan.
I mean, he might be. The problem is you've also got Stallone, who has Rambo. He's got Rocky, there's 700 of them. He's got his Escape Plan, Expendable. Stallone might beat him on the sequels. But I'd take a Demolition Man 2 sequel in a fucking heartbeat, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I love Demolition Man.
Figure out a whole new thing where, like, Wesley Snipes, Simon Phoenix gets brought back through DNA cloning or something. Like, they come on. I mean, it's the future. Think about it. Like, or show it how society, because they got off the Cocteau Plan, actually did break down, and they're kind of like going through hell. Like, there's a lot of cool things. But the problem is, you know, Stallone back in the day when he was young, you could ignore the fact that he's 5'10". Now that he's kind of old and looks like a raisin, it's harder to ignore. You know, when he's taking photos on Instagram with his daughters who are 4 or 5 inches taller than him, it's a little weird. I mean, Schwarzenegger, at least, I think, was 6'3" or something like that in his heyday. He's probably down to 6'1" now.
As long as they explain the 3 seashells, that's all I need.
I still
can't fucking...
My
I don't know what that is.
My theory, right? There must be a button to flush them. My theory is one of them you scrape your ass on. One of them you wash, where water shoots up, and then the other one, air shoots out. You literally scrape it off.
Okay.
like mud.
There's 3 of them.
One you scrape it off, the other one you scrape that off of that, and then the other one you scrape that off of that.
No, you're just not going the smart way. You're literally making poo Play-Doh. All right. Anybody have anything else you want to say about Last Action Hero? Because we're just gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna jump into True Lies.
Leo the Fart's gonna pass gas one more time.
Yeah. Leo the Fart. Yeah.
The original title of this movie was supposed to be Extreme Violence.
I'm okay with that title.
They changed it to The Last Action Hero.
I'd be okay with that title, though.
Wait, Matt, before we take a break, do you have the action figure?
Oh, gosh. I do somewhere over here. I'll pull it out after the
break.
Thing.
Yeah.
Arnold insisted that his action figures don't come with guns for all the characters.
You may be seeing something behind the scenes here. I'll look for it when we're on break.
Yeah, so his figurines, like his action figures, come with like dumbbells and wall pieces and shit, but no guns.
The Terminator ones, Terminator 2 ones.
Just for this movie, I mean. Just for this
movie.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a scene in the movie where he, like, the satire of him being like, you know, as opposed to the last movie, we killed 156 people, but in this movie, we killed 119, and then that's why we have the scenes, you know, to show the emotion, you know, to make up for it. And it's like, the fact that he's got to justify the violence is so censorship of the 80s and 90s.
Wow.
It's bad now. Like, now the problem with now is it's like, back then it was like, oh, his movie's, it's sexist, we're not going to watch it. Nowadays, it's like, oh, his movie's sexist, cancel him! Like, he made a sexist movie, he should never fucking work again!
To the credit of this movie, they did a damn good job, not only applying the censors that they did to bring down the rating, but they made fun of it. Like, this is the only movie I've seen where, it was hit with censorship, but they were like, okay, we're gonna make fun of it. Like,
you know what's fucked?
Good job.
You know what's fucked up too is on any given episode of Sons of Anarchy, you get more nudity, more language, and more violence in this entire movie. Literally, we're watching it now, and when they get into the part where they invest into the porn company, it's nothing but, like, clearly there's no nipples, but it's nothing but thongs and tits with the tassels and shit. And that's an episode of an FX program. That should even be more censored than a movie, theoretically.
What you're saying is the weird Hollywood flip we have where Hollywood is saying that people aren't going to see these rated R hyper-violent movies, but people are watching hyper-violent shows like Game of Thrones and stuff like that.
Isn't Game of Thrones the biggest show ever made at this point?
Yeah, but you have these grim, dark shows that people are watching.
The Witcher?
And then Hollywood's saying, like, no one wants to see a violent movie in the theaters. It doesn't make any sense.
No, and this is my worry with the whole Disney thing, is Disney's going to use the failure of 2018 The Predator to say, well, we tried it your ultra-rated R way, we allowed you F-bombs, we allowed you violence, and it flopped. We're going to go R route, and we're going to go a PG-13 route. And... not good. I mean, I even watched the AVP 2 the other night because I was up late. And as garbage as that movie is, it's at least rated R. And it's at least a pretty violent rated R movie. Which...
I can't get through Alien vs. Predator.
The first one's god-awful. The second one at least has some violence.
Is that the one where the chick gets speared into the wall?
Yeah, the love interest. That's my favorite part because it's like, oh, that's his love interest. And then literally 75% of the way through the movie, she's like, just a corpse hanging on a wall. And you're like... Oh, like, I give them props for them being like, hey, here's this, like, literally the one main character that you're supposed to like, the guy's friend who's now the sheriff, gets nuked at the end of the fucking movie along with the rest of the town. Like, that movie literally is like, we're going to give you a bunch of characters you enjoy and then murder them systematically. Literally, they introduced two characters in the gun shop who are stoners who pop out of a corner and aim guns at the Predator and simultaneously get their heads blown off. Like, they at least were like, no, we're going to kill everybody. Like, there's only going to be 3 people that survive. Everybody else is going to fucking die. I give them props for being that ballsy with it. I know the movie's not good. The concept of an alien predator super alien hybrid is stupid. Well, not stupid, but the way they did it. I mean, it's better than Ridley Scott's fucking whatever that scene in Prometheus was with the whole cutting it out of her. Ugh.
Yeah.
I just can't take. For one thing, Prometheus is a beautiful movie, but it is a long fucking trek to get to where you go.
The working title was Dumb Science. That's what it should have been.
Yeah, right. Like, and then I hate movies that cast comedians in small roles and don't let them be funny. Like the fact that Danny McBride is in it and it's just like, no, you're a serious role. It's like, why? Danny McBride at this point is better than all of the rest that he came up with. Danny McBride is the only one, like, Seth Rogen had success, James Franco had success, Jonah Hill, how many fucking wildly successful HBO shows has Danny McBride had? 3 or so? He's got another one coming out soon.
He's helming the Halloween franchise.
That dude's another one that doesn't get credit. I mean, think of any movie he's in besides Your Highness, and tell me you don't like him. I mean, Tropic Thunder. Like, if he is in a movie, Pineapple Express, he's in it, he plays Red. Like, if he's in a movie, his scenes in the movie are great, except for Prometheus.
I love Land of the Lost.
I do too.
I think he says he wants chorizo tacos.
Land of the when they get high off of or drunk or whatever off of the fruits. No, that Land of the Lost is an awesome movie. I think that's in the iTunes library. All right, let's wrap up last section here. Any last thoughts?
Watch it.
Yeah.
Lewis is right though. On your journey, I would have these 3 movies be the last movies you watch. I'd probably do Terminator 2, True Lies, Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
Only because True Lies is one of those movies that, and we'll get into this, when you watch it and realize that there's not a Blu-ray, a legitimate 1080p fucking transfer, you get infuriated when you're literally watching. The only versions you can get are the disc to digital. Where you find a UPC of the old True Lies DVD, you pull it out of your basement, and then you scan it with your stupid phone, and if it's on the list, you get it. That's how I got it. And that is literally the cable box companies wanted to stream it, so they took the DVD, stretched it out, upscaled it to 1080i, and then Vudu upscales that to 1080p. That's literally that's literally the HDX version we had. The only high def version of the movie you can get. There's no Dolby 5.1 soundtrack. It's all stereo. It is the biggest fucking robbery of digital or physical media not being released. Like, people want to bitch about these old 60 zombie movies that were made by, like, okay, give me True Lies and I'll listen to the fucking rest. Okay? Give me True Lies and I'll hear about zombies ate my neighbor. Well, actually, that game's coming back. But you know what I mean? Like that. Like what's coming back the end of June. It's the original plus the sequel that they made that you don't hear about called Ghoul Patrol are coming to all the consoles and PC.
Ghoul Patrol?
Yeah, $15. You're getting Zombies Ate My Neighbors plus Ghoul Patrol optimized to run on
Switch?
Coming to all the consoles and PC, including Switch.
Oh my god!
$14.99. I cannot wait. That comes out June 29th along with Willy Wonka 4K. That June 29th is going to be better than 4th of July for me this year.
Your Christmas.
We'll see what happens in Christmas. That's if I make it. We'll see. I get my second COVID shot Wednesday, so if I
Thursday.
Hopefully I don't have Lewis syndrome.
Oh, dude, it sucked.
You felt it, didn't you?
Fucking from Sunday to Wednesday.
Here's my belief. I think
my his house with friends.
At Lewis's?
Yeah,
when he was dying.
With friends the day he got the shot, and from morning to night, like his demeanor changed so quickly.
Dude, we were making. I was making jokes like every little thing. I was like, "Oh, it's the vaccine," and then 6 o'clock hit, and I was just a wave.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm hoping.
You were at home or you?
I'm hoping that my barbarian animal blood fights it. I got that Charlie Sheen AIDS tiger blood, so hopefully I get it. And I feel like, you remember what was it, Dirty Work, where they're doing the brownies and like Norm Macdonald he's seeing Satan, and then Artie Lang is like, he's just got a little bit of an itch. Like, I'm hoping that's what happens, where I don't have to deal with what you dealt with.
Yeah, I was seeing Satan. You're gonna be Artie Lang.
Yeah, you're over here like, and it's Adam Sandler. We eat the pig and then we burn. And I'm over here just like, it's hot in here, no? All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We will be back with True Lies, of course. See you in a couple.
Oh, like you said it with a question mark.
You. I could do this all day. Hi guys, we're back. We were just quoting Jingle All the Way. Sinbad steals that movie. I'm sorry. It's the truth. Get over it. Lewis.
I thought it was Anakin.
Oh God, he's the worst part of that movie. Come on, man! Shut the fuck up, kid. I work 72 hours a week.
She can't come to the phone. She's petting Ted.
The creepy father, yeah.
Like, but yeah, but I mean, we talked about it last week. Like, in real life, Schwarzenegger would have been coming home one day and spotted Ted outside. Ted would have said some snarky comment, and he would have punched his fucking head in. And then Ted would have been like, "I'm gonna sue you and call the cops." And then Schwarzenegger would have been like, "If you make it, if you're still alive in the next 5 minutes." Like Schwarzenegger wouldn't have like to himself been like, "Wrap some chains around you." He'd have been like, "Ted, I'm going to murder you." Like every day he saw him, "You're going to die this week, Ted." Like it's unrealistic.
He would have been like the dreaded Pirate Rabbits. You might not wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, Ted.
You soon be dead.
Hey Ted, like Schwarzenegger because of his size wouldn't have been that nice. Every day he saw Ted, he'd have been like, "Ted, remember your divorced wife?" And then go to work. Like he would have just completely trolled Ted. Ted would have ended up killing himself. But what movie are we talking about now, Lewis?
Second movie. Well, the next two movies are by the same director, but the second movie we're talking about is True Lies, directed by James Cameron.
Titanic.
We've talked about Cameron before. Just to put it out there, this guy's directed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 movies. Those 10 movies alone have grossed over $6 billion altogether. So, like,
Jesus.
James Cameron, I'm sure he's a piece of shit. He's hard to work with. He's probably the Hitler of directors, but his movies make money.
He basically is a money launderer. Investors give him money and he multiplies it for them. For every one James Cameron dollar, or every real dollar you give to James Cameron, you get 6 James Cameron bucks.
Also, I mean, on top of that, he's been married, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
You gotta wonder if Schwarzenegger and Cameron ever talk and like they kind of rib each other, and Schwarzenegger's at least I've only been divorced once.
Wasn't he with Linda Hamilton too?
Yep.
Briefly.
Yes.
Yep. He was married to her. When T2 came out, they were married. Yeah. He literally but the problem is he like married her when she like Terminator 1, she's cute, she's okay. But Terminator 2, she looks like Steven Tyler. So like he was he was really with her the worst part of her existence, because after that she never looked like young, supple Linda Hamilton.
She had that accident during T2, the shotgun hearing problem. So I wonder if like he just thought she ignored him all the time.
He's just like, "No, Linda, look into the camera more." Huh? Line? That would have been hard to work with her. They literally had a teleprompter just for her.
All right, but True Lies. So this came out 1994. It's a James Cameron flick.
Better than Avatar.
Better than Avatar, yeah. So budget $100 to $120 million. So this was an expensive film for the time.
Yes.
Box office $378 million. This was distributed by 20th Century Fox. I believe, if I recall directly, James Cameron had a production deal to make several films with him. This was the first major movie they put out, and they did it like they were throwing all the marbles at this. That budget was given to Cameron to make this film, and they got Jamie Lee Curtis, one of the best final girls. This is the Bill Paxton trifecta. This is the third film he's in with Arnold. He always kind of plays a fucking dingleberry in all 3 of the Arnold films he's in. I love Bill Paxton though. You also have Tom Arnold in this movie, playing Tom.
He's great.
He's awesome. He's as Tom Arnold could be.
The only movie in history, though, to even give a shred of Tom Arnold being somewhat badass. The only movie Tom Arnold's been in where there's some badassery to him, whether it be in the hotel when he's like, stop or die, and then they open fire. Or when he does the get lost dipshit and shoots at Paxton's feet. Like, the only movie to legitimately make me be like, okay. Like, at first when you're watching it, you don't buy him as, like, Omega's secret agent. And then as the movie progresses, you're like, wow, this is the only movie to make Tom Arnold, like, even remotely appealing as an action or kind of tough guy.
Yeah.
By the way,
and then
before we continue, I just wanted to pull this bad boy out.
Yeah.
Now, this thing doesn't have a gun. You can't see it because it's
What
a backpack.
accessories does he have?
He's got a backpack harness that you press it, and it shoots out a butt plug.
Does he have the snakeskin boots?
No. Well, yeah, but they're like gray, like they forgot to paint them.
Does he have like 75 pair above his?
No, this is actually after
closet?
his one of his 10 same colored shirts has been cut. But my wife found this for me last Christmas. Here's the back. Literally, they have back art for how to put the jetpack. They made it totally cartoony. But she found this on Facebook. There's even old KB Toys sticker on it. If you're not old enough to remember KB Toys, I feel bad for you. KB Toys was the last of the legitimate awesome toy stores. It was the place that you could go and get a game console, a Furby, and then the Spawn action figures that were amazing back then. Like, it was the place, like, besides FAO Schwartz, it was the place that got mobbed when the X-Men toys, like, came out. Where to the point where nobody could get Gambit. I think my mom and your mom, Giovanni and Lewis, ended up going downtown to FAO Schwartz, and they ended up finding, like, all the X-Men toys. And they bought several, like, almost 3 of each or some shit, so everybody got one.
Yep.
Like that.
KB Toys was also the only place that had when Resident Evil came out.
The whole
it had
toy
all
line.
the miniatures, yeah. And I got them, and Isaac, you little shit, if you're watching, you opened them up. You opened them.
So the only one of those toys I got was Jill.
I can complain about something that somebody else did with my cards.
Yeah,
all my
miniatures
collectible
out of
cards.
them. Little
Yeah, you
figurines.
cut them up and made little fucking figures out of them.
Giovanni, I want you to understand that Alex has bitched about that several times.
Yeah, there's Puerto Ricans like to hold a grudge for 1,000 years.
You remember when you spilled my toothpaste? I guess. I mean, I was 4.
But back to this movie,
back to the movie.
The most important cast member in this movie is Tia Carrera, whose career has went nowhere.
What are you talking about, dude?
Ooh,
Showdown
goodness.
Little Tokyo, Wayne's World, True Lies,
Wayne's World 2.
True Lies, man. Skyrocket of a career.
So I like Wayne's World 2. My wife thinks it's a terrible movie.
I like number 2 as well.
I like it.
I like it.
I
I
like
like it
2
as
more
well.
than I like 1.
I don't
Yeah.
agree with that statement, but I like number 2 quite a bit. Number 2 is goofier though. It's more Mike Myers humor, you could tell. Like number 2 is closer to Austin Powers than it is So I Married an Axe Murderer.
Yeah, because number 1 was just pretty much SNL. It was just Saturday Night Live fucking skit.
Although if you ask me what the best Mike Myers movie is, it's The Love Guru, and if you disagree, you're wrong. And that's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
I really do love that movie, but have you watched the Austin Powers movies in a while?
I have, but I love The Love Guru. I quote it all the time.
Marishna Hargitay. And then literally poor Vern Troyer's office is miniature. And and he's like, I'm sorry that you're going to be late for your meeting with the Lollipop Guild. We're watching Love Guru soon. Just shouting at my wife to inform her.
Lock it down. Break the pickle. Tickle, tickle.
That whole movie, oh god, they people hated that movie, and I'm starting to learn. I'm learned this, that if there's any of those type movies that people hate, more often than not, I'm gonna like, because the reason people hate that movie is how politically incorrect it is.
Yeah.
They land blind. Oh, this is disgusting humor. Meanwhile, I watch it and I giggle my ass off because it's. Look at Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison and tell me those movies even could be made nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here at the Nerditude Movie Podcast, jokes are meant to be jokes, and they're funny.
It's all about context. It's as simple as that. We joke a lot about him and the maid. But in the first episode, we broke down the fact that it's the type of thing where it's easy and fun to joke about, but you have to respect the man for being in that situation and being a father. And because he is. If you look at, you can look at photos online of him in every Christmas and every birthday with the kid. He clearly financially, it wasn't, how many Hollywood douchebag celebs have kids and then it's like the only time you hear about it is this legal battle. He was
right now.
He was such a positive and full influence in the kid's life. I mean, they literally just had an article about him posting a selfie with the kid in the gym. So clearly he's a dad to him. He did the right thing. He supported him. The only reason you found out was because when Shriver divorced him, it came out in legal docs, which means the mother of the child was taken care of. She obviously had no harsh feelings for him. He obviously didn't hate her. He took care of the kid. He loved the kid. The kid's now in later years more of an integral part of his life than he ever was, I think, now that Arnold's got more time. So it's like, yeah, we're going to make a lot of jokes about it, but the truth of the matter is he did the right thing in this situation. He didn't abandon anything. He loved his family with Shriver. He loved his family with the other lady, and he didn't let it, in my opinion, it doesn't seem, at least on the outside, to have affected the relationship between him and the kid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to joke about it because it's really easy to go, yeah, the maid, and make jokes about him, coming up behind her because he knew Spanish, as she's singing some salsa song on the radio, and he starts, yeah, come here, mamacita, starts swinging with her. But you got to give the guy props for not being a piece of shit in this situation. Yeah, he fucked up. Oh, well. I mean,
he's human.
Literally, we have a culture where we celebrate rap stars. The more kids, illegitimate kids they have, we're like, oh, he's legit. But Arnold fucks up, and it's like, oh, what a sexist. If you didn't know Arnold was a womanizer, you're a fucking moron. Go watch Pumping Iron. That's Arnold. That single young Arnold is Arnold. Get over it. You don't like the fact that young girls date old men in Hollywood because they have money? Tough shit. Sorry. It goes both ways. If you don't agree, Demi Moore, Ashton Kutcher. Madonna and any one of the young British men she's raped. I mean, it goes both ways.
And nobody gives him shit about that.
No, why? Oh, but that's empowering, don't you know? No. Oh, yeah, that's right. You go get it, girl. You get that 20-something-year-old man. However, Russell Crowe wants to fuck a 25-year-old. It's, oh my God, how disgusting. What? Oh, he's going after these young girls. So what? It's clearly consensual.
Yeah.
Just like the Chris D'Elia situation. As a man to man, is it weird that you're texting this age of girls? Yeah, if I'm your friend, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? But the fact that in the messages, he's like, oh, you're 18, straight up out. The fact that the messages were released because as soon as he found out they were 18, he ghosted them should tell you what he did wasn't wrong. It wasn't wrong. You can say, come on, man, that's really young. Sure. You can say, man, you're a fucking womanizing man whore. Sure. But what did he do wrong?
Man whore.
Like, that's my thing is it all ties into the issues we talk about all the time about the political correctness and the censorship and the Me Too movement and everything that's gone on in the entertainment industry to where everybody's so worried about being canceled. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't have any real dirt, like, for if I ever became super famous where they could be like, you remember that time? And anything they would bring up, I'd be like, I do. Yeah. Sucked.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I didn't do anything to hurt anybody. Like, and that's the thing is, like, look at, we also talked about off air, we talked about, what's his face from that Master of None? Or whatever it is.
Aziz Ansari.
Yeah, he's another one that had a consensual sexual date with a lady. It was awkward for her. She wanted clout. So she writes an article or whatever she does in the middle of the Me Too movement. And what is that guy doing? Where is he? Career shattered over a woman who just didn't enjoy the sex because it was weird. But stayed throughout the, like, it's just one of those things where we're in a culture where why would you want to be a cop? And if you're a man, why would you want to be an actor? Like, it's literally, there's potholes every 5 centimeters and you're driving an old Pinto with the gas tank in the back that tends to blow up. Like, it's such a weird kind of, and that's why That's why guys like Schwarzenegger are where they are. That's why they're relegated to, oh, another stupid Schwarzenegger movie is coming out, because the idea of a big hulking masculine man, Chris Hemsworth gets away with it because he's a family man and he doesn't preach any religion. Chris Pratt takes heat because he enjoys the 2 snacks he gets a day and loves God. Like, we're literally in a world where people bitch. Pratt, people bitch because he posts Instagram photos of pieces of sushi he gets to eat because he's dieting.
One thing that I've been noticing a lot lately is if somebody says something about God, but they're not saying nothing negative to anybody else, they're just saying that then you see everybody's posts. Oh yeah, you believe in an imaginary thing. Here, look, I got this, I get this. But they're not saying nothing negative towards a person. They're just saying that they believe in God, and then somebody also hits them back with the negative, and that's going to be bullshit too for me.
Like here's we know Giovanni's opinion on that subject and everything. I do feel that I think you should be allowed to express whatever your beliefs are as long as you're not impeding anybody else's freedom. You know, if you like, exactly. I think you should be able to stand outside with a sign and saying God is going to kill us all, the end is near. What I don't think you should be able to say is I am an agent of God and I am going to kill you. But frankly, you should be able to.
God is going to kill you specifically.
That's called schizophrenia.
Yeah. Well, I think in this country it was designed to have people who are far atheists that say not only does God not exist, but hell, I don't think we came from anything. I think we were spawned from goddamn plants. They should have the freedom to say that. But I mean, the flip side's true too. I think people should also be allowed to say that, you know, God created us all, and the Earth is 4,000 years old. It's flat, and it's a foosball table for aliens, and you should be able to say whatever the hell you want. It's called freedom of speech. I mean, look at
If it were flat, Anthony's fucking cats would be knocking shit off the fucking world, man.
I truly don't get the flat Earth debate. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how anybody can look at it and be like, no. If it's not flat, right? How come I'm able to stand straight up?
If we make it, we gotta ask Shaq.
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah.
No.
Is he really?
You don't understand.
Basketball player that's a flat earther.
You don't understand. I'm very tall, and I see things from a different perspective than you. And from where I can see, there is no curve. Okay, Shaq. But no, I don't know. Like I just think the industry's in a weird place where it's hard. I mean, look at things as innocent really as The Office. Like, The Office couldn't be released today.
No, God, no.
You know, half the shit they do now.
No, like it's just a weird swing in the culture that hopefully will have a I mean, look at the '80s. Starting with Tipper Gore and the censorship, which is a lot of what Schwarzenegger and Last Action Hero were fighting against. There was a pushback. I mean, I would argue that horror movies are the most violent they've ever been. I'd argue that, that violence in general in movies is as hardcore as it's ever been. I'd argue the indie scene is the most bloated it's ever been. You know, back in the day, indies were, holy shit, have you guys seen this movie? And nowadays it's like, you know, there's 10 indie movies and you really got to wait, kind of figure out which one's shit. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird swing, and that's why Lewis and I often say, like, fucking burn down Hollywood. Just keep giving me movies on Shudder.
It's gonna break off at some point. There's gonna be that earthquake. It's gonna break off right along the line.
Like, I see, my tastes are like, I do love action, but I will go. I mean, there's a perfect instance. You guys ever hear of the movie Caveman's Valentine?
Mm-mm.
I heard of it.
Look it up.
It's with Samuel, right?
Yep. Look it up.
Yep.
It's a movie I love. I'd love to review it one day.
I've probably seen it. And I don't remember shit about it. But.
So, despite the fact that I get lumped into this action category, because I do love those movies, there's a lot of movies that I've watched and enjoyed. That look at Bunruku. Is one of those ones that we can't review because I'd have to mail you the goddamn disc because you can't find it digitally anywhere. So you guys could watch it, or Giovanni can download it on one of his totally legal sites. But that's the thing is, it's like there's a lot of stuff that I've watched and enjoyed, but once again, we can't bring everything to the show. Dark City's another one that's hardcore sci-fi that I would just. That's another one that, I mean, with Willy Wonka coming out in 4K. 4th of July, I don't know. I think I'm going to be honest with you. I'm almost tempted to say we do 2 one-off episodes and release them. One being for The Patriot, one being for Gangs of New York. I mean, I don't really know any better combination for 4th of July unless you literally want to do movies that are like that god-awful Tom Cruise Born on the 4th of July or fucking Die Hard 4 that is literally set during 4th of July weekend. So, the Gangs of New York and the other one.
What's that one movie about Hustler?
Hustler.
Yeah, with
American?
Woody Harrelson. Is it Woody Harrelson? And fucking what's her name from Hull?
From what?
Nirvana, Kurt Cobain's ex-wife. What was it? Or Kurt Cobain's wife? Hustler, the fucking magazine, the Playboy. And
Oh,
shit.
that's the People versus Larry Flint.
Yeah.
I never saw it.
He likes to make that a fucking patriotic movie because that's what he was all about.
You having trouble hearing, Giovanni?
My headphones died.
Oh, okay. And he just tosses
just
the
threw 'em.
$200 wireless headphones. They hit his cat. His cat went screeching
What
into
happened,
the other room.
what happened to your earbuds?
Dead.
I know where they are. I'm too Puerto Rican to go over there and get them.
You've got like 95 fucking different headphones.
Giovanni, do you still drink that Malta shit?
I do. I'm drinking a beer though right now, but I do.
I remember when we were kids, you loved it, and I tried it, and I was like,
gross.
"What the fuck is this?" And you're like, "It's
Yeah.
sweet potato." It's like sweet.
It's potato juice with molasses. That's what it is.
Disgusting.
I liked it as a kid. I fucking hate it as an adult.
It literally tastes like you went to go eat a fucking pear that's gone bad. It's just bad. Like I remember as a kid, and
I'd rather.
Sam's Club sells it, and every time I walk by it, I'm like, "Fucking Giovanni." Like, ugh. Okay, so
I'd rather fucking drink fucking Puerto Rican moonshine than that shit.
I'd rather drink gasoline. At least it gets
Puerto
where
Rican
you-
moonshine. It's
Yeah,
about there.
Yeah. Apple pie. All right, so back to True Lies. Lewis, go ahead. Sorry, we literally went off on a weird tangent there.
Yeah, we never got there.
Oh no, there's one last cast member I didn't bring up. Eliza Dushku, who I had a crush on.
I hate
during this
her.
movie.
Hate her.
I hate her now. I hate her now. Very much hate her now.
No, what was the movie that Elijah Douchebag was in that she was cute in? Was it Bring It On? Bring It On is the only movie that, like.
Oh yeah, she was the head
Yeah.
cheerleader in that.
She was the only one that
Well,
was.
no, she was
worth
she
looking
was
at.
new- Yeah, she was a cheerleader.
But I didn't even. What was the movie? The show she was in?
Buffy and Dollhouse
She was.
and
Yeah.
Dollhouse, I think, is the one that I'm thinking of. Like,
Yeah.
I have never. I didn't like her, and like her character's a piece of shit in the movie. Just a thieving, like overall, just
Yeah.
terrible child. Like,
they made her look like she was fucking high all the time because she always had the bags under her eyes.
well, once
There was always
again,
dark circles.
what kind of? I mean, for one thing, what kind of little bitch throws away a gift that your father gives you after a trip?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
So when I-
by all context, he's an absent father, a neglectful father, but he seems to be a pretty loving dad considering his day job is murdering terrorists.
And because of his partner, he's a thoughtful father.
She
Well,
also
somewhat,
is in-
yeah.
She's in one of my favorite shitty horror movies, Wrong Turn, the first one.
Yeah.
The first Wrong
That's right.
Turn is not shitty, dude. Like, it's cheesy, but that movie's awesome. The movie's
remake
gory as
is
hell.
Not great.
Really? I like Wrong Turn 1. That movie was, like, abhorrently... That movie, in my opinion, came out at the right time because it was after House of a Thousand Corpses, but right around the same time as Devil's Rejects. And it was just... I mean, it had a good violence factor to it. I like that movie.
I have a question for you guys.
No.
So you guys are saying that you don't like Eliza Dushku.
Nope.
Is it because you're confusing her with fucking Alyssa Milano?
No.
Because
No,
she's
I just don't like
she's a
her.
fucking okay.
No, Alyssa
I'm trying to figure
Milano
out what-
is a moron. That's why I don't like her.
Yeah, she's become.
No, she's always been a moron. You mean to tell me
Intolerable.
you can watch Charmed and go, "Oh, this is great acting"?
She's-
Fuck out of here.
She's the heiress to Milano cookies.
That's not true at all.
I made that up.
Yeah,
that's not true at
That
all.
is
Sorry,
not a
guys.
real fact. She's gonna sue you.
Sorry.
I'm not a cookie.
How dare you say I have money in my life?
You're a fucking cookie. I'm gonna shave my head. To prove I'm not a cookie. Yeah, no, she's a cuckoo bird.
No, but I was just trying to figure out why you guys hate.
Tell me
Dushku.
she's like honestly, Giovanni, Alex, is Eliza Dushku likable in any role? Like likable.
Even in this one, and she was younger. Like as a kid, like she played a kid, and I'm like, I fucking hate you.
Like every role she's in, she's playing a live version of Daria. Every role she's in has this. I don't care about life.
Yeah.
I'm whatever. Even when she's playing supposed to be a badass hero, she's still got the like whatever. People might die if I don't save them. I just can't stand it.
Yeah, she plays a character because she was in Jay and Silent Bob. She was Sissy. She was that fucking shitty person.
She was okay in that one because it didn't require great acting.
But she played the
emotion very well.
No,
I mean, even in this movie, when she's trying to show emotion to Arnold, it's like
when Schwarzenegger outclasses you with his facial expressions, you're not a good actor. Literally, hold on. I farted too. Excuse me. Literally, when you're supposed to be hanging off of a jet plane, an F-15, and your face is like she's got the look on her face like, look what trouble I'm in. Like Schwarzenegger's like, I get you. Like he's over here like, hang on, Dana, and she's just like, I got it, Dad. And I just like, even when she's got the key and she puts it around her neck and she's like, stay away from me, you psycho. Like, tell me you thought that was good acting, and I'll call you a liar.
That's what I'm saying. She doesn't do emotion very well. She can't.
Yeah.
You can't take her seriously.
I've never, like, there's a couple roles she's tolerable in, but, like, Dushku's another one of those ones that I just will never be attracted to her as far as, like, wanting to watch things she's in.
So, before we talk about, like, the major plot of this movie, can we bring up that, essentially, Arnold's wife, or Harry's wife in this movie, is about to have an affair, and that's kind of... Which is, like, now that I watch it and think about it, I'm like, this really fucked up.
Well,
I don't know. Was she about to have an affair?
I'm gonna agree with Giovanni on this one. Is I like to think that no matter what happened, if they didn't bust in on them, she would have kicked them off regardless. Like, and stormed out. Like, I'd like to always think that.
She was looking for something more... I think eventually she would have...
Well,
would have gone there.
I like to think that she's a strong enough woman where she would have just divorced his ass.
Yeah.
Because I mean, in all fairness to her, he was a neglectful husband. His facade was boring. And it shows in the beginning where she's like, it's not. He's like, oh, that's okay. She's like, no, it's not. It's extortion. He's like, so what did you tell him? And she's like, slept with him. He said he'd knock $100 off, and he just kind of keeps going. Like,
you did a good job.
I really.
He tells her.
I don't think I've ever really paid attention to it, but watching it earlier, the scene where they kidnap her and they're interrogating her, like, I don't know, for whatever reason, this scene where she's kind of like, I just wanted to say I was there and I did it, and then the scene where he asks her if she still loves him, and I really got to give credit to Johnny Knoxville for this. Get it? Because they look alike. No, I give her credit because, like, that scene where he's like, do you still love your husband? And then you hear the weird, warped fucking Schwarzenegger in the room. She, like, immediately snaps up and is just like, there's no doubt. And that's why I also think, like, she wouldn't have actually, because when he asks her, she's down in the dumps, she's crying, and then it goes from that to, like, don't you ever fucking question if I love my husband. Like, it goes from almost like you've just insulted this woman because she dearly loves her family, which, all credit to her, man. She did a really, like, that scene in particular is like the one scene where you really get great acting chops out of her.
Well, she's, to her credit, her character in this movie, when she says what she says to him, she just wants attention from him. That's what it is.
And
I knew from the beginning she wasn't trying to cheat.
No, you see, I've always, as a kid, was like, no, she was this close to pushing him off of her, man. Because she was. Like, her legs were coming up, and she already pushed him off once. And what he comes back with, he's like, if you're not going to do it for me, do it for your country. Like, she's a smart...
question mark.
Like, that's the thing, is she was a smart woman. So, like, I feel that she would never... I think she would have gone home and tried to forget about that. Let's say he wasn't a secret agent that busted in on them. It would have been a very tear-filled drive home, a reevaluation of what the fuck she's doing in her life, and a recommitment, I think. Or you have it to where she goes, holy shit, this is my breaking moment, like, I gotta divorce him. Like, if I'm at this point, this is a problem. Like, and that's the other thing, is it's like, he's been an agent before they were together. And you guys caught the name of the agency, right?
Yeah, Omega. It's Omega Sector.
It's a fake. Yeah, it's Charleston Heston's the boss, which I like as the main boss.
lost his eye to the apes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I never felt she was going to cheat. And I really like the interrogation scene because it allows Jamie Lee Curtis to put a little bit more personality into that character. Because for the first half of the movie, they don't give her a whole lot. Even when she's starting with Simon, they start to show those scenes. She's still playing kind of the same, like, they got the nerdy glasses on her, and she's dressed, like a housewife that lives in Amish country. And then second half of the movie, and they do that because the second half of the movie is you literally get her dancing in a thong, and she kind of goes along with the ride for him. And but my question is, like, you don't ever question what, like, your husband is this giant steroid, and like you're still like, not to
he works
sound
at a software company, and this is what he looks like.
But I'm just gonna say this as a guy, right? You're his wife, right? He's ripped. Like, there's no, like, Bill Paxton is a slob compared to Arnold. There's things you do to your husband to get the attention. Just saying. Like, you can't tell, like, I understand it's the whole idea is she's emotionally cheating. It wouldn't happen. It's not real. Literally, Arnold had to impregnate a servant for Shriver to leave him. And she didn't leave him till a decade later. Just saying.
And I do understand that because the dance scene proves that she has it in her.
Yeah. And like, if you would have, that's the whole thing, right? Like, you're not getting attention from your husband. Had he come home from his computer job and you said, sit in that fucking chair in our bedroom, and you did that dance for him, he wouldn't give you the attention? I'm sorry. I don't believe it.
Maybe that's how they had their child, but then, now they have a child, so it's been different.
So, but that's the other thing that this movie I don't feel explores. Is it's all on Harry. The entire emotional issue in their relationship is on Harry's neglect being a secret agent. But they don't really go into how, like, she stopped trying. Because, like I said, had what happened later in the movie where she does the sexy dance for him, where he's like, I like when the guy's recording it and he's like, who is this for, Hattie? Like, he's just like, this is ridiculous. Like, but had she done that dance for him a year, months before, or done things like that, like I said, men are men. And when does he work out? When does he have time to build the guns? He's not pushing the slave thing in Conan. When is he working out? There's no gym scene in True Lies. I hate that in movies. The Rock is a steroid. Just one big bumpy fucking steroid. Not one workout scene in Hobbs and Shaw.
That's just how they look. They're just like
right, like he's like
I scratch my back, but I could fucking look like this all day long.
And this is literally the problem with Schwarzenegger movies too, and it's always been the problem. Is and Lewis has pointed out several times. Them trying to put him in any other role that isn't like I'm Schwarzenegger, kind of skews reality, because he doesn't work out ever in Jingle All the Way, but. And then once, and it's the same. The problem is, it's almost a stereotype they do on these big guys. Like at the end of Jingle All the Way, apparently she forgot her husband of however many years is rock solid muscle. It takes him to go into the goddamn Turbo Man suit for her to be like, Howard, like, are you kidding me? You see the man every day. I'm sure he showers while you piss or vice versa. Like, you don't know your husband's fucking Schwarzenegger ripped? Are you kidding me?
But is Twins the only movie that did that, where they showed Arnold actually still working out?
Twins
and what else?
I don't think he works out in. I mean, there's not really any movies he's working out in besides the scene in Twins, but that was only to prove that he was genetically superior and had all the advancements. I can't think of an action movie where it's like I have to go to the gym. I think in Sabotage he references it. Where he's like, I'm going to work out or some shit like that. But yeah.
Commando, where he's walking through the forest
with the logs.
That's technically a nature-based workout.
He's chopping wood.
Yeah, no, his movies, besides Conan, Twins references it. Basically, the principal and everybody's like, this guy's OT, and the single mothers are getting dehydrated when they see him. Like, that's basically the only references they make.
That's the problem with Arnold that me and Matt discussed is it's hard to make him look like a dweeb, a normal guy, like in Total Recall,
Yeah.
Like I work granted because of the pandemic, I'm working from home. I work in an office. If someone like Arnold sat down next to me at a cubicle, I'd look at him and be like, "Oh, fucking come on. Like really?
This guy's here, like I'm okay looking, but this guy's here? Like I'm not even married. I just don't want to be in the shadow of this fucking guy."
Yeah.
It is weird, yeah. Like, why do you look like that? Why do you have to be that big to sell computer things?
Yeah. That's why I love the computer industry as he's fucking tying his tie, and it's like, how is your wife so dumb? I do, and going back to Last Action Hero when it goes into like the character's real life, and he's like, "You think I'd marry somebody so stupid they couldn't tell it to me on the tape recorder?" And it's those, and that's why that movie's so great, because it plays on these tropes of he's clearly a big guy, he's clearly this, and that's why it's one of his most kind of revealing roles, because he that's me, I'm a goofball, like it's just him poking. There's always been, it's an issue Lewis and I have constantly, because it breaks the reality of like, when does he go to the gym? Like even Ted is like, you can't bench press your way out of this one. Ted is like sitting in his house in his picture window as Arnold comes home, and he's like, when does he work out? Does he have a total gym in the garage? I didn't see it when I was getting the Christmas lights. Like in real life, Ted doesn't look him in the eye because he's a weasel. It's just the truth. But back to True Lies. So one thing that this movie, the action, the way it's done, and like I said, it's one of the few movies to make Tom Arnold a legitimate, like, holy shit, he's kind of a serious, not tough guy, but tougher guy than your average guy in this movie. Between some of the dialogue and some things that happen with him, still a goofball, but not as dumb as McCall's Navy or the Stupids or Exit Wounds. Pick one Tom Arnold role you want to. So I enjoy that. The writing is on point. It's funny. The whole scene where he is talking to Bill Paxton, and Bill Paxton's, pair of titties, make you wanna, and then Schwarzenegger just clocked, and then next thing you know, he's like, he didn't talk,
Turns out it's a fucking
and
dream.
Paxton's got great lines too when he's speeding through. He's like, "Can you slow down, man? I'm still trying to pay for the dental work." Like he brings his awesome flair, and the writing's great, and and it's the actions. I mean, and the nice thing about this movie is you start out with an awesome action set piece of him going through the party, and then the shootout, and mostly his stunt doubles going down the hill.
The amazing stunt double in
yeah,
the snow.
Yeah, where the shadow is like, you could see the wig is like coming up this much. Like, do you think he was like watching movies like the premieres, right? And he's like, how come they can never get my goddamn hair? Every one of these goddamn stunt doubles, they look like goddamn Herman Munster. Why? Like, at some point he had to been like, I just, like, cut my goddamn hair off and make a wig of it. Like, at a certain point, because every stunt double, they, for whatever reason, Arnold's haircut is like, maybe he just cuts his own hair with scissors, and that's why they're all like, Arnold, what did you fucking do? We can't emulate this. Like, yeah, I don't.
That's not what we saw. That's not what we envisioned for you.
Yeah, the stunt doubles have always just you just can't do Arnold.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. And it sucks because in this movie, you notice him so much.
Especially in the beginning. The first 5 minutes is rough to watch because the wigs are bad. There's a shot where you see the molding on the face for like the fake nose and cheeks and shit they put on the guy. And it's I can believe that he's got a pistol and doesn't have to reload the entire trip down the mountain. But seeing the stunt doubles is just hard to take in. Like, James Cameron, make the fucking movie in Blu-ray and digitally get the guy's face on him. It's the I literally put our face in these fucking clips. You can do it in your movie. Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
but that's what they said with Conan, was they couldn't find somebody to play his stunt double. So Conan did all his own stunts during Conan.
Yeah, including punching.
Did I call Conan? Yeah.
And in this one, it was the opposite because Arnold was doing some stunts, but the horse riding scene, he almost died because the horse got spooked, and it almost knocked him off of a 90-foot drop. Yeah.
In what, Conan?
No, in this one.
Oh, so when he's on the roof? And that was the thing, when he's going through the hotel, you can tell a good amount of it's him, too.
Yeah.
Like, he's really on that horse.
Maybe that's why he punches animals, because they don't.
Oh, the poor camel. Dude, when I couldn't believe I watched that, and then I'm like, I wonder if he really hit that camel. And then the next shot, you see the camel kind of like, oh, fuck, and then it falls over, like, in just kind of like the off-center shot. You see its legs top, and I'm like, did he really punch the camel? And then Lewis confirmed it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in the 80s?
I laughed at that scene and immediately felt bad for laughing.
I felt bad when he kicked the dog, because it's literally the whole shot is their feet. It's just their feet, and the dog's in the way, and it's like, poof. He kicks it out of the way as he's walking. It's just their feet.
So when he filmed True Lies, he was already 47.
Yep.
Holy
But
shit.
you can tell movies that he went into certain training cycles for. Like, he's got a similar build in True Lies to Terminator. He's got a leaner build in Last Action Hero than either one of them.
Yeah.
But then in Eraser, he's bigger than what he was in Last Action Hero. So you can tell, like, the reason why his body changes so much is because he's a little bit like Vin Diesel. As in Vin Diesel's like, Dom looks like this, Riddick looks like this character, Triple X looks like this. And he's explained that Riddick is lean and more muscle lean. Dom is just more, kind of bigger, bulky muscle. And Triple X is more athletic. Yeah, well, basically Dom's, his body type is Corona. Not the virus, mind you, the beer. Yeah, he's drinking all day by a fire on a beach until he's got to go to space in a car. But Schwarzenegger's like that. You can tell, like, Terminator has a body. There's a certain body he had in mind for Terminator. There was a certain regiment. There was a certain regiment for Commando. There was a certain regiment for Recall. Predator, there was a certain regiment because he was working with food poisoning, a stomach bug, the heat, and they were all still working out. So, people don't really give him credit for it because he's always muscular, but he is one of those dudes that does fuck with his body a lot, or at least used to for these roles.
It's weird because he looks older in Terminator to me.
Than Last Action Hero?
He's kind of, yeah. And True Lies, he just appears older.
Well, he is older in True Lies by a couple of years than Last Action Hero. Because Last Action Hero and Terminator were like filmed back to back.
91?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. So, I mean, it's also how he's shot though, because he looks older in True Lies as well. It's almost like other movies wanted to make him via makeup and all that look younger, and Cameron wanted more of a middle-aged Schwarzenegger, and that's how he represented him. That's the other problem is, like, look at Predator and Running Man came out the same year. Look how differently he looks.
Yeah.
So like that's the thing is it's a weird. They basically were like, no, you're gonna look like this in this movie, and like I said, in Terminator 3, he got the same. He worked out so much and did the same regimen. He got up to the same bicep size as Terminator 2 a decade later when he's almost how old was he in like 03?
He would have been like 57.
Yeah, so he's
56.
He's 56 in 03. Still manages it to get the same bicep size from T2. If you haven't watched T2 in a while, he was decently built still back then. Quite well built. So, give the guy props. He knows, and I don't know if people don't talk about this part of Schwarzenegger anymore, but he knows the body. He knows the science of the muscle groups, and he knows the science of the exercises. And as he's aged, he's been a guy that's kept up with how do I build the muscle while aging. And frankly, he's probably on HGH along with Stallone and everybody else who's old still maintaining. Stephen Lang, I'm sure, is on some form of it. Those guys. You look at John Cena. You don't get older and get leaner and more muscular. That's not how it works. You're on John Cena, because he's no longer in wrestling, really, I guarantee you is on some form of human growth hormone, albeit steroids or HGH.
Yeah, you do that, or then you have people who don't work out but look super young, like Paul Rudd.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is Paul Rudd's never been like a beefy dude, but he's always been in good shape. Name me a movie where you've seen him where he isn't in decent shape.
him and Keanu though, it's like they don't fucking age.
Keanu Reeves is I love Keanu. I like Keanu for his respect to the Asian martial artists and the choreographers and what they do. I mean, the fact that
his smarts on life.
Well, the fact that by John Wick 3 you have half of the staff that worked on the raid basically, being stunt choreographers or extras or this bad guy. Yeah, no, I give him big props. I also, if you ever watch the videos of him training with the weapons,
yeah, I was about to say,
the guy's
he does an amazing job in those videos.
And like Alex said, he's just a good fucking person. He's one of those people that you want to succeed over and over because there's not a single negative story about the guy.
His acting can be fucking weird, but it's Keanu playing fucking Keanu, like Nick Cage plays Nick Cage.
I don't know if I'd call it weird. I mean, it really depends on what role you're looking at. Because if you want sci-fi, you've got Johnny Mnemonic. You've got
Wait a minute.
Matrix. Keanu Reeves is another one that's done kind of a vast everything from romantic comedies to sci-fi action to sci-fi drama to courtroom movie to Asian markets movies that didn't even really hit big in the United States. He did John Wick and then immediately did that. What was that kind of independent movie where he plays the guy who gets seduced by the girls and they end up torturing him and shit?
The two girls.
Shit,
yeah. So he's got a pretty eclectic, fucking movies that he's been in.
But he seems like another guy who kind of picks what he wants to do. Like, he easily could have been just, like, straight down to AAA garbage until he phased out.
But as we talk about, like, I so much prefer when the, like, who are we just talking about that chooses his roles? And you could, Nicolas Cage.
Yep.
Yeah.
When he went from when he did Ghost Rider and realized, okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing these roles. These are roles for a different type of younger, maybe sort of guy. And then started reading scripts and being more open to these weird ones. And like Willy's Wonderland, you could tell he's enjoying what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Mandy, I mean, frankly, I would make the argument that Mandy is one of his best acted roles ever.
Yeah, I love Mandy.
And it's so late in his career. Like, yeah, you have movies like Mom and Dad that are just fucking dumb and goofy. But he's not. It's just like I said. If Schwarzenegger needs to be given the opportunity to get either roles that he really enjoys, or they need to throw him in a movie you wouldn't expect him to be in, a drama that has some sort of Oscar contention. I think if he were to figure out how to get into one of those style roles, he would boom again. And it's a little unfair because he's now relegated to like, oh, you're on the shelf, 80s action star, and I hate that. I really do, because he's an idol of mine. So it's like the fact that he's sitting on the shelf. That's why this spy series he's supposed to be in is so exciting. That's why if he's got any, I don't give a fuck what it is at this point. I'm at least going to give it a shot. And once again, if you haven't seen Expendables, his roles in 1 and 2 are amazing. Number 2, he's in quite a bit of the movie, and he's funny, and it's Schwarzenegger to the extreme. Like that. Yeah. Like that's the thing is like, look at guys like Stallone and Schwarzenegger as wrestling stars, right? Their gimmick becomes what they are in the movie. And the gimmick is just an exaggerated version of themselves. That's why people love them, because it's so authentic. And that's why when, Arnold Schwarzenegger has catchphrases and his movies are consistently the same sort of, you get Arnold. Doesn't matter what movie you're in, you're going to get Arnold. Unless you're talking about Maggie or that plain one dramas he did that I didn't really dig. Maggie was okay. It was just kind of boring. Anything else you guys want to say about True Lies? I mean, we were talking about the action set pieces. One of my favorite is the chase scene through the mall and the bathroom. Yeah. I love the Mission Impossible 6 bathroom fight scene, but True Lies still is a better scene to me.
That's another series I still need to watch more of.
That poor old man.
I've seen them all.
You don't need to watch number 2.
The last one.
The last one with Henry Cavill is actually pretty decent. The problem with Mission Impossible movies is it's getting to the point of the old school movies where it's like, this is like Mission Impossible is another Fast and the Furious-esque franchise, except the ridiculousness that you see in it, Tom Cruise is actually doing. Like the scene where the scene where he's hanging off of the side of a plane as it goes off. you know, you got to give props to that guy, whether I mean, frankly, he's a cuckoo. But he does produce some wild shit. For his age, he's doing some ballsy shit. I mean, considering he learned to fly an F-15 for the new Top Gun movie, once again, a movie I'm not going to see. But the new Top Gun movie, well, he's another one that's going to have to apologize to China because they funded half that fucking movie too. Look at that, an American military movie halfly funded by fucking China to the point where the Chinese patch is now on the arm. No, thank you. I'm tired of bowing down to things. Like, that's why I'm okay with Hollywood burning, because it's like nobody cares about the consumer. Nobody cares what you want. It's only what's going to make them money nowadays. And that's when Lewis and I talk about like the new Conjuring and how commercial it is. It's to the point where, like, back in the day, these movies were commercially censored, and now they're just commercially tone deaf. Where you're no longer it's almost like you have a bunch of people who love chocolate, but you have a few more people that say they love vanilla, so you only do vanilla. You say, yeah, I know, but vanilla kind of everybody can eat. You yourself said you would eat vanilla if chocolate's not there. So we're just going to give everybody vanilla and you're going to enjoy it. And that's where a lot of the industry's at right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel about a lot of AAA movies. Like, I'm sure I'll enjoy it, but I gravitate more towards the indie, like the projects that are actors who are choosing it just because they want to do it. Subject matter that people might not like, but they're like, fuck it, we're gonna do it anyways. And that was 80s movies and action movies in a nutshell. That's why a lot of the shit you can't do nowadays, you can't have these 80s action stars nowadays. I mean, I can't think of anyone that's like that. I mean, really, you have like the Marvel movie people that are like the iconic.
Yeah.
But it's also structured and very like delicate and easy and very like watch what you're doing and what you say and presentation.
Well, not that, but they're force feeding too. I mean, for whatever reason, Hollywood and media,
given a script.
They really want you to like Brie Larson. Like, for whatever reason, the media pushes Brie Larson. Like, every day there's an art like, oh my God, Brie Larson, did a video about her workout routine, getting ready. And it's just like, they're trying so hard for people to like that woman. Not even her fucking co-stars like her.
Yeah, she's shit to work with.
Like, just see you next Tuesday. It is what it is. Like, so I'm getting tired of being force-fed. Like, not only that, but every movie that comes out, there's a new cause that's offended by it. God forbid you make a movie about a cop who isn't a racist pig who murders people. Like, it's just insanity, because it's this idea of like, who is running the movie industry, and why aren't they listening to what people want? Because I guarantee the vast majority of people aren't the people that are the Karens of the world. The vast majority of the people just want to see a movie, enjoy themselves for 2 hours, and fucking go home. Or if they're streaming it, go to bed. Like, it's become, the whole industry is so politicized that it's no longer fun. They've stripped
supposed to escape from reality.
Yeah.
And we're fucking not.
And you can't, because every movie you want to go see is like, oh, they fired an actor I liked because he said something. Or the script was rewritten because...
No, he allegedly said something. They didn't prove it yet.
Yeah,
so he was fired before they could prove what he did.
Or the script was rewritten because Michelle Rodriguez didn't feel there was enough female influence. I'm tired of letting actors dictate the movies. Like, at a certain point in Hollywood, it was, here's our writers, here's our directors, here's our producers, here's the actor. You don't like it? If you're anything below a mega $1 million person bringing money in the industry, you were told, fuck you, if you don't like the lines, go home. Nowadays, it's like, well, I told them I wasn't going to... If I'm Justin Lin, and I'm directing Fast and Furious 17, and I don't give a shit if it's Michelle Rodriguez, The Rock, well, maybe not The Rock, but any of them, where they're like, well, I'm not going to be in it if you don't write it, then you're not going to be in it. I don't need you as much as you need this role. What else have you done, Michelle Rodriguez, besides that weird movie about the transgender assassin? Not even joking. That's what I don't understand why we give so much credence to what these fucking actors think. Like, why? I don't care. You're not important to me.
I think it's because now in our generation, it's like everyone's a star is essentially what it's come to.
Participation.
I just don't agree.
It's the participation award thing.
Like, I mean, we're doing this. I stream. Like, we're struggling to try to get exposure, and it's like, literally, if I was a hot woman willing to show my tits off on Twitch, I'd have thousands of followers in a hot tub, because now, that's all good. If you're in a body of water,
you get your own category now.
Like, that's the thing is, and it was that whole situation was exactly what I said it was. And I called it from the day one that the advertisers was like, I don't want fucking Nickelodeon advertising being on this sort of content. That's why everybody's fuck Twitch. No. They're a slave to someone else too. It's called industry. We're in this world now where the industry has to conform to me. I should be able to do. Well, why? You're employed by somebody. Why? And I hate to bring this up, but we have this culture where it's the same people who state that bakeries who don't want to bake cakes they don't want to bake should have to are the same people that are saying, well, MGM Grant, they're a movie industry. It's you're their employee. They can do whatever they want with you. NBC can fire you. And once again, that's the same problem I've had over and over is the double standard of it's insane. Where it's, I agree with that if they agree with me. And frankly, I don't agree with anything from anybody. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you're a fucking cuckoo, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with myself a lot of the times. I still don't know what's going to take first in my head tonight. I mean, the whole time we've been talking, I'm still in my head like, I don't know. True Lies is just, but then Terminator is it's like six voices are going off.
I think of Arnold's movies. True Lies was actually a Oscar nominee for visual effects. It lost to Forrest Gump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It literally lost to Forrest Gump because of the superimposed scenes. Are you kidding me?
What was visual effects that he had?
Oh, and
Forrest Gump.
It's full of them.
CGI legs.
Really?
No, you gotta remember, Forrest Gump is full of them because they put him back in like when he meets Nixon.
Okay,
or Kennedy. Kennedy.
The guy who plays Lieutenant Dan never.
I met
actually
the
had
president
legs.
for a second time.
Well, no, that's another thing is like he literally, if you look at the behind the scenes, he's wearing green fucking green screen things on the bottom half. You have the scene where they're on the Capitol for the Vietnam protest. There is a lot of visual effects in that movie. Like, look at the Vietnam scene. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in that movie, so I guess I can kind of understand.
And then something bit me.
Yeah. I do. I know. I don't think Lewis likes that movie, right?
I'm not the biggest fan of it.
I don't like that movie.
I do.
There's so many problems with it. His girlfriend pretty much takes advantage of him sexually.
Oh, she's a terrible human
really
being, and then
weird.
comes back with like hepatitis C or some shit.
She's a garbage person.
But True Lies. Now, I have an interesting story about this movie, and watching it again today has only reinforced it. I had a doctor that looked exactly like the torture guy with the white. With the white. I did. Looked exactly like him, right? Talked like him. Today, I believe it is him. Because as I'm watching it in the movie, and the doctor told me this one day when he was like, you need to, get your blood sugar better or else you're going to be diabetic. He told me, I was like, yeah, I'm blah, blah, blah. I said whatever I said. And he goes, denial isn't only in Egypt and river, or a river in Egypt. He told me that. And then in this fucking movie, when he's talking to him about his wife cheating on him, he gives him the line of denial's not only a river in Egypt. I am convinced my former doctor was this fucking guy. He looked and sounded just, and then I never heard that line in the movie. Now I'm like, this is too much of a coincidence. No. So I'm pretty sure my doctor was the torturer from True Lies.
Oh boy.
Anybody want to talk about any notable scenes? Anything else they want to say about True Lies?
Yeah, the scene. My favorite scene in this movie is the limo scene with Jamie Lee Curtis.
The bridge is out!
Yeah. Actually, when she gets lifted out of the vehicle, that's really Jamie Lee Curtis. She wanted to do the stuff herself.
Ballsy.
She's like, I survived Michael Myers. I could survive this fucking limousine.
Yeah. Oh shit! I survived 6 movies of them.
No, the movie has a bunch of really cool set pieces. The ending scene with the jet, I remember that was so fucking cool seeing that
still so
for the
cool.
first time.
It's just the idea that this guy like is so boring, but in real life he knows how to pilot an F-15. He in the beginning of the movie
Which he hasn't flown in 10 years.
Yeah, but he hasn't done it. It shows his stealthiness. Like I found a script draft, and I'll share it with you guys. In the script that James Cameron had written, he talks about like Harry moves through kind of like a ninja going through the shadows as he narrates. He wrote the script like a book, and I'll share it with you guys. It's really interesting to read how he like basically in the script he wrote that Harry Tasker was like a stealthy dude. So you got to wonder if Schwarzenegger was his first thought. Because I feel like the way I was kind of reading the script was maybe it was meant for a smaller dude who is more, literally in the draft it talks about like he moves ninja-like. So I got to wonder when this, I would love to know the timeline of when it was written, how the casting came to be and all that stuff.
We've seen Ninja Schwarzenegger in a racer.
Yeah.
What the fucking...
Like, I'm just going to say this again. Hey, Julian. If anybody's ever been into a kitchen past midnight when everybody else is sleeping and tried to tiptoe, and then, like, you open the microwave and it's like a bomb went off. The buttons are like alarm sounds, each one you press. Meanwhile, Schwarzenegger breaks a dude's neck in a freezer, and they're like, "You hear something?"
He actually uses the freezer door to break his fucking
like,
neck. And,
you hear everything at that time of night. I don't give a fuck what's going on.
One of the funniest scenes I found in this movie was Tom Arnold when he's getting shot and he fucking hides behind the light pole. And then he goes and he starts checking himself. He checks his ass and his balls and he kisses the pole. And he's like, he starts running again. That's one of the funniest scenes I found from this.
One of the scenes I've always liked on it too was when he goes to jump off with the horse. And the horse backs out, and he's like, "What kind of cop are you? What are you doing? Like, we could have made it." Like, there's that's the same type of last action here. Yeah. Like, that whole scene's awesome though. The fact that like he comes in with the horse and they kind of look at him like, "What the fuck?" I haven't confirmed this, but the guy playing the saxophone looked an awful lot like Bryce from Running Man. I don't think it's him, but it looks a lot like him at least.
I can't get over the fucking terrible villains in Running Man. They're just all out of shape.
Yeah, but the funny thing about it is it's also like in that movie, he even calls it out like, "Come here, Christmas tree, light bulb!" Like, they were like, go ahead and rip on him. Like, you gotta wonder if Schwarzenegger first saw him and he's like, "It looks like a fucking Christmas tree."
You guys, one of you made that comment last week, though, that it kind of like light bulb in my head, like that the fucking heroes, they call them, like they've done this thing for so long that there probably was Alex, like a cool young version of them, and now they're just like all kind of washed out.
Yeah, they were on a rating slump. Not really a rating slump, but they've been on a roll of the heroes always winning because they couldn't get anybody to challenge them.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a prequel that like kind of touches of like right before the Running Man was made, of how bad the country was,
how society
and then it shows the inception of Running Man, of like the prison systems are overrun.
That would be fucking cool.
I would love, like, don't get me wrong, as much as I'd like to see that story play out, it would be cool if it's a completely separate character, but it's like the beginning of the Running Man. Like, I hate to go this way, but maybe you make it a little bit more Hunger Games style, where in the beginning it was just as much about surviving as it was fighting off your other inmates. Something like that. But I think a prequel would be really neat for that, as opposed to doing, because I mean, how do you can't do a sequel without bringing back, everything. I think the guy from Bee Gees is dead, or what's his face? No, is he still alive from
Barry Gibbs?
Yeah. No, but he's not in it. No, it's the guy from that other fucking
also known as my grandfather from the 70s.
No, what it's the guy with Stevie Nicks as the singer.
Oh, Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, it's him.
Nick.
Yeah, is he still alive? Jen and I saw
them
live, and I couldn't believe it. So we're in the concert, and all of the young girls are dressed just like Stevie Nicks. And I had a weird thought, right? So Stevie Nicks isn't young; she's an old witch, but she's not young. And you're having these dudes go into these concerts with their adult daughters and their wives. And Stevie Nicks is always dressed the weird way she dresses. So imagine being an old dude who is going to a concert with your wife and daughter. Your daughter looks a lot like your wife did at that age. She's dressed in the same weird shit, kind of like, it's got to be a weird thing to be like, oh, God damn it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they all, like, you walk into the show and it's like all of these women, these 20-something-year-olds that only heard of Stevie Nicks because of their mother, are like, they look exactly like what attracted you to your wife, and you're just kind of like, what the fuck just happened? Like, you got to have a weird flashback to the 70s and have a weird, like, my daughter looks just like that. Like, there's got to be a weird, like, I don't know if I support this anymore.
Then and you're like, my daughter looks like Stevie Nicks, and Stevie Nicks slept with everyone in that band probably several times.
I would imagine there was literally a Fleetwood Mac orgy room.
Probably.
Jen really loves Fleetwood Mac. Now, one of the scenes that I don't, in True Lies, that is so badass, but I don't really think it's real or could possibly be real, is when he does the flamethrower. Like, and he just Uzis it, and it's like...
He lights it with the Uzi.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how it works. Like, I feel like if you did that, you would just blow up. Like, you wouldn't necessarily, like, create a flamethrower. You may just have some weird...
it would just explode.
It would have some weird backfire into the tube and then go into the tank, and you'd be bits and pieces of Harry Tasker.
No, I can't recall. Does Arnold smoke a cigar in this movie at all?
I did not see one, no. Yeah, he did try to smoke a cigarette and he coughs. So no, he didn't smoke a cigar.
Yeah, it's not a smoker
No
in
cigar.
this movie. Yeah, I think when he's like, what is what's his face's response to that? He's like, dickhead.
Amateur.
He calls him
dickhead.
dickhead.
Calls him amateur.
He's like, dickhead when he's coughing. He's like, blow me. The whole camera and the sunglasses thing is awesome. How it saves him in the bathroom fight. Like, you know, and then, I don't know why, but in the bathroom fight, the one scene that is stuck in my head and always has been is like, when they break the toilet and the guy pulls out the knife and he's like, come on. Like, he's not even saying words. He's just like grunting and making movements. He's trying to say like, come on, but the water's hitting him in his face. And like the actor just, so he comes out to like, come on. Like,
in every action movie, when someone gets their face smashed into the urinal or sink and it breaks, it just makes me cringe. Like, that would fucking hurt so bad.
Yeah. I mean, also, he literally rips a hand dryer off the wall. Yeah. Like, you do get bits and pieces of, like, classic Arnold, where he's just, like, rips it out, uses it as a weapon. The one-liners after he puts him in the urinal, and he's like, cool off. You know, like, also when he
apologizes.
What's his face comes in and shoots all the stall doors. Watching it at this age, I was kind of like, that was more than 50 rounds. And that's not a banana clip. The most that would have been is like 20 to 30 rounds in that clip. I'm just like looking at the holes, like, I was tempted to pause it, and the OCD was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, there, you know, I was almost like, that's fake, James Cameron, way fake.
See, but that's because you're a gun guy. My initial thought is, what if you're just taking a shit?
What? Yeah, what?
Like the old man, the old man that was on the other side.
Yeah, it's modern time, and like
guy.
some hipsters playing Candy Crush and just takes one to the fucking dome. That's why you don't go on your phones in public bathrooms, people. Always be aware. Might be a gunfight.
You don't use public bathrooms. You don't shit in there.
I don't have that big. Like, if I gotta go, man, I go.
Yeah, if I gotta go, it's an emergency.
Like, yeah, like, here's the thing. I will avoid going in public spaces as much as possible. But if it's at that point where your day is either going to be suffering because you haven't gone, or 5 minutes later you can feel relief, just go into I'm going to the bathroom. I'm sorry. Like, we had the discussion, I think, last week. I'll shit with doors open. I don't care.
Yeah, same.
I do it all the time because of the dogs, because I can't trust them because they'll eat something.
My son opens our doors and just hangs out on the bathroom while we try to use the bathroom. It's weird, but it's part of being a dad.
I don't have kids, but my dogs, if I don't close the door all the way, my little dog, or Yoshi, will headbutt the door and open it and come in and be like, "You're shitting, huh?" Like, he just looks at you like, "What do you want to do?" And it's like, "I want to shit. That's why I'm here." But yeah, what were you even talking about? Oh yeah, the bathroom scene. Which leads to the chase scene, which is awesome. When we were talking about that awesome, he rips the officer off the horse, though.
Yeah,
and like I think he says sorry.
He says,
like,
I'm gonna commandeer this for what is it?
A federal officer in pursuit or something like that.
Yeah, and then he fucking yanks him off the fucking horse.
And then within that like 5 minutes, he's like sorry. Like every like couple seconds, he's pissing somebody off.
Or the old couple in the elevator. Nice horse.
Yeah.
The wife's getting hit with the tail.
Yeah. That whole scene, that's one of the best action scenes. The end island, or the close to the end island scene, when he gives her the gun and the recoil, she drops it and then bounces and takes out fucking 5 different dudes. Yeah, that whole scene's awesome.
She just gets up like.
Yeah, the problem I have with that scene is they fire back at her and she runs out of the building. If she would have just ran to some cover, 2 seconds later he murders both of them. But then again, if they would have been together in the next scene, she probably would have been a toasted marshmallow. So.
Yeah.
You know, they had to kind of divert it. And then I also find it funny when they get on the plane and he's trying to be like, oh, let the hooker go. And she's like, hooker, huh? Where did I get this? Where did I get this? And she shows, like, I think her role is great. And it kind of like she goes from, like, the woman who's close to cheating to, like, no, he's my man, bitch. You know, and then gives her the nice slap with the ring on it. My mom slapped me in the face with her ring flipped inward once and left a gash across my cheek. And when I remember as a kid watching that and being like rubbing the old wound of like, my little Disney twinkle in my eye that died over the years. All right. Do you guys want to attempt any recasting on this one? I know Last Action Hero, we were kind of just happy with who's in it. What about this one?
So
I can't think of anything.
Well, I had someone for this movie way before even when we thought about doing recast. It is Mel Gibson. It is. I've been saving him for this fucking movie because he can play the nice guy. He can play the deranged guy. I think he would be perfect for this fucking movie. I don't know who would be his opposite as Jamie Lee Curtis, but
the smaller action guys, I think, could fit this role. You don't have to have a big guy for True Lies.
I feel like maybe the smaller ones actually might have fit the role a little better.
With that said, though, this movie is definitely made for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like.
I mean, I don't know, because it's like, how do you judge it? Like, I mean, there's the easy one, which is always The Rock. There's the easy one, which is always John Cena, because John Cena is nothing but a wannabe Schwarzenegger.
Excuse me, you guys. Okay, if I cut out real quick for a second, I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
Yeah, good.
All right, thanks.
Mel Gibson hasn't been in a movie with Arnold, has he?
Yeah, Expendables 2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mel Gibson's the bad guy. Expendables 1, maybe? It's the first movie. They weren't in any scenes together, but he's the villain in the first one, and Schwarzenegger has like a cameo in that one. Number 2, he's actually got some scenes in. Number 1, it's more like he shows up and him and like Stallone have like a bidding war on the mission, and I think Schwarzenegger has a line like, "Give it to him. He likes running through the jungle." And I think it was always kind of a reference to the hard like filming of Predator. That like Schwarzenegger's like, you know, like what was the last movie he was in a jungle besides Predator? Or any sort of tropical environment. So I don't think Schwarzenegger loves heat.
I would definitely do Mel Gibson as Harry Tasker. I don't know if I don't know. Jamie Lee Curtis is such a badass in this movie.
Yeah, she's really good.
Who else can be in that role?
Well, the problem is you can't say an easy one of like Samara Weaving because she's far too young.
Yeah.
So like,
it'd have to be someone near that age.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm tempted to say a Margot Robbie, but even then, I think she's overrated.
Also a little too young.
Yeah, she's also pretty young. I mean, who else would you get that's in the roughly? I mean, Lena Headey from Game of Thrones.
Okay.
AKA Sarah Connor in the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I think she would do all right.
They definitely have to have a mom look to them.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, Kate Beckinsale at this point would maybe work in that role. She's got kids in real life, so like she is a mom. She's another one that's all about the women empowerment, fucking younger dudes.
Is she Underworld lady?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's in the Young Boys. She's weird.
Yeah, she's another weird one. Ever since she got divorced from the director of those movies, it was like full on. She's scoping out fucking junior highs.
All right, recast the director
of True Lies.
Mila Jovovich's husband. And Mila. No, I'm just fucking with you.
But I'm like, how am I gonna fit her in there?
Jen stinks, man. Did I miss any good recasts?
I don't want to see Mila. I don't want to see Mila Jovovich in another movie.
Ooh.
Period. Let alone this movie. As the main character. They want to recast her with for
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
Oh.
And her husband's directing.
Ouch.
He's actually not a bad action set piece director, though. I mean, in all fairness to him.
No, he's not, but he's like Rob Zombie. Stop hiring your fucking wife to be in all your projects. Just stop.
Now she's already getting money out of your paycheck. Why are you going to give her...
Not only that, but use a different CG company. His later movies, the CG was shit. Like,
dude, I watched half an hour of Monster Hunter, and as soon as I saw Ron Perlman...
You sent me that photo, and I'm like, is this a real movie?
I gotta turn this off.
This is not an SNL skit?
Like, you bought it?
No.
Okay.
No, Shay brought it home from the library.
Okay.
She never brings me home Blu-rays. Never. Never, never, never. She brings home that fucking movie on Blu-ray.
Wait, what was the one she confused at one time? She brought you...
Oh, the reboot of the Texas Chainsaw?
Oh, no. Blair Witch.
Yeah, you asked for the Blair Witch. She brought you the...
Blair Witch, yeah, she brought you the remake, or the reboot.
Yeah. And she's like, this is the same thing, right? And I was just like, just fucking kill me now. Like,
I have failed you.
Same thing as far as same name. That's about it.
Yeah. See, I think so. Jen
I gotta give it to my wife though. She tries.
Jen's watched most of the Arnold movies. I think she's seen all of them at this point. And the only one she's really hated was Conan. She did not like Conan at all. Like, she was just like, I watched it once, and I don't think I ever watched it again.
I still think Conan is a good movie. It's not an Arnold movie, though. It's not.
No, I understand. Like, if you're into the fantasy aspect, it's a good fantasy movie. Like a fantasy Dungeons and Dragons feely kind of movie. Because it's in that age, it's in that period, you know.
I would have liked that movie more if, like, Lou Ferrigno was in it.
Ooh.
Simply because
the movie much dialogue though, because he wasn't very good at getting his dialogue.
There wasn't
a
ton of dialogue.
You don't
Conan
need that
either.
from Conan, really.
Like, if you went a more serious, like, the thing about Conan is it's actually a really good '80s bloody action movie. It is. It's a good hardcore violent '80s action film. It's just when you're rating them on like 1 to 10 of Arnold, it's not much of an Arnold movie. Like, you see the beginnings of what Arnold's going to become in that movie, and you know, like, okay, this guy's going to do something, but you don't see Arnold Schwarzenegger of '87 in Conan.
But can Lou Ferrigno grow those luscious locks that Arnold had? Probably not.
He's Italian.
They're too curly.
Yeah, you might be right. He looks like fucking Danny Zuko. Oh, 2 hands up, baby.
You had to squeeze that in there, huh?
I do. All right. Yeah, I think if there's, I'm trying to just rack my brain because there's, I take mental notes, and unless I've seen the movie so many times in this case, like, I don't need to take really physical notes on it. But I love this movie. I think it's clearly, obviously, one of his best. I'm just gonna jump the gun and say, and you guys could, if you still got more to say about the movie, please do. But my score is clearly a 10. I think this is. It's hard to put it in terms. I think this is one of his, clearly not only one of the best Arnold movies, it's one of Cameron's best movies. Like, I know everybody loves Avatar, but the movie is just so well rounded. The writing, the action, the comedy, the chemistry, everything. Just it's almost like you have a 1,000-piece puzzle that you put together like butter. And every piece you pull out is the next piece you fucking need. That's what this movie is. There's not a single scene, besides maybe the not weird, but the dance scene. When I'm a kid, it's like, ha ha ha. When I'm this age, it's like, you want to skip this scene? Okay. Once again, I've kind of fallen out of the love for nudity and shit like this. I think when I watch that scene nowadays, it's just more cringe for me. Because it's a great scene in that it's her trying to be sexy, but she's a housewife. So you have her fall, she hits the deck and he has that like worried look on his face. Like and it goes from her being awkward to her kind of getting into it. And then it goes to her kicking her clearly what's her husband in the stomach and not realizing it's him. But that's really the only scene in the movie where I kind of like it drags a little bit. And fortunately, Cameron knew that, so literally the next scene is them getting kidnapped.
So she's also in some fucking amazing shape though.
Oh,
for being just a housewife.
Yeah,
that fucking works in an office and comes home and cooks and cleans.
Well, only in Hollywood can they show a completely boring housewife, and then by ripping fabric off and throwing flower water in your hair, does she become the sexy version. Only Hollywood does that work. In real life, they just
impossible people.
Like in real life, like the makeup is running, the mascara, the water has dripped down too much. She looks like she got caught in a rainstorm, not trying to be sexy. The fabric doesn't rip properly, and she ends up having tears here and there. Like that's real life. In the movies, I even asked Jenna, I was like, "Is there any real dresses where you just tear shit off of?" And she's like, the fabric's thin. Like, she tried to kind of give it a little credence, but I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Like, name me an article of clothing that you have where you can just rip a sleeve off and it'll be nice and even, and like, it doesn't work that way. Clothing is not designed to just tear away.
Yeah.
I'll go next. Obviously, this is a 10 out of 10 for me. Everything in this movie kind of works. I think it's all around Arnold's best acting as far as like the serious, the comedy beats, the action. I think this is probably his best acting in a movie. And again, I don't think you get a movie like this without all of the silly, goofy. I don't think you get this without Commando. You wouldn't get this version of Arnold.
Well, it's also possibly his coolest character because, like, literally throughout the movie, he's slaughtering dudes wholesale, and he's as cool as a cucumber. Like in the beginning, when he goes down the hill and he goes to get in the van, he's like, "Could you please back up? Excuse me." And then he shoots the two guys coming down. Like everything he does in this movie is just like it's flawless for him. Like besides the end of the movie when he actually takes a little bit of damage, everything he does, there's just like his character in this is so confident and like it's the coolest character he's ever played besides maybe Terminator, because what's cooler than fucking Terminator?
He's the most honest during the sodium pentothal fucking when he gets the truth serum.
Are we gonna die? Yep. Have you ever killed anybody? Yeah, but they're all bad.
I think if Cameron approached him 5 years, 10 years before to do this movie, I don't think you'd get this like him Arnold at his peak with his acting.
I mean, I'd argue you wouldn't get the same Cameron.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, this is definitely a 10 for me.
You want to go, Javon?
All right, twins. It's your guys' answers.
So again, I like a lot of Arnold sci-fi movies more so, but I will agree that this is definitely a 10 out of 10. This movie, like I said to Matt, was built for Arnold.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Like I know we can recast, we can do all the things, but his from his accent to his age, honestly, to his
late 40s to be in that kind of shape, man.
And really, all three of the movies are kind of like they don't work without him.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and when you talked about like 10 years earlier, I just think he wouldn't have had the proper look 10 years earlier. In this one, he looks right for the scene. He's a father. He's been in the business for a long time. You know what I mean? Like
he needed to be more of a matured person to be in this role. Like he needs to be the late 40s Arnold.
He would have started being a spy like in his 29 years old.
Well, it's seven. No, he was a spy for 17 years. He said. So if he's 47, let's say, he's been a spy since he was 30, which means, and this is once again why a prequel wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to even this movie, which means if he was started being a spy at 30, he was in the military before that, and because you don't just become a combat spy, like you have a background.
That's what I was saying in his late 20s, because he still has to go into army, he still has to, and then probably from the army he went into this. That's what I was saying. Like in his late 20s, he would have started becoming a spy.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is like, say what you want about Arnold, but tell me a movie where like. If people like Arnold in a movie, ask them if they want a sequel, and I guarantee you, like they're gonna be like, I don't know if that's Junior. Only if it's only if it's the same cast, but when he has the baby's Danny DeVito.
Oh no!
Only way that would work.
That's terrible.
Oh, you know what we'll do is we'll do Junior too, but this time it's a black baby. What the fuck? How did you get in there?
That's gonna be triplets.
How did this happen? Am I black? No, you're not. You're not black, Arnold. Are you sure? I read the script. You're not black, Arnold. Okay.
Alex, what about you? What about you?
I agree with everybody. It is a 10. I really like fucking True Lies, and
perfect. It's just such a good movie.
Yeah, it is. It is fucking great. And I watch this every fucking time it's on TV. Even if it's on fucking network TV, I watch it just to fucking get, you know.
And whatever time you have, like me too. If I come across it and whatever time I have to just sit there, like if I'm cooking dinner's burning because all of a sudden I'm watching fucking True Lies. Like it is one of those movies where I agree with you 100%. If it's on, I watch it.
Yeah, and there's no denying that he is the best version of Arnold in this, because he can act, he can, even his enunciation of words, it doesn't sound like his earlier version of himself, you know.
Yeah, he can do the tango.
Yeah,
he can do the tango.
And one of my favorite lines of that is Tom Arnold. You got ditch the bitch. I love that line in the beginning.
The other thing I like is when he tells him, he's like, I know what you did. He's like, what? I'm crystal. What do you mean? I'm crystal clear.
I'm clean as a preacher's sheets.
Yeah, he goes. Remember the time you blew an assignment because you were getting a blowjob? And he's like,
you knew about that, huh?
You knew about that?
Like Arnold just.
Like, all right, let's go.
And then there's so many and that's the other thing is people don't talk about this movie enough because they haven't done anything with it. No re-releases, no Blu-rays, no special editions. You got a shitty DVD or the fucked up cable transfer that's on Amazon Prime every now and then. So nobody talks about it. And there's all these the chemistry between him and Arnold. They're actual friends in real life.
Yeah.
And it's just it's just I don't know. There's something about it, like everything in every element of this movie works together well.
You know why they haven't done anything is because they fucking edited with fucking Windows 3.1.
What?
At the beginning when he's hacking into the computer,
any movie
shows up with Windows 3.1.
I can't take any part in any movie Arnold's in where he's breaking into computers. Like if there's a movie where he's
his big meatball fingers.
Yeah, dude, I'm just out. Like anything that has to do with technology and Arnold, I'm like, no, that doesn't work. Have him lift some fucking weights. Like, not to be a dick, not to shoehorn him into the role, but like, I can buy Arnold as a hacker maybe slightly more than Angelina Jolie.
I can buy him more as a hacker than Stallone.
Well, okay. But look at Eraser. Like literally, he's hacking into the computer 1 second, right? And then the next second is they're erasing the goddamn disc, and he's breaking it with his gun. Like it literally goes from sophisticated to caveman in 30 seconds. That's the real Arnold. Like the real Arnold's at home, and his Dell stops working. He's like, God damn it! And he like punches it. And he's like, the internet's too slow. Like that's the real life Arnold. Yeah. Or he just unplugs it and whips it out the top floor balcony of his house. Like, get the new one at Best Buy.
Do you think when he wants to watch a movie, he just yells at his kids like, make the box work?
No, what they did was they set his whole house.
Says 12 o'clock all the time.
They set his whole house up with like Alexa or Siri. He's like, Alexa, running through his house. Turn the heat on. It's cold. Alexa's like, no problem, Mr. Schwarzenegger. That's right. The bad guys are in there.
I like to think that Alexa can't pick up his Austrian accent, so it's just him yelling at it the whole day.
They trick him, and they didn't even buy him an Alexa. They're just like, no, say it, and they're just like filming him behind the scenes. He's like, Alexa, this bitch never listens to me.
Like Barry from Big Bang Theory.
Never
when
watched
he fucking gets his Siri phone, and he says the fucking audio mechanic sucks because it can't recognize it. And he says, Stewie, call Mel, like he can't see.
Yeah.
I've never watched it.
He's like, buy me a Westawant.
Buy me a Westawant. I'm sorry, Barry. I don't know what a Westawant is.
I don't see the appeal of Haley Cuckoo. Whatever, Kaylee Cuckoo. I don't.
It's the writing, man. It was funny.
Well, that's that guy who wrote, same guy who did the 2.5 Men and all that shit. Doug something? Lowry, maybe.
No, Laurie,
Chuck
Lowry.
Chuck Lowry.
Chuck Lowry.
Yeah, he's another money man. His asshole prints money. Like every time he writes a page, he's just made another $3,000.
And then he wipes his ass with that same.
Yeah,
page.
he wipes his ass with the money, and then he has the servants clean the money, and then he pays them with that money. All right, let's God, because we're gonna keep going. I mean, there's just so much good stuff. Seriously, if you haven't seen this movie, figure out where you can. I mean, it was just on Amazon Prime, but they pulled it. There is no official HD releases of this or anything.
No.
If you have an old DVD copy, and you use Vudu, do the disc to digital. For a long time, it was on the list. It may have been removed. I don't know. If you don't have an old DVD copy, do what I do and look up the fucking UPC on the computer. And then scan it with your phone. It works.
We don't condone that.
I don't condone cheating, but I own the DVD somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't.
UPC DVD.
Well, there's several websites. I mean, you can literally just Google the whatever movie UPC, and then the only problem is they don't have a list.
DVDUPC.com.
They don't really have a list of what's available on the direct to or the disc to digital, so you basically got to kind of like trial and error.
Yeah, you're just searching.
The one night I went through and there was a bunch of movies that I didn't have, and I was just like, I started scanning my Blu-rays just to see what, and I ended up, it was like $30 of the movies, but it was like 15 or 12 of them or something. But yeah, find a way to watch it. It's sad that it doesn't have any modern transfer. It's really, out of all the movies you think of that have been getting, this is remastered and this is coming out on 4K, and this is one of those movies that it's long overdue. It's never even had a true Blu-ray release, and it's fucking ridiculous, frankly. To have a movie of this quality not be, I mean, you can't tell me newer generations have had the ability to experience this movie. Because they haven't. This movie, you don't hear about it because where the fuck can you watch it?
Yeah.
If you're lucky, Xfinity's running their shitty transfer. Or you get the UPC. Or Prime has their shitty transfer.
I will say that the one thing that's a shame about Terminator 2, and I don't mean this in a negative way, is it puts a movie like True Lies in the dark. Because there's a lot of people who are Terminator fans that haven't reached out to the other lesser well-known Arnold movies that probably don't fucking know what Last Action Hero is.
Well, I mean,
haven't seen True Lies. They know Predator. They know Terminator.
Think about the younger generation to that their only exposure to Terminator is Genesis and Dark Fate.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's sad.
No, there's a whole generation that the reason why Hollywood or why Arnold still isn't revered in Hollywood is because the generation that was his is aged. Like the new after he was done is when post 9/11 is really when the political correctness started. There was about a year of, or you could say anything. There was a year of every American after 9/11 had a "fuck you, I'm American" attitude. You could have said anything you wanted to them. White, black, Asian, Hispanic. They would literally stand in the streets. You good? You good? There was a year in America where we were truly united because everybody was attacked. It wasn't an attack on a race or a religion. Everybody was attacked. When 9/11 happened, you weren't attacking an individual. You were attacking every single citizen in this country. Every single legal citizen in this country who has strived to get here, you're attacking them. So for a year after 9/11, we were the most unified, I think, since World War II. There wasn't, that was when neighbors were neighbors, when people cared about the people around them. But out of that came the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act came, you opened a lot of back doors for government. Censorship came in thereafter, and it's gotten worse and worse. I mean, there's people out there that called this, what was going to happen years ago. And I think, unfortunately, because the culture we live in, the guys like Schwarzenegger have been left out in the dust. I mean, Stallone was good enough to figure out how to do Rocky, and then Creed, and he's kind of infiltrated other areas. Schwarzenegger is one of those ones that really got fucked over by it, and really has been kind of left out there to dry, to the point of I'm excited about the Netflix spy series, but does anybody else even know about it? Anybody even care? That's the problem. Is he literally was the Rock of his time, and he doesn't get the credit for it.
Yeah.
Let you borrow what, Julian? He said, let me borrow something. So Alex, you gave it a 10.
Yep.
Giovanni, you
10's
gave
all
it
the way.
10.
And
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back with, and this is where it gets hard, guys, because Terminator 2, as I've openly professed on many of these episodes, is my favorite movie. It is number one on my top 5. It just is. But I'm really conflicted of this, man. I don't know, because there is valid arguments to say Last Action Hero is the best movie. There's valid arguments to say True Lies is the best movie. And as we'll talk about, there's valid arguments to say that Terminator 2 is the best movie. I don't know. This sucks. Like I last week, I thought Predator was taking it.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Oh, and then we kind of were just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
in the beginning of that argument, I thought you guys had Predator, and then it came right back around, and I'm like, wait, what? What happened?
Yeah, because I mean, the problem is you can't just review it like, what's your favorite movie or what's the better movie. It's what's the better movie. What's your favorite movie out of them? What's the more Arnold movie? What's the more action movie? What's the more sci-fi movie? Which movie had the greatest impact on society overall? Would this movie exist if this movie didn't exist? It's just... We're going to be right back with probably the hardest segment we've taken all 4 weeks. I mean, we've had some kind of like discussions of like what we should do, but we've all been in kind of agreement. I don't think we're all going to 100% agree. I think Alex and I are going to have an argument. Giovanni is his camera's going to freeze, and then he's going to come back and just have a gun, like like the terrorist from Iron Man 1. And I literally
You're just gonna see Anthony's feet at the top.
I literally the other day Googled Iron Man 1 terrorist, like just Googled that, because I was like, maybe I'm wrong. I keep joking with Giovanni. I'm not wrong. You're literally a combination of both of the terrorists from Iron Man 1. The short guy with the beard, and then the other guy, the bald guy that doesn't have a beard. If they took them two together, it is you. Like I don't understand why you're not like going out for roles as like, an Armenian.
He's been getting random royalty checks.
Right? Like he's like, the fuck? I'm not the dude from True Lies. Like, you don't have the bozo hair though. As I watched True Lies, the one thing I did think was like, why didn't they give this guy a different haircut? Like he's bald on top. He's got the bozo thing going on. Like I didn't. That was the one thing
all around too. There were some shitty terrorists too. Like,
well, yeah, he wipes out the whole fucking group of them.
The one guy fucking the battery goes dead. He's scared to tell him.
The
other guy that's trying to fucking shoot the rocket launcher out of the truck. He fucking blows the guy out of the fucking windshield.
But that whole scene is funny when they're balancing, and I think a pelican lands on it.
A pelican lands there,
and then you hear him scream. And then there's
I like how when it went down, it actually bounced and then it moved forward.
Yeah,
I like how they did that.
They asked him, they're like, these bombs aren't going to set off the nukes, are they? And he's like, negative. And he's like, I don't fucking know. Like, maybe. We'll see what happens. But all right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Terminator 2, and we're going to crown the king. We'll see. Love you. Going to break.
I got to pee.
That was caught live, Mike.
That is what she said.
Hello, everybody. We are back. We're finishing this motherfucker off. Unfortunately, we got to pick a queen. We will choose the runner-up, though. I think. Did we say top three? Well, that doesn't make any sense because top three would be literally these three movies.
These last three. Yeah.
So we'll do top two. But Lewis, what's the final movie for this May Madness of Arnold?
All right. So the last movie is arguably the most iconic movie, Terminator 2: Judgment Day.
Ooh, it sounds good.
Now, if you've never seen, if you know someone who's not Arnold fan, they know of this movie. If you know someone who hates action movies, they know of this movie. Even if you're
or the character,
even if you're bad with names, they know this movie. My wife has not seen this movie. She knows this movie. She knows the plot. She knows the liquid cop.
Can I just stop you? I mean, I do kind of feel it's your duty as a husband to open her eyes to other cultures. I don't understand why you didn't Clockwork Orange her to the chair and force feed this masterpiece to her. I don't get it.
No, but it's funny because she's never fully seen it, but she like knows the iconic scenes. She knows the truck scene. She knows him melting in the fucking lava. Like, people just know.
Hasta la vista.
Movie. Yeah.
My wife was the same way. Yeah, she's like, I'm watching Terminator 2. She's like, isn't he a robot? And I'm like, oh, no.
Cybernetic organism. Get it right.
As somebody who definitely doesn't watch these, she was able to name scenes and characters, and yeah, you're right.
See, unfortunately, because of my I'm psychotic. My wife doesn't get to be ignorant to these things. I think when we
look at it.
Well, basically, when we first started dating, because I worked at Blockbuster, so one of the first things we talked about was Guitar Hero and then movies, and basically it was known like, no, you're gonna watch every single goddamn Arnold movie I want you to watch, and it didn't. And she just watched Conan for the first time. And we've been together over 12 years. I didn't force feed him quickly, but I told her before she dies, she's going to watch every single Arnold movie I want her to watch. So I didn't give her the choice. I mean, I would have, if you've seen Conspiracy Theory, I would have taped her to the chair, and I would have forced her eyes open and just given her a small glass of milk, and that's about it. And she would have watched them. Fortunately, she agreed to it.
So this movie, written, directed, produced by James Cameron and William Wisher, also co-wrote. At the time, James Cameron was married to Linda Hamilton. Mm-hmm. You also have Robert Patrick, who looks just like sick, like terminally sick.
Dude, Robert Patrick is awesome. He's an old greaser. He's awesome. He's got tattoos. He's related to the singer of Filter. He looks like Clay Morrow, but not in as bad a shape from Sons of Anarchy. Like, he looks like he's just tired, but he's still, like, he's not in terrible shape. He's kept himself in, over the years, I mean, he was the bad guy in John Cena's The Marine. If that helps.
Speaking of, they're talking about John Cena as the reboot for the Terminator.
As Arnold's role?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's one of those easy ones.
Funded by China.
Because the Qinghao, I'm sorry. Because of the fact that The Rock he simply can't be the Terminator, because the Terminator can't have a Samoan descent storyline. The Rock literally in every movie has to explain his tattoos.
He rips the arm off, so you see like the T. What is he? A T-800?
I mean, legitimately,
you see the Samoan like.
After he rips it off, though, he starts doing their war dance. Like, you know the dance you see in these videos they do at weddings, like, which are really like. I gotta be honest, man. It is one of the coolest things ever. Like, from the outside, you'd be like, "This is weird." I wish white people had something. Like, we don't have a war dance for weddings. How goddamn cool would it be? Like, white people don't have anything cool. Like, we don't have any traditional, like, how awesome would it be for most people? They're like, what are these crackers doing? But, like, I want a war dance for weddings and celebrations. I want to be decked out in a suit and then have some dude start spitting his tongue out and like fucking dancing. And so then every male in the room joins in. I wish I had something like that in my culture. We don't. I mean, white people have the hokey pokey and square dancing, I think, is basically the only thing we've attributed to the culture of dance.
Goulash and
Fabian has chimed in. It's called the haka. I think it is one of the coolest. I don't know why. I've seen YouTube videos. All these great-looking young people dressed to the nines in beautiful suits, celebrating a wedding, beautiful beach and everything, and then one fucking guy starts breaking out into the haka, and then 20 other men that are at the wedding. It's like it's calls to them where they're just like, gotta put my Guinness down, and then he fucking starts doing it. It is the coolest thing in the world, and I wish any of my culture, whatever pale-face culture you want to think I am, I wish it had something that cool in it, and it just doesn't.
I'm pretty sure they weren't drinking Guinness. I'm pretty sure it was a White Claw that they put down.
Well, that was the whole...
Probably White Claw.
No! People who do the haka don't drink White Claw. I refuse to believe
I'm pretty sure they were drinking White Claw.
Nope. It was tropical rum. No. Hakas. There's gonna be some dude who is like talking about and he's gonna be like that culture and just like, we don't drink White Claw. Like, I hope I get a comment of like, no White Claw, because I will highlight it and clip it and send it to Alex. But yeah, no, anyways, that whole thing is why The Rock wouldn't work as the Terminator.
So this movie budget was 94 to 102 million, made 520 million. This was actually the highest grossing action movie until Matrix Reloaded came out,
then
which
Avatar.
was in 2003, yeah, and then Avatar.
James Cameron's a dick. He's like the guy who has the record for King Kong, or for Donkey Kong, who like, no, you're a cheater, and then he comes back, he's like, I'm still the champion. Like, James Cameron's just like, I'll give it to you for a little while, but I got this movie about grown-up Smurfs. Just wait.
Yeah, and this movie, obviously, I mean, everyone knows the story with this. Growing up, the iconic scenes, and there's so many iconic scenes in this movie. The fucking truck scene, Liquid Cop, as my wife calls them, chasing after the car. Yeah, both truck scene. The one scene in this movie that stuck with me when I was little, because it gave me fucking nightmares, was the nuke scene where she's holding the fence.
Dude, it is like, you know what it was? It was loud. Like, when that scene happens, it goes from normal audio to like everything. Any speakers you had back then, if you had them loud at all, that scene was like, holy, it was basically Drag Me to Hell. If you have the audio up, that scene was like, holy, it scared the fuck out of you. I didn't even understand until I got older that what it was a nuclear explosion.
Yeah. I didn't either, and being a kid full of anxiety, like, I would want to watch T2, and every time it got to that scene, I like either wanted to look away and just wanted to skip it.
Fast forward that VHS.
That burned into my brain from this movie.
It's one of the darkest scenes. Well, it came out in 91, so by the time we watched, I think I watched as early as like 4 years old.
Yeah, we were pretty young.
Yeah, because it came out in 91.
How old were you when it came out?
2. So we clearly, the first time I saw it was on VHS. So
I watched
whatever
this
year
and
Blockbuster
RoboCop
started doing VHS.
way too young.
Yeah, and that was the weird thing, is my dad was like, I could watch hardcore violence in certain atmospheres. He didn't like horror movies because he had a weird religious thing about him. They were all like Satan, basically. He grew out of that, or we grew out of it. He just stopped giving a fuck. And he didn't like that shit. But if it was an action movie, the only scenes were if there was nudity. Cover your eyes.
But yet he'll let you watch Murphy turned into Linguini with a fucking shotgun and RoboCop.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, and people, and this is where kind of like, where does the movies affect kids type thing. I was also one of those kids that would, unfortunately, when I was younger, would search out like gore, basically real life photos. This was when the war was going on in Iraq, so you had a lot of photos of shit coming out of there that was pretty nasty. There was a website called Steak and Cheese, and it was basically half a porn site, in half just
Steak and cheese.
they had a section that was just violence. And
so it was 50-50 on Reddit, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And or if you ever explore the 4chan domain, a lot like that, the REKT. If you ever seen 4chan's wrecked thread, very much that sort of stuff. And I was smart enough to process what was real, what wasn't, but there was a weird curiosity. Fortunately, I don't know. I think being exposed to that, like the dark web, Jen says, yeah, that's where I bought my wife. Love you. She's over there just like, you motherfucker. But yeah, no, and I think it's a flip side. Like, I think part of me being exposed to it is part of the reason I'm slightly fucked up. I think my upbringing is more of why I'm fucked up. But in the same token, nowadays, I don't have there's zero interest. Not that I don't have the stomach for it, but when I come across that shit, it's just like, And, ever since then, I like my animals because I love my animals so much. Anything to do with animals is an immediate, even hunting footage at this point, it's like, poor deer. Like, I understand it. I'm not anti anything. I'm obviously pro-gun, pro-hunting, if that's your thing. But it's still, I don't know, I've softened in certain respects. Like, I'm okay more so with, it's going to sound bad, with human slaughter than I am with, dog slaughter. Sorry. I don't know. Dogs have never treated me badly. My dogs love me no matter what. I can go kick my dog in the stomach and he's still going to be like, you want to play? They're amazing creatures. Like, humans, you don't like their Instagram photo and they hate you.
You get canceled.
Yeah.
I'm desensitized like that with horror movies. Like, Shay will watch one with me and someone gets gutted and she's like, oh my god, and I'm like, it's fine.
Yeah. I do worry I'm doing that to Jen a little, because we watched Psycho Goreman, and what used to, when we were first dating, the ultra violent scenes were much more she was like, oh god, can't do this anymore, I gotta break up with him. And then nowadays we're watching Psycho Goreman and she's just like, oh my god, his fucking head popped off. So I'm corrupting her slowly.
Giovanni, you gotta watch Psycho Goreman.
It's good.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's just, yeah. The problem is it's not a clinically good movie. Like, if a normal person were to watch it, they'd be like, the fuck just happened? But us watching it, we're like, boys. Two thumbs way up. But, sorry, go ahead. I don't know, we were talking about Terminator 2 and how the nude scene is weird.
I was asking you guys how old you were when it came out. I actually saw this movie in theaters.
I wish.
Ooh.
That's cool.
I wish.
Cool.
So there's a couple of scenes that I want to talk about when it happened. As we go on. And
see, I wish they would re-release it in theaters just so I could go. They did for a few, 5 or 6 years back. I think they did, and I never got the chance to go see it. When the 3D craze happened, they released it in 3D. I think for a short period of time, and I never got to see it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hate theaters now at this point, so I wouldn't care for it.
It was no different back then, man. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. So when I got to see this in the theater, the one scene at the beginning where he's he goes and picks fucking John up off the motorcycle and they're doing the chase scene with the fucking semi or the tow truck, and he's doing the fucking shotgun with one hand, fucking do it. He fucking cocks the fucking thing. Everybody starts screaming. Ah! It goes so fucking loud that you couldn't even hear the fucking movie, and that's what they were screaming about the whole time.
Yeah, but
because he was fucking doing the shotgun with one hand.
It's so cool.
It was cool back then.
I mean, but the thing is, compared to people shouting and cheering because 16 superheroes were digitally added, or however many come at the end of the portals at Endgame, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just that the whole thing was you hadn't really seen that back then.
See,
but if you're there to watch,
I wouldn't have cheered though. I agree.
Yeah, Matt and I have movie theater etiquette. I'm with those guys screaming internally. This is fucking amazing.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm deadpan, just
yeah,
that's cool.
Exactly.
I get big ass smiles when there's something on there that I like, but I'm not gonna fucking start screaming and fucking jumping up out of my fucking chair and
no. That's no. I would never do that.
That's what was happening.
I have been known to ruin movies with laughter. Example: I was dating my ex. Lewis knows her. And we had gone to see Sweeney Todd, and the scene where the bodies drop, Every time the rubber floppy I was laughing, and people were literally like, and I'm just like, but no. Other than that, like, yeah, no, I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand clapping in a movie theater. Who the fuck are you clapping for? The usher doesn't give a fuck. Who are you giving props to? I don't know. I don't get the cheering. I don't get the hooting and hollering. I mean, it depends on what theater you're into. I mean, you were in the 90s in fucking Lakeview, so.
It was in
80s.
Webster Theater. It was in Webster, because that was the only...
Yeah, Webster was all right for a time. Then they remodeled it, and... I don't know, it's not... like I said, I don't have any interest in going to a movie theater. I think they should just convert them all into Halloween stores.
So I had the pleasure of seeing Terminator 1 and 2 in theaters.
Son of a bitch.
In Oak Park, the theater by me, they have a classic day, and they do a double feature of movies that the Oak Park Township votes on.
You got a cool township.
Terminator 1 and 2 won, and I remember I called my wife. I was like, hey, I'm calling off work today. She's like, why? I was like, because Terminator 1 and 2 is playing in theaters, and I want to go see it. It was a $6 ticket, and I got to watch it in theaters.
I am hoping that I would like to go to a drive-thru this year. And I'm hoping that I can find T2 in a drive-thru somewhere, because that would. I saw True Lies in the drive-in theater, so it would kind of bring me back to the roots a little. Also, I'm sorry guys, it's gonna come back. I think a cool thing for us to do would, maybe vlog an adventure at a drive-in. Because we're all gonna be vaccinated. The government's got the chips in us. They know where we're gonna be. They just got to press the Matt button, the Alex button, the Lewis. But I mean, here's the truth about it. That whole argument, it's just like, what if they chipped? You really think they give a fuck about you?
Yeah.
Like, who gives a shit that they're gonna know?
So people who are like, they're tracking us. It's like, I have a phone.
Yeah. Literally, I don't want the government to track me. Selfie posted on Instagram, Facebook. Hey guys, watch me cook a turkey. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
not only that. They're actually saying where they're at too. Like, oh, I'm over here at this place. This restaurant.
Hold on, I gotta geotag myself when I Instagram this. Here's my exact GPS location. It's just like, but the vaccine's gonna get you, huh? All right.
Yeah.
And believe me, I'm kind of a skeptic with it. I got the first one, and I got the second one coming Wednesday, and I'm gonna treat it like fucking Schwarzenegger in Total Recall. Like, I think that would be the funniest prank to film if you pretend to pass out after they give you the shot. And then be like, wake up, they kill you all! Like, just start yelling at her.
Start screaming, you blew my cover!
You blew my cover! And then what if somebody from the Sam's Club pharmacy pops out and starts horse tranquilizing me, like in the movie, too? And it was like, it's a prank, bro. What the you got these? I die from over. Can I press? Yeah, I'll press the Fabian button, too. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of skeptical on the whole thing, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping not to have the Lewis disease. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit more nice on my system, my barbarian blood. Like Conan, it'll fight it. It'll fight the whatever the problem is, antibodies.
Oh boy.
So, this is my favorite movie of all time. I love.
What does he say to the T-1000 to check on Woofy or whatever the fuck?
Yeah. How's Woofy? And Woofy's fine, honey.
What's the matter with Woofy?
But then Schwarzenegger's so brilliant in this movie because he hangs up the phone. Your foster parents are dead.
But that's another fucking scene when they pan away from
hardcore violence.
Immediately I'm just like, ah.
Yeah, and that is a fucked up scene because, you literally go from "you're not my mother" or "she's not my mother, Todd," and you're like, "Yeah, Todd, fuck you," and then he takes a fucking ping to the face, and then when they zoom out, he's got the milk's even hanging off of it, and it's
while drinking low-fat milk, he fucking died. I felt so bad for him.
I know. Yeah, it really is a really rough.
It's the last thing he fucking drank.
It's one of those scenes that I have to imagine Cameron fought to have in. Like, I have to feel like the studio had a problem with that scene because it's pretty graphic.
Yeah.
Have you guys watched the? How many versions of this movie are there? Because there's the original, they had a special edition, and then they have the Judgment Day edition or whatever it's called now. So I don't remember which one had, like, there's a version with the deleted scenes added in it, and then there's the deleted scenes are on the Blu-rays. Have you guys ever watched any of the deleted scenes? There's one where Kyle Reese is in it. He comes in as like a vision Sarah Connor has in the mental hospital. There's some elongated stuff. But yeah, the one that's most notable, I mean, they're mostly boring. Like, you have there's an extended scene of the weird dude who licks her. He basically, for another, 2 minutes, goes over her body more. And it's like, not to be a dick, but there's not a better looking crazy. I'm just saying, guy. Like, maybe she's his type, but there's not somebody else. You're going to fuck with the one that's, like, got PTSD'd all up, too. Like, for one thing, one of the more brutal, actually, not really deaths, but is when she clocks him with that nightstick. Or the mop, and it's just, pwah!
The mop, yeah. Mop.
He really, and it's such a satisfying, because he's such a piece of shit. It's such a satisfying, like, oh, fuck that guy. But her,
and she looked like she fucking took fucking pride in beating the shit out of him with it too.
Well, she grabs the baton and like she's holding it all proper for hand-to-hand combat. Like, give props to her. She did training along, like they all did weapons training. I actually just watched a video on YouTube where they show them their studio weapons, but they show them training with all of these different. They even had the laser guns that they use, that the T-800s use in their skeleton form. They even had, those were real mock-up fake guns. When it fires, it sounds just like a real gun, but it had like a special effect to it. So they all had weapons training. She clearly took the role seriously. I mean, this is where I actually always I push back on the modern badass woman movement. No, why does nobody give her credit? Everybody gives Ripley credit from Alien. Why isn't Sarah Connor like one of the whatever 4 horsemen of badass women that built the foundation for the Wonder Womans and the Supergirls and like every strong female powerful lead? I mean, she's fucking badass in this movie.
She is.
She goes from the first one where she's
Ripley and just amplifies.
Well, Ripley is more akin to Sarah Connor in Terminator 1. Young, she's a little tougher because she's military, but she's young, inexperienced, kind of out of her element, dealing with a fucking alien. And you notice that in Alien 2, her and Sarah Connor are closer, but Ripley's still softer. And then by Alien 3, Ripley is Sarah Connor from Terminator 2. So it's like they don't give her enough credit, and that's why when they brought her back in the newest movie, it was better not to. I don't feel like she was okay in it. Her character was okay in it. She was like a tired Sarah Connor. I don't know, because now they're going to reboot the series again, and it's like, I like Genesis. I didn't like it necessarily as being canon or a timeline, but I thought it was a fun, silly action movie. Dark Fate was okay, but none of them should be. In number 3 is the only other movie that I feel should be canon. I mean, the Christian Bale movie was okay. I like Christian Bale, but half of his goddamn performance is like awkward yelling. He's another one like. I can't remember the other one where most of their shit's yelling. Like, I like him, but I'm tired of Christian Bale being like, you know how Arnold does a movie and you're like, I want more Arnold. What movie did Christian Bale do where you're like, I want more of that Christian Bale?
Newsies, maybe?
Maybe I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard really good things. Newsies. I've heard really good things of the Dick Cheney movie.
Because this movie messes with a time loop, it's easy to reboot it, but the problem is like every time they do it, they kind of just fall flat.
Well,
it seems.
If you haven't seen Terminator Genesis, they 100% rewrite the timeline. What ends up happening is the movie starts with them going through the very beginning of Terminator 1 when he meets the trio of punks.
Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Bill Paxton.
Yeah, it starts with those 3, but instead of him killing them and taking their clothes, Sarah Connor and a T-800 model that was left on the plan, or left here because they can't go back, basically became a father figure to her over the years of raising her from a younger than what she was. He came to her when she was a young girl. So when things do fly off the handle in the timeline, his T-800 is there to course correct. So he fights the T-800 model that comes in the first Terminator and kills it. Kyle Reese is replaced by the guy who plays him is a guy from Spartacus and Die Hard 5. I can't remember his name. And he is Kyle Reese, but his timeline is altered too because he gets attacked by the Asian liquid metal, which then they bust in, and both Schwarzenegger and Sarah Connor again pull him from that situation. And that's the problem, is they paid homage, but they shit on everything that was built upon the franchise. Because number one says this shit's only, like, basically the entire existence of John Connor is only there because there was this war. That's the base concept. John Connor wouldn't exist if there was no future war. Number two
is the Christian Bale one the only one that's taken place after Judgment Day?
No, technically they all take place after Judgment Day, because you're seeing, I mean, you gotta remember, they all do, and then they're going in the past. So the beginning of Terminator 1 is present after Judgment Day. Beginning of Terminator 2, when they do the slow motion zoom in on John Connor, is present. So that's the other fuckery they do in this movie, is her narration is almost like it's in the past, but it's actually in the future. So like each movie theoretically starts off in the present, post Armageddon, and then the story that's told is the present technically. The present is, and that's where the weird thing is you're not only dealing with futures and past, you're dealing with multiple presents, especially when you consider Terminator Genesis, to which they have Kyle Reese, the adult version, meet Kyle Reese, the child version. Because they go to the part in the timeline to where he's a 12-year-old before Skynet launches, and he actually meets himself, and they tie something he tells himself into the story, and it's just, they made it so convoluted. They did some good things. I mean, the John Connor becoming a Terminator element's really cool. Schwarzenegger's cool in it. The action scenes are cool. It's PG-13. It's predictable. It fucks up the timeline so bad that it's kind of disrespectful to what was built before it. But it's not a terrible flick. You gotta rate these things for what they are. Is it a great Terminator movie? No, it's kind of a shithead reboot. Is it a cool action flick? Yeah. But like I said, I don't like how the timelines. But like, what is the timeline at this point? What in the new movies did they discredit from the originals? Because the originals, the first one was basically a prologue to the second, and the second one's where they really get into the idea of like, well, you couldn't kill Connor, so now it's trying to do this. That's brought back, to do this and so forth. So disappointing that they haven't been able to do anything good with the franchise, like really good.
I always thought it would be cool. A cool idea for this franchise would be to make it would technically be a sequel. Because it would be after the first movie. But if they got Arnold back and did a sequel where it's him in Judgment Day, he's a T-800, and they're trying to get him back to the past to where T2 takes place. Because it'd be weird, because the movie would be a sequel to T2, but because it's a time loop, eventually the end of that would rope back to T2.
So there was a Terminator
hack him or whatever.
There was a Terminator game that came out for the original Xbox, the PS2, and the GameCube that explored that. So it explored the idea that the T-800 model was sent in to kill John Connor and succeeded. Then they reprogrammed him and sent him back to the T2 timeline to protect John Connor then. So basically, the T-800 model, the Schwarzenegger model, it invades the base, murders John Connor. John Connor's wife and the team reprogram him after they catch him to go back in time and protect John Connor. And in that game, basically, you play the entire game as post-Armageddon, and then at the end you go into kind of like T2 territory, but you don't really play in that time frame, just a little bit.
Because I feel
didn't they say in this one, or didn't Arnold Terminator say you captured me and you reprogrammed me and sent me back to protect you?
No, that's number 3.
And no, in this one, didn't he say that?
No.
There is a line where he says, yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out again. But
I don't know if he says that John Connor specifically did.
He said you reprogrammed me and sent me back to protect you.
I don't think he says reprogrammed me. I think in number 3 he does because he's talking to John Connor's wife or future wife, and he doesn't take John Connor's orders, and he tells them, like, you know, she's the one who reprogrammed me, or she's the one who has command of me, basically. I don't remember him explicitly saying in number 2 he was reprogrammed. He said he was sent back to protect John Connor. I don't think he goes into reprogram. I know he says he was sent back.
The closed loop paradox in these movies still, they fucking make my mind melt every time I try to think about them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I mean, perhaps, and the problem that really surrounds the Terminator franchise as far as sequels or prequels or anything is, how do you can't redo the greatness of T2. You can't redo the novelty and advanced technology and things you haven't seen from T1. You know, like, you can't, T1 can never, there's not going to be another movie where you're like, wow, like people were for T1. There's not going to be another movie, there's not going to be another star like Schwarzenegger. I mean, you could say The Rock is, but I don't know. I like The Rock. I don't feel the same sort of admiration I do for Arnold. Maybe it's just nostalgia, maybe it's because I grew up loving him, but whatever. And you're not, you know, and that's the problem is like, how do you do a true sequel to number 2? I mean, and make it something where people are going to say, yeah, you know, it wasn't as good as number 2, but it was a good movie. It was really good. They did as good as they could. And they haven't been able to do that yet. And that's a big problem because you're literally leaving the franchise out to die. And every reboot you do or sequel that doesn't work, you're hurting the franchise because people will care less and less. It's going to become, oh, great, another shitty Terminator movie. And that's a big problem.
Do you think that's why James Cameron has kind of sort of washed his hands of this franchise?
Well, he hasn't. The whole thing was he produced Genesis, or had an executive producer credit. Then he produced and helped co-write Dark Fate. And when it came out, no, this one's as close to the originals as you can get. I don't think it's his property. It's a money-making property for him. So he's always,
he even did the TV shows.
Yeah, he's always going to be involved. The problem is he's so wrapped up in Avatar shit. I mean, the guy hasn't, and because of course he's such a control freak. The reason why True Lies hasn't gotten a Blu-ray or a better edition is because he doesn't have time, and he's not going to let anybody but him recut, re-edit, redo whatever they're going to do to it. Because, you know, whatever next edition of that movie is going to have added footage. It's going to have something involved. Cameron doesn't just do remasters. He does recuts of his movies and new versions of them every time. And you've seen it with Terminator 1. You've seen it with Terminator 2. The only movie besides The Abyss in his catalog that hasn't had a proper HD release is Terminator 2 and The Abyss. Those are the two. And the whole thing was he was supposed to do them for the 30th or 35th anniversary, which would have been mid-2000s, 2010 or so. And whenever that was, or 25th anniversary, and he's been so wrapped up in Avatar, he's just haven't had time to do it, and it's just unacceptable. Like, it's enough. Like, True Lies is legitimately Arnold's like second best movie, and it doesn't have a fucking Flash Gordon.
That's weird.
Flash Gordon is coming out in 4K in June, but True Lies doesn't even have a goddamn HD transfer.
Flash Gordon is a fun movie, though.
Yeah, not as good as True Lies. True Lies still doesn't have an HD transfer. That movie's come out in 4K. No hate on Flash Gordon. It's just it's bullshit. Fuck Flash Gordon. Not that I dislike it, but if somebody said, well, you know, it's either Flash Gordon or okay, yeah, no, True Lies. But no, True Lies. But we already got no True Lies. But it's gonna True Lies. Fuck Flash Gordon. I am excited for Willy Wonka though. But yeah, no. Now, Alex, when you saw this in theaters, what was your? Because it's always interesting getting your perspective on these things. So for you, how much do you like Terminator 2 as opposed to any other Arnold movie?
I really liked Terminator 2. The only thing, like I said, man, that was really bugging me was just when people would fucking start screaming, because I was there to watch the movie. I was there to fucking just sit there, eat my popcorn, fucking zone into the movie, because I spent my fucking $6 to fucking watch it.
I didn't get popcorn.
Back then, huh?
My brother and I had to just share a soda. We didn't get popcorn.
Well, we were fortunate enough to have one of our friends' parents always fucking buy us tickets to all these movies. She would always take us. But it was a big spectacle, man. It was just, it was pretty cool to see all the shit happening, and everybody had the same like reactions, but it's just some were fucking so much louder. I was never ever a big fan of fucking people just being loud in a theater.
There's
I
no
fucking
reason
hate
for
it.
it. Shut the fuck up. It's
I've
if
gotten
it's
into-
dark and quiet and everybody else is being quiet, please
Yeah.
be quiet. Shut the fuck up.
I've gotten into fucking arguments in fucking Harry Potter for all fucking movies, man, because people wouldn't shut the fuck up.
That's why I don't go.
Did you Spectra Patronum then? And they were like, really?
No, before I could do that, my wife pushed me, down the stairs because I was drunk. So I was like, all right, let's go.
I mean, the fact that you were at Harry Potter and got drunk is a little alarming.
Why? It was a fucking midnight showing.
Were you with your kids?
No, it was a midnight showing. There's no fucking kids.
I like how
Actually, no. This lady did bring her.
I like
kids.
how the fucking tone in your fucking voice is, oh my god, no, it's a midnight showing, you psychopath, but you're also like, I was drunk at Harry Potter. Like, yeah.
Well, it was at the darker versions. It was like the last two. It was the second to last.
So Fabian has decided, it's actually kind of a funny comment, decided to chime in, yeah, old man, how was it watching a movie for a nickel and popcorn and soda pop for a penny?
Yeah, it wasn't that fucking little.
Those are some Davis prices, though. Literally, the Davis tickets were
$6.
$1.50 when it was
Fabian, it was in black and white.
when it was it was a silent film, The Terminator. And it was $1.50, and I think the soda and popcorn were like $2. Literally, the snacks and shit were more expensive than the price of the ticket. Julian says, all I'm saying is kids shouldn't be allowed in movies. Yeah, but I mean that's 60% of the industry. There wouldn't be kids movies. Why is that fair? Why, if kids aren't allowed in movies, I wouldn't have seen like. How would I have seen how would I have been experienced any of the awesome movies I saw in theaters as a kid? I just wasn't a shithead. I knew that even when I got older and I was like 16, but you had to be 18 both parties, otherwise the other person had to be 21. Like, I knew, don't fuck around. You're in there to watch a movie. They can be dicks and kick you out. Like, it's just one of those things where there's like Lewis said, there's etiquette. Like, if you have a young baby, don't go to the movies. I'm not to be a dick.
To see Halloween 2018 remake.
Yeah, maybe. if you are gonna have a child with you, make sure it's a fucking kids movie, not a fucking rated R movie or something.
No, I'm gonna put it this way: children who are small in car seats and are babies don't need to go to movies in general. Children who don't know how to talk yet don't need to go to movies in general. If the child cannot control the loudness of their voice, they don't belong in a movie theater unless it is a 100%. Like, there needs to be 100% kid. Like, they have the hearing impaired screenings. They should have 100% kids screenings of movies. They should have them also set up where if this is an adult movie but you have a child under the age of 1, this is a just parents screening of it. Like, that's where movie theaters have also fucked up. They're not catering where they should. Instead of making everybody else suffer with the children, they should have a theater dedicated to a family room where it's, yes, we're going to play rated R movies. Bring your kids in if you want to. This is only for families. And if you're an asshole who buys a ticket for this theater, it's your own fucking problem if you don't have a kid. Like, it's not going to be any cheaper or more expensive.
That's what the 10 a.m. shows and the noon shows were for. Was for the parents that have kids.
I like going to those shows, though. So, like, and it's never egregious, but if I'm watching a brutally violent movie, maybe don't bring your kid. I don't care what time of the day it is. I'm watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You don't need a fucking child in here. Just saying.
That'd be me with my son.
Can damage their hearing. Like, they shouldn't.
Oh God, I think. I mean, I'm a drummer, so my hearing's fucked anyways. But Mortal Kombat, when we saw it in theaters, the theater was so loud. It's like the movie scared me when I first saw it. The whole scene when they're on their boat and the lightning with Raiden comes in I remember being so loud when the theme song hit and they yelled Mortal Kombat. I remember physically jumping because it was just so loud. My dad still jokes about it. He's like, that fucking theater that day. Like, he's even like, yeah, that was loud. But I mean, that's when movie theaters are kind of great. Like, isn't that what you want?
I took my family when we were at the Museum of Science and Industry, and we saw the tornado fucking thing in the IMAX, and fucking Bill Paxton is fucking narrating it. and when the tornado hits, it fucking just comes, and they have all those speakers in the screen, and you hear the fucking thing just going across the fucking screen.
Is that the one where they're showing them going on a tour, and then like you're in like because the Twister Universal Studios thing used to be a whole set where like a tornado came through and they had these.
I went on it.
Dude, I've seen videos of that. That's so awesome looking.
It was bad.
And it is Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt.
Yep.
They got rid of it, this was just a tornado. It was a tornado fucking documentary.
Oh yeah, I saw that at Great America.
MSI.
I saw it at Great America.
MSI. Yeah. And we're watching it. And I'm looking at the screen, and I was like, I looked at my wife, and I was like, he's dead now. And she's like, who? I was like, the guy talking. Like, that's Bill Paxton. I was like, and she's like, oh, that is. And she remembers him from Big Love. She's like, oh my god. And then we were just like listening to it.
Poor Bill Paxton. Tombstone. True Lies. Yeah. If you ever
Tombstone's so good.
What was that movie that he was in? Well, yeah, one. Yeah,
Weird Science.
We lost him, sir. What was that movie he was in? Fuck, with Matthew McConaughey.
Is he in Aliens?
Yeah, too. Yeah, he's in Aliens. Yeah. He's like he's the soldier that's like, let's get the fuck out of here, man.
He's in one of my guilty pleasure movies too. Near Dark. He's a vampire.
You do love Near Dark. I still don't 100% know why. I haven't seen it in a long time. I gotta figure out where to watch it and try it again. But I don't like.
I'm pretty sure it's disc to digital.
Like I have the Blu-ray.
I have a DVD of it.
I don't understand why people like the other one you love with the Coreys.
Oh, which one? The one that
the 80s Twilight movie,
yeah,
Lost Boys?
I don't. Oh god,
Lost Boys, or?
I don't know why anybody likes that movie. I don't like that movie. I don't like Corey Feldman.
That was the OG sexy vampire.
Dude, I mean, I just
Eddie Murphy as a vampire. What was he? Vampire in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I never saw that shit. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, and I'm not saying vampire movies in general are good. I mean, look at my taste. I love John Carpenter's Vampire, so I'm not on a high horse here. I just don't like those. They were just like, there's only so much cheese I can take if it's not purposeful satire of itself. Like Corey Feldman and Corey Haim are terrible actors. They're not good.
When I think of the cheese vampire I think of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie with was it Paul Rubin?
Yeah, he's in there.
I don't know, man.
Perry.
I don't like those at all. Like, I'm sorry, but for me, it's like the boring ass Dracula, Bram Stoker's is okay. Interview with a Vampire, Vampires.
Once Bitten.
Oh. I'm a vampire. Or is that the Jim Carrey one? Jim Carrey's one.
Once Bitten is Jim Carrey.
What's the Nicholas Vampire's Kiss? I'm a vampire as he runs through the streets. No, but I mean, legitimately, there aren't many good vampire movies. Like, what? What's a good vampire movie, especially recently?
What We Do in the Shadows was pretty good.
Yeah, but that's more of a, I'm talking like violent.
One in?
I mean, like
the only two I can think of is Bram Stoker's Dracula and Interview with the Vampire.
Vampires it's just awesome. I love that movie because it is kind of a desert of good like Blade 1 and 2.
Think of vampires and not think of the fucking whiplash scene.
Oh, where he's just completely like a man at his age taking that fall is like he's paralyzed. Let's be real.
Oh god, it ruins the movie
Julian's correct. Resident Evil 8 is the first property I've seen to do vampires in a good way in a long time. And even they were like quasi vampires.
Oh, the tall lady.
Yeah, well, they were like vampire witches. It's a weird fucking game. Underworld, Underworld was a good, but Underworld as that series, Underworld 1, awesome. Underworld 2, pretty good. Underworld 3, are you fucking kidding me? No, Underworld 4, stop making these movies. Underworld 5, please kill me. Like,
they went that far? I think they went to 3.
There's at least 4. I know there's 5 because they did one where the original guy, the Scott, whatever his name is, wasn't in it, and then they did one where he came back. Like the Underworld series went the Resident Evil route to like complete garbage.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, I have the box set of those movies, and I saw them all as they came out, and I loved them. And then like as I rewatched them and got older, I was like, these movies kind of suck.
Number one is cool, but it's a little light on the action. Like that one's more of like a drama. Number 2 is heavy on the action, but not as smart and sophisticated. But I mean, I think number 2 is probably my favorite, simply because like it's a good action flick, dude. There's some serious awesome violence in that movie. But yeah, no, those movies really took a dive. Like that's the thing is like, I mean, I'm surprised nobody said, what was that movie, Vampire 2000 or
The Shed,
Queen of the Damned.
The Shed, yeah, God. That was awesome. We should watch it again.
You do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, we'll do your riff tracks that you want to do.
No, I don't want to have to. I'm not. It's not worth me watching it again to do riff tracks because it wouldn't be funny.
Riff tracks. That's trademarked. We can't.
Let's think of a new word.
Riff track light.
Commentary track. Commentary.
Commentary.
But I don't want to subject myself to that piece of shit again. Like, because it wouldn't be funny. It'd be like you guys would be like ha ha ha, and I'd be like, it's a fucking piece of shit. Oh, here we go. He's gonna go in the fucking shed. Title of the movie.
To go back to what Giovanni said earlier, we'd see Matt's feet
Twilight's
fucking dangling in the fucking camera.
Yep. Twilight's garbage, Julian. Shut your stupid lips. Nobody said Queen of the Damned, which I
fucking hate that movie.
Like that movie. I don't like Anne Rice.
I like the book. I don't like the fucking movie.
I don't know, man. I'm weird in my I love American Psycho. Can't stand like other stuff. Like it's got to be like my books that I read have to be complicated. Like American Psycho, Blood Meridian. Like if you've never read Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy, the book's half written in ye old English, so it's kind of a tough read, but it's such a good book. No Country for Old Men is basically a script on page. Like I love those type of movies. I can't stand a lot of like. I don't like the romancing of words. Like Anne Rice is like in love with words. And I don't have the time for that. Somebody wrote Dean Koontz is a better writer than Stephen King though, and I thought of Lewis.
Oh, fuck Dean Koontz, stupid piece of shit.
I thought like what would Lewis think? Almost like what would Jesus do? Now I know.
I saw there was a fake tweet that I was dying laughing. And it was Stephen King tweeting Dean Koontz saying, "Hey, fight me, bitch."
Really? Yeah. You gotta imagine they're like somewhat know each other. They're both. I mean, it's kind of a niche industry, no?
Yeah, no, they're good friends.
They both have probably hung out together in the Hamptons.
Probably.
I have a cousin in Michigan that when I went out there one year, he was done with all these books and it was all from Dean Koontz, and he fucking gave me this fucking jewel bag filled with them. And I brought them home, and to this day, I think this is going on like fucking 15, 16 years, they're still sitting in a fucking bin that I've never opened. Because I'm just like, I'm not going to fucking read this shit.
Julian with another good one, From Dusk Till Dawn. Yes, the first one.
Yeah.
Demon Knight is demons. Otherwise, I would, Bordello of Blood?
Yeah, no, demons.
I don't really like that movie. Dennis Miller's not a good lead for a vampire movie. Babe, you're going to suck my blood, huh?
Wasn't a Corey in Bordello of Blood?
Yes. Yeah, he had stupid ass sunglasses.
Yeah, the surviving Corey.
Well, they were both alive at that point.
I'm saying the surviving Corey. I'm talking about he's the one that's in it.
The vampire's assistant.
The movie's not terrible. I'll give you that.
Vampire's assistant or Vampire's apprentice?
No, John C. Reilly.
Is it apprentice or is it assistant?
It's assistant.
Cirque de Freak.
It's Vampire's assistant, and then you're thinking of the Last Apprentice, the Nicolas Cage one.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually like the vampire, but it's not really a vampire movie. It's more of a freaks movie. He just happens to be a vampire. Sure. Like, if that's a vampire movie, then we gotta let Twilight be a vampire movie, and Twilight's a goddamn soap opera that I refuse to acknowledge.
Well, it is a vampire movie, but it's not one that everybody fucking...
No, it's Riverdale with a pale guy who says he's a vampire.
Vampire for bitches.
And then you got the werewolf kid who doesn't act anymore.
Okay. He doesn't?
What was the last thing you saw him in?
Wasn't he in that? Oh, no.
Once he hit 30, everybody is like, nobody gives a shit that you're ripped. You're 30. Like when you were 16, it was...
No, he was in Neighbors.
2008's Neighbors?
Rogan.
What year? Rogan. What year was that?
Was it that early?
No, I think it's like 20, maybe 13, but it's not new.
I know, but that was after all those fucking Twilights. Wasn't
He was
it?
in Grown Ups, but what I'm saying is it's 2021. What have you seen him in the past 3 years?
What the hell's his name? Taylor or Lautner or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he was in Grown Ups too, and he was kind of funny, but like he wasn't even the Shark Boy Lava Girl reboot or sequel or whatever they did. Like all the other originals were, but he wasn't. So it's like, yeah, I mean, he kind of maybe he's just enjoying the money he accumulated playing a werewolf, and
he hasn't been in a movie since 2016.
Boom.
Oh, but he is filming something.
One movie. How I fucked up my career. But yeah, no, fuck that movie. We got on a weird tangent about vampire movies.
And he did 2 TV shows up to 2018.
He was in Sons of Anarchy. Terminator 2. Now, it's really easy for me to just go through and basically label all of my favorite scenes. I will tell you, rather than doing that, scenes that, because of the damage Arnold takes as a kid. Now, I'm not even joking. I've watched Terminator 2 probably well over 100 times, if not long. I mean, I watched it. It was like weekly to the point where my brother doesn't like the movie anymore because he's seen it so many times when I was a kid. I wore the VHS tape out. One of the scenes that was always hard it's still hard for me to watch because it triggers my little like, don't do it to him. Is the scene where Liquid Metal and they're in the factory and he really starts to fuck him up, and he starts hitting him with the press, and then the makeup job, and then he rips his arm off, and the last thing you kind of see of him before he's going after him, and he rips the arm off, and then he gets the pull through the back, and the little red light goes off. And as a kid, it was like I knew that obviously he's not gone and he's going to be back in 3.5 minutes, but every time I watch that scene, it's like, oh, fuck. Like, I don't know. It just brings me back to like, no, don't, you're really killing him. Because I mean, before that, it's like, when I was younger, I remember watching it, especially for the first times, where it was like, oh, he just killed Liquid Metal, and then you're like, wait, he's melting. Like, I remember just being like, no, and then of course, you get to the end with the thumbs up. Giovanni, how do you feel about that scene?
Scene makes me cry. I'm not gonna lie.
Thumbs
up. I was watching it earlier this morning. I was finishing it, and my wife walks in, and she's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "This fucking scene where he dies, and then he sticks his thumbs up, and then they fucking add the thumb." And she's like, "You're a fucking idiot."
See, I don't. You should have told her that you had sunblock in your eye, like my wife told the kid at Toy Story 3.
I don't remember ever crying from that scene, but to this day, when it gets to that part, I go quiet. Like, I literally just, like, lose it. Like, just all energy is just like, oh. And then, I mean, the last scenes you get in the movie is her stupid voice in the road. We stopped the Skynet for now, and you're setting up a sequel that never decently got made.
So a scene that always resonated with me was Miles Dyson going out.
I don't know how I can hold this.
Yeah, I
and he was making the like, why is he like? I mean, I've never been shot in my chest and stuff, so maybe that's the sound you make. But like, do you think Cameron was happy with that? Like, or do you think there was like several takes and Cameron's just like, all right, we're gonna do it one more time, and we're gonna keep this one. So do your best, because it's.
It was a funky scene, but it was probably, in the years that I've watched movies where they show somebody die slowly, it's probably the best depiction I've ever seen of somebody slowly just fade until.
Well, it wasn't necessarily slow because he was breathing so heavily that he died faster.
He sounded like he was running a marathon and he smoked six packs.
He died a lot faster.
And he's just, I don't know how I can hold this. Like, oh, by the way, did you guys notice that good old Hank / Liverface from Total Recall is the predominant SWAT team member who was no.
I was going to say something, but yeah.
That's Hank, yeah.
Yeah.
But
He actually had hair.
Just a little. He had the George Costanza going. Like at that point, he's like, "I'm not
Well,
giving it up
we
yet."
couldn't see the top half, but we saw that he had hair.
Bald. He's so bald.
But Miles Dyson pretty much having to realize like he's gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is like moments before that, you're all for Sarah Connor killing him. You're like, "Fuck him! He's gonna kill the Earth," and then you're like, "Oh shit, Dyson's gonna die." It's heartbreaking.
The scene that really resonates with me is not the ending is a gut wrencher, but when she's running through the fucking insane asylum, and he walks out of the elevator, that was
and the dun 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 that starts to play.
Yeah.
It does that whatever that like metal clank sound Cameron used in this movie. It does that, and then it's like turn turn, and then he just does the slow like walking. The last time she saw that guy, you know, he killed Kyle Reese and all that.
She told him, "You're terminated, motherfucker."
Yeah, well, you know, and here's the other thing: if you've never seen, like, you have to kind of see Terminator 1 to understand this movie. Like, I saw Terminator 2 first, so you don't understand the fact that the arm and the chip that they're coveting, that they built all the technology from, is the last piece of him that isn't smushed at the end of Terminator 1. You know, but as a kid, I saw number 2 first, so I didn't understand that dynamic. And then once you do, as you get older, you're like, okay, then, you know, you obviously can piece where the storyline comes from. And then if you haven't seen Terminator 1, you don't understand her ties to Mexico. Because literally at the end of Terminator 1, she's going to Mexico. That's how you meet Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob, huh? Or the guy who lives there. And like, who's this? And he's like, Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob, huh? He's like, all right.
Yeah. The scene that I really fucking like is at the beginning when Arnold goes into the bar and he's there, and then as he's walking out, he gets on the motorcycle and the guy goes, I can't let you take his wheels." Fucking Meatloaf was fucking awesome in that scene, man.
It's not Meatloaf. It's not Meatloaf. I hate to tell you, it's not Meatloaf. Why would you want Meatloaf in this movie? His most notable acting role back then was Wayne's World, where he's the bouncer at the club, and they're like, "How are they?" And he's like, "They rock." Like, Meatloaf can't you take the rock? The kids
just think of the Tenacious D movie when they think of Meatloaf.
Basically. But the way he snatches the shotgun out of his hand too. The opening scene in that movie. See, and here's the thing: is I hate Liquid Metal's opening scene. I've never liked it. It's just as a kid, it was like, nah, fuck Liquid Metal. I know he's the bad guy. Fuck that guy. So like when he guts the cop and he makes the sound, I always was like, I hate this scene. But Schwarzenegger in the bar, he just walks in naked. The waitress kind of looks him up and down. And then he's like, I need you to close your boots and your motorcycle. And the guy's like, you forgot to say please. And you hear the cigar sizzle into his chest. And then he wrecks all of them. Like, he puts the knife into the one guy. And all the guy's like, get it out of me! Get it out of me! Like, he's screaming. And, dude, that whole scene is hardcore.
He's actually impaled into the pool table, right?
Yeah, he's stuck to the pool table. Like, that is an awesomely violent scene, dude. And, like, Cameron did it with minimal blood. Like, realistically, there's not a whole lot of blood in Terminator 2.
He doesn't really kill anybody either. He
well, in the beginning, he doesn't get that direct order not to kill until he goes to the.
He doesn't really try to terminate everybody though.
No, his mission's not to. Yeah, well, he's there to protect. So yeah, he doesn't purposely murder anybody, but.
Right.
You know, you'd have to imagine that one of those dudes is pretty fucked up.
You see part of the restraint. If it would have been the other one, he would have fucking killed them all.
Yeah, and it's directly juxtaposed to Terminator 1, where the original Terminator, when he says, I need your closed boots, he just slaughters them all.
Yeah.
Like in this one, he
actually puts his fist into one of the guys, right?
Yeah, right through him.
In the first one, yeah.
Yeah. Laundry day, huh? Nothing clean. But yeah, that opening scenes, I mean, there's a lot, like my favorite in the entire movie is the ending chase scene to the steel mill. The scene where he climbs off of the back of the pickup truck, kneels down and unloads an entire, I think that was an M16 clip into him through the windshield, and you see all the bullets going in and just distorting liquid metal, is one of the coolest fucking scenes, dude. The whole helicopter chasing him, from when they start the chase until they end the movie is 30 minutes or 25 minutes of sheer awesomeness.
It's something I noticed. Maybe it was just me thinking I noticed it, but when they're leaving the place after picking up Sarah, and fucking T-1000 comes out and he fucking jumps up and hits the police, and they're dragging him, and he fucking gets up there and he fucking shoots him with the shotgun, and he falls off, and that one piece is still sitting there. So as they're driving off, John Connor fucking throws it off, and it just lands in the street. When he comes up, before he touches it, the place where the badge is, it still looks like a bullet hole. And then when he touches it, the badge is there. You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, just pointing out that everything's his actual armor. Nothing is actual clothing on him. Yeah.
So even though it didn't take it from his hand, it was like when it reformed, it was part of his chest that didn't reform.
And I mean, I
like that little detail.
Is there a better unstoppable villain than Liquid Metal? Like the T-800 basically is on the verge of destruction, and by chance is alive long enough to be in a steel mill. But if it didn't end in a steel mill, like, how do you kill Liquid Metal?
Yeah, because even if he shot him with that last round outside of a steel mill, he would still be able to come together eventually.
Yeah. So it's like, it's such an ingenious like version of a Terminator because it's in every way more advanced. It's quicker. It's smaller. It's more covert. It can shapeshift. It can mimic.
It can create its own weapons.
He can mimic too, though. I mean, the whole how's Woofy when he mimics John Connor?
Yeah.
That scene always made me laugh. And then, fuck you, you little dipshit. He's like, you call moi a dipshit? And then Schwarzenegger just lifts the fucking guy up by his hair. Like, and then when they go to the insane asylum to get to spring mommy, and he's like, promising not to kill anybody. That guy that he shoots in the legs is also in one of the. It's one of the movies we just watched. He's in that. I want to say he's in Last Action Hero. The guy who he shoots in the kneecaps at the little security booth when they go there. He's in Last Action Hero as well.
I was looking it up, and it does say in the synopsis, the future John Connor sent back a reprogrammed Model 101 Terminator.
But I don't think they say in the movie, though. I know he talks about they sent him back, but...
Yeah, I think he just briefly says, like, the Resistance sent me back.
Okay.
Also, the year that he's sent back is 2029, so in 8 years, I wonder if there'll be something special they do for this movie.
I don't want to wait no fucking 8 years. Give me it now, goddammit. We're all gonna be dead.
I know we're gonna be in our fucking almost in our 40s.
There's gonna be super COVID's gonna hit. I don't have time, man. Bring it out.
I'm not gonna be almost in my 40s.
You're already there, buddy. You'll be in your 50s. You're getting old, John.
Getting old, John.
And now here's a question I have for you guys, and I don't quite know the answer myself. Is this a good Arnold movie? Is this a good representation of the Arnold that had built up since 81 or whatever it was for Conan? Or whatever came
I would argue this is I don't know. I would argue this is almost like a different version, like an upgrade. Because this movie, he didn't have, like... I think maybe it's because it was a James Cameron thing, but I feel like in this movie, it was like, no ad-libbing, like, let's stick to the script.
And he wasn't... and the problem, and the reason I asked that is because realistically, and we all know my love for the movie, you don't get Arnold's crazy facial expressions. You don't get Arnold's crazy...
Right.
He doesn't yell. His lines are delivered in a monotone, robotic way. You do get crazy Arnold action. You get Arnold's humor a little bit, certain scenes. But the Arnold that we were talking about, the Arnold that... that we talked about that developed over 30 years of acting. I don't know.
See, but
cinematically, this is a fucking good movie. It's fucking awesome. It's great.
My favorite, yeah.
But as far as Arnold, there's more to him than just "I'll be back" or "Hasta la vista."
And I mean,
There's more to him than that.
And the thing about it is it's like it's just this movie, in my opinion, is so iconic. I mean, it has touched every fabric, as Lewis said earlier, of the culture, to the point of like if you've never seen the movie, you know the character Terminator. Plain and simple. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like it's touched the fabric of everything, but is it more Arnold than Last Action Hero or True Lies? Is it? I don't know. And this is why I've been having this struggle.
That's why when I think of this movie, this came out 91, right? Did we say
Yes.
Yeah, 91?
Yeah.
It's his highest grossing movie. There had to be a point when this movie came out that Arnold was being handed scripts left and right of like probably darker tone, like more serious, less comic-y. I think his career could have went in a more like hardcore, like very serious path, but I think that's not what he wanted to do, because if you look at the entire catalog of his films, he likes being like the humor guy. He likes being a little wacky. He likes being the
being the life of the party.
He likes being the life of the party.
Well, look at the choices he made after Terminator: Last Action Hero, Jingle All the Way. And here's my question: there might be a problem with Last Action Hero taking top spot, simply because did Last Action Hero cost him those more serious roles? Was he
possibly?
Did he do Last Action Hero, and then in Hollywood did the thought of Schwarzenegger then become, well, he's clearly not as serious, like this isn't his, he's more, he wants to be goofy. Did he lock himself out by pigeonholing himself in the Schwarzenegger persona? So there's, in my mind, there's also issues that I kind of have with Last Action Hero existing, because when you look at the timeline, he did have True Lies and Jingle All the Way after that came out that were huge successes. But what after that came out? Like, I feel like Last Action Hero kind of threw him off that, like, he'll someday win an Oscar. Like, he became too much of the Arnold in the end.
Do you think that he was partially blacklisted because of the content that they did for Last Action?
I don't know about blacklisted, but the problem is it's.
But he had those other movies that he just fucking came out of. He broke past the blacklist, and you know what I mean?
I mean, you have to also look at who he worked with later in their career. Like, Jingle All the Way, I don't think it was a very well-known director, but that role suited him. He didn't really make a whole lot of movies in the late 90s, and the ones that the 90s in general. And who was he working with? Cameron. He was working with, James Cameron, he literally did Terminator 1 and True Lies with. Last Action Hero was done by McTiernan. Like, the directors that would have been the ones that were floating him scripts were all stopping making movies, or at least were on to other projects. McTiernan retired, or he did Rollerball was, I think, his last movie, or close to the last. Like, so I don't know if the up-and-coming directors that were coming into the scene at the time knew how to handle Schwarzenegger. Like, the problem is, at a certain point, Schwarzenegger kind of became a relic of the past, because once again, he was kind of typecasted in his own way. He made his own typecasting, his own persona. And then on top of it, the culture went from, we love Rambo, to, no, we want Michael Cera to be the hero. And so, I think he kind of priced himself out of the market, too, because he was The Rock. Unlike The Rock, I hate to say it this way, Schwarzenegger embodies everything that's what people look at wrong with masculinity. The Rock is different because The Rock, he's a big steroid, but does anybody know him for his masculinity?
He's a big steroid.
That said, you don't get older and get that much more muscle naturally. Fuck off. But the thing is, like, does anybody know Rock for you know what I mean? Like, The Rock is he's very fluid, where, like, people love him so much because he's willing to, like, I'm the man of the people, and he doesn't. Is he
even
The Rock hasn't had any machismo since wrestling.
But even in Pain and Gain, he wasn't really.
And that's the thing is like
character.
Yeah, The Rock, like in wrestling, that was macho, that was ego, that was when The Rock was The Rock. But like in his acting career, he hasn't really done like like Arnold when he look at Commando, he's literally lifting a log in the beginning of an entire tree. Look at the Predator with the Dylan arm wrestle handshake. When has The Rock's size and mass been used for anything in dialogue besides a quick joke? Or not talked about at all?
Only in wrestling and only on his little fucking Instagram post where he still acts like the wrestler, but he still doesn't. He doesn't even go that far anymore. Like he doesn't talk about the pie anymore. He doesn't.
No, and when not only that, but like the only time The Rock is allowed to acknowledge that he's a big hulking muscular man is when Kevin Hart's making a joke about him being so muscular.
Yeah.
Or it's a joke in the script about you're too big to fit in this whatever. Like they don't allow him to be like, oh, he's jacked, he's a badass. And that's the same issue I think Vin Diesel had. Vin Diesel's markets kind of dried up because the culture said, we're not going to celebrate toxic masculinity. And that's the problem is The Rock is a very tame action star. What is the last hardcore rated R movie The Rock was in?
Oh shit, I don't know.
Master? And that was not hardcore, it's rated R for some violence?
Wasn't he in Journey to the Center of the Earth 2 or something like that?
Yes.
I don't think.
And he did the pectoral muscles of love or something like that, and he makes his pecs fucking bounce.
Well,
he throws the fucking berries on him.
He also jumped into the kids' movies. He did Race to Witch Mountain, the Tooth Fairy, the Game Day. The Rock came out with The Rundown, and it's one of my favorite action flicks. But then he does Doom, he does Faster, he does Snitch, he does I Liked Walking Tall, but then he does Race to Witch Mountain and the kids' movies, and then The Rock was a failure after the Tooth Fairy. He's lucky that he got picked up for the role, like the other movies he did, and he was able to shine in. That's the truth of it. The Rock's career was on a major downslope when he was doing those family movies. But The Rock, again, he's culture. He's in that realm like Arnold. The Rock is part of the American culture. He'll never not be part of it. He'll always be referenced as The Rock. Like, he's made an imprint in several industries. So it's like, but name me a rated R movie The Rock was in that you remember. Name me a scene that you can remember where The Rock's muscles and size and dedication to his bodybuilding has been referenced in a serious or masculine or egotistical tone other than a joke.
That would be Pain and Gain then.
But even then, but it was all a joke then, because the whole concept, it was these guys do nothing but bodybuild, they're consumed by it. So even then, the part of the gag was the fact that he was so big. Same thing with Wahlberg. So like, and that's the thing is, Schwarzenegger's different. Schwarzenegger was allowed to be masculine. Schwarzenegger had goofy lines, like I eat green berets for breakfast. And people, okay, well, this giant former bodybuilder from Austria with a weird accent that is now officially related to the Kennedys, who's put himself into Americana. Sure, I would love to see a good rated R Rock movie, but they don't make them. Why? Because they can't make Rock threatening. That's why The Rock, I do like his movies, but he's watered down. And that's why he'll never be as good as Arnold. And no movie he ever makes will be as good as Terminator 2. It'll never be as good as True Lies. It'll never be as good as Last Action Hero. Now, guys, final thoughts on T2, because I can go all day about it and just tell every single fucking scene. Jen has unfortunately suffered. I know the scripts of these movies and every line that's going to happen. So I will say them right before the line actually happens, and then we hear a stereo effect. So, any last thoughts on T2?
I was just looking at his filmography, and like I said, with T2 being so big, I mean, his career could have went in a certain direction, but he did T2, and the movies get like just weird. T2, Last Action Hero, True Lies, Junior, Eraser, Jingle All the Way,
Batman
and Robin, End of Days.
End of
So
Days is
it's
another
just
one
like-
that's not talked about enough. Because that was a dark movie. End of Days was a horror action movie. And it's got one of the more, one of my favorite lines of him, where the devil comes in. He's like, "You want to fuck with me? You're a fucking choir boy compared to me. A choir boy." Like
Jericho Kane is the worst name for a character, though.
wait, I mean, is it any worse than John Matrix, though?
But John Matrix sounds cool.
John, I'll be waiting for you, John. I hate John Matrix. Like, and the fact, and the writers knew that people were gonna be like, John Matrix. So they just started, like, in the beginning, they say his first name,
Just
and
Matrix,
then
yeah.
after that, it's Matrix. It's just like, Matrix. They could literally probably do a fast cut of like every time a character says Matrix in that movie.
Speed it up like in B movie.
But I wonder how pissed off his agents were, because I'm sure they were trying to give him all these scripts after T2, like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that.
I mean, the truth is he never had to work after Terminator 2.
No.
Like, the thing about it is,
No,
he
and
probably
you
didn't have to
can
work before
tell you
that.
can tell by some of the projects he picked.
Well, not only that, but like you could see how
Around
he's
the World in 80 Days.
Like how I love that movie, and it's just a cameo though.
It's just a cameo.
But like the thing about it is like, look how he lives still. Like the guy's not regularly doing anything, and he still lives in a beautiful mansion. Still goes out with the guys and has steaks and drinks. Still a cigar addict. Like nothing about Arnold has changed, except now his kids are grown up. He's divorced, so he could be a little bit more wild than he was when he was married. Maids aside. Do you think like Shriver?
They're not maids anymore. They're just
like once it came out that once she found out he did that, like, can you imagine that conversation where he's just like, "Maria, we got to talk." And she's like, "What?" He's like, "I fucked the maid." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "I put the baby in her." But I mean, like, they divorced, and literally you saw articles of like Schwarzenegger seeing this young girl now, because he went right back to his single behavior of like, I've got money, I'm in great shape for 65, I'm gonna do what I want to do. He's basically what Russell Crowe thinks Russell Crowe should be able to do. Like they're both the same mindset. He just wants to drink and have lovely young women around him at all times. Because he's
Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe does this thing kids did in the 80s where they have a picture of an action star on their mirror. They're like, I'm gonna look like him one day. Russell Crowe just points to Arnold Schwarzenegger in the mirror.
I have a friend. I have a friend that when we were kids, he had a mirror, and he fucking drew the whole Time magazine thing on the mirror with the all different markers and shit. And he made it say Time Magazine's Man of the Year, and he would sit in front of it and he would look at himself in the fucking mirror, and he's in the fucking magazine saying Time's Man of the Year.
Is he Buffalo Bill? Does he wear people's skin his face?
You know who else was Time Magazine's Man of the Year? Hitler.
Ooh. Oh.
So I don't really put a whole lot of credence into that, now do I? Man of the Year, 1942. Whatever year it was. I don't think it was 45, that's for sure. I hope not. All right. Guys, we got to get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah.
Quick thoughts.
Let's finish this
Is Total Recall anywhere in contention? Quick answers. First thought.
As somebody who loves the movie Total Recall, like that's 10 out of 10 for me. I do love that movie. I can watch it constantly throughout the year, all the time, over and over. I don't think so.
Lewis?
Yeah.
I think Total Recall is sort of similar to Last Action Hero, where it's like they're both like Arnold personality on steroids. And I say that also saying I also think that Last Action Hero is not like, that's my favorite Arnold movie. I don't think it's top dog of the three.
See, I have a problem
Wait,
now.
Are we?
And the problem is Last Action Hero a better Arnold movie? Or, I'm sorry, is Total Recall a better Arnold movie than T2? Not a better movie, because I clearly don't feel it is. But is it a better Arnold vehicle than T2? And I think the realistic answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, T2, because Arnold is not the Arnold we know, and he didn't have a lot of lines. It was very on script, on par. I don't know if that's really like an Arnold movie.
But does Total Recall touch the nostalgia? Like seeing Arnold get shredded by the SWAT team as he's going for the tear gas grenade.
No, yeah, I agree. Like T2 does hit the nostalgia factor.
What scene in Total Recall makes you feel like any scene, like what scene in Total Recall is can you compare to T2 that gives you the same feeling?
The reverse of when Arnold's fucking shredding people. The fucking escalator where the fucking guy, he's using him as a shield. He's fucking shooting the other guys. Anytime Arnold's fucking killing someone, he's doing it the opposite. He's not the Terminator taking all the bullets. They're the Terminators taking all the bullets. And
see, the only scene in Total Recall that really gives me the same feeling is when his friend goes to kill him with the group of guys
at the beginning.
But okay. I don't know, because like part of me feels like Total Recall, yes, is a better Arnold vehicle, but it's just kind of like I can't name a single scene in Total Recall that has the same visual impact as E2's slamming him, destroying him scene, him getting hit by the SWAT team, him with the minigun wiping out every cop car in the lot, him on the fucking 18-wheeler shooting into the fucking windshield with an M16, him and his Hasta La Vista, like, I don't know. And it's something that I've really been thinking about this a lot, and then I watched True Lies today, and I was like, fuck, dude, this is not going to be easy.
So, and that in my head, what I was thinking, I didn't think Total Recall would make it past any of these three movies. But in my head, I was thinking Terminator 2 is the best evolution of Arnold Schwarzenegger, making that movie so iconic. Last Action Hero is my favorite Arnold movie. It's the most Arnold you can ever get. It's Arnold times Arnold divided by Arnold.
Arnold literally saying, hey, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger and I'm making fun of myself.
Yeah, and True Lies is like if you were like, let me take some of that, and let me take some of this, and let me make a movie. And to me, True Lies is the perfect amalgamation of all of it. Like, let me make a badass action movie. You got the humor, you got really good acting by Arnold, you got him doing his weird Arnold voices, badass cast, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tom Arnold, all of them. I feel like True Lies is, if I were to go up to someone and say, like, there's all these iconic movies, but if you want like all of them mixed in a blender and the best representation of them, True Lies is a good movie to start with. And then say, all right, if you want to take some crazy curves left and right, let me show you these other movies. But I feel like True Lies is the best, like, here's this perfect thing I made out of a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
So would you say the True Lies would be the most appealing? Do you think, okay, so would True Lies, if you were telling somebody who's never seen a Schwarzenegger movie, what would be better for them, True Lies or Terminator? And I ask that because if they're not a Terminator, or if they're not a True Lies fan, Terminator 2 gives you a much more subdued Arnold, a much more potentially likable Arnold for somebody who doesn't like the eccentricities that Arnold produces.
I think True Lies is a good start, because then if they're like, I like the movie, I wish there was a little bit more of this, and it's like, oh, you want this kind of action? Let me show you this. Oh, I wish the humor was toned up a little bit more. Oh, let me show you Last Action Hero or something else. Or if someone's like, I don't care for action, I just wish it was all humor. Let me show you fucking Jingle All the Way or
Kindergarten Cop.
Well, there is a problem with our list and the constraints we had, because there's really only one movie. If somebody were to say, I want a really dark Arnold movie, that's End of Days.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's a
none
dark
of the
fucking
ones you
movie.
guys reviewed was really dark. That's true.
So Arnold doesn't have a ton of dark movies. I mean, he's got darkness in a lot of the movies, but so End of Days does fit a niche category of. I mean, when you look at it that way, one of the most original Arnold movies is End of Days because it's a completely different flip for him. He's not, besides a couple lines of dialogue, and that movie's got humor dialogue, it's got action, it's really dark, so it's like, I don't know, in the niche category, I'd almost vote End of Days for being the most original Arnold piece, but it's not the most iconic, it's not my favorite, although I really do like it. It's not his best version of himself. But once again, what do we knock off first? I mean, it sounds like it originally was Total Recall, and now, as sad as it makes me to say it, sounds like T2 is the first to get eliminated.
I don't know. I guess it depends on...
Well, that's the thing. It's like which Arnold do you introduce somebody who wants to see an Arnold movie but never watched him before? Which Arnold do you start with? Because they're all different variations of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
Depends on the age bracket. I mean, if it's a young person, you start with Jingle All the Way. You start with Kindergarten Cop. You start with one of those. If it's somebody our age who's just a dumbass who's never seen an Arnold movie, I don't know. And that also depends on the person. Like Lewis said, somebody's going to like the Arnold version or the comedy version of Arnold. Right. Somebody's going to like the sincere version of Arnold, Kindergarten Cop. Somebody's going to like the dark version, End of Days. Somebody's going to, I mean, a lot of people love Terminator. A lot of people are, the people who've been able to see it in the movie because it doesn't have a real fucking transfer. But, and then the argument is True Lies is probably his most well-rounded movie. But
yeah, and I do agree with Matt though. Last Action Hero, my favorite Arnold movie ever. T2 is his best movie. It is. Yeah. There's a reason it grossed that high. There's a reason it's iconic. Is it the best movie to introduce someone to that has never seen an Arnold movie?
No, because they'd have to watch number one to understand number two.
Yeah.
That's why
that's the only downfall there.
Yeah, that's why I think True Lies is the best introduction.
Yeah.
Last Action Hero is my favorite. T2 is his best movie. There's a reason that it's iconic. There's a reason that people who haven't even fucking seen it know about it or what it is, or they understand the references.
Or they misquote the fucking quotes even though they've never seen
it. They think that he's a T-1000 when he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just hard to eliminate it because, like, if you were to ask your average person, what's the most iconic Arnold role? It's the Terminator. So it's I don't know, like, and
but when we started it, we weren't saying like what's his most iconic. We were saying what's the most all around Arnold.
Well, that's when we started. But I mean, as this evolved, we've added so much criteria to the selection system. I mean, theoretically, Predator should have been last week's winner. It's probably the best well-rounded movie of the group. But we chose Total Recall. It was a better Arnold vehicle. We chose Running Man, I think, was what was the previous week because it was the best Arnold vehicle, and I think it was Commando before that.
That's where it gets that's where T2 is kind of an enigma because it's his most iconic role, but it's also that and Terminator 1 are his like most jarringly different roles. Terminator 1, I mean, it's straight up almost horror.
Is it fair to judge the Terminator 2 though on the best vehicle, considering he didn't need the vehicle?
No, I would say no.
I mean, because like if we're talking about the best vehicle, but he didn't need a vehicle. He was Arnold at that point. He was paid $25 million plus profit sharing in that movie. So it's like, I don't know. It's Last Action Hero is another one that because of the amazing dialogue. But the problem with that movie is you literally have a guy who, can you show somebody Last Action Hero as their first movie if they are not a fan of 80s action movies?
Also, they won't get his references. They won't. Yeah.
Dude, Last Action Hero suffers from...
They'd be like, that was a wacky movie, okay.
Because if you're introducing it to your wife or your girlfriend, and they're not only have they not been shown Arnold, but that means they're not 80s action movie fans. So not only do you not get his references, but you don't get all the satire for the Basic Instincts and the T2 references and all the little kind of ribs he makes on himself for his career. So I don't think T2 would not, or I'm sorry, Last Action Hero. I don't know if it wouldn't be a good choice to be like, oh, you want to see an Arnold movie? Well, I love this one because for the most part, if they don't understand the '80s action movie machismo culture, all of those references are going to right over their head. I mean, that's the type of person that's going to go, oh, that's Humphrey Beauregard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I personally think True Lies is the best, the best example of his work, or just an easy movie you could show someone, and if they like a direction, they can go in it. Like I said, if you've only seen Terminator 2 and you watch Last Action Hero, you're just going to be like, that was goofy. Like,
yeah,
Giovanni, you really have to be a fan of Arnold to like Last Action Hero.
Yeah, like when he says, "I'll be back," he's like, "I bet you didn't know I was going to say that." He's like, "You say it in every movie."
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that even if you're an Arnold fan, if you're not a fan of the genre in the timeline it's satirizing, you may not like it. Like, if you're not a fan of the Lethal Weapons of the world and the Rambos of the world, would you even like the movie? Because all the stuff that they kind of joke on and they break the fourth wall on is all that culture. It's all the 80s action movie culture. It's all the absurdities and the macho-ness and that whole movie is basically saying, hey, yeah, this is goofy. All this shit we did, all the macho, it's goofy. Do you even understand? Do you understand the movie? If you aren't like us or raised when we were or watched what we did, do you even get the idea of the movie? Do you understand that the whole thing is satire? I don't think you do. So I'm going to ask Giovanni and I'm going to ask Alex. Choose one.
Wait, losing one?
I think it's safe to say, no, choose which one you want to be number one.
If we're strictly talking about Arnold movie, where to go when you want to see the best of Arnold, and a good starting place, I agree with Anthony. True Lies is you get that full spectrum of him, and you don't have to count on any other movies to kind of pull you in. Okay. And then from there, you can decide where you want to go from there.
And here's my problem with that thought process. I'm only playing devil's advocate because it's just coming to me. If you start them off at True Lies, don't they have the potential, because of the quality of True Lies, because of the writing, because of his acting, the culmination of 25 years in the business, is there a potential for them to watch his other movies and all of them at that point are downhill? Is there potential for somebody to be like, they watch True Lies, they watch Terminator, they watch, Predator, and then they watch Commando and they're like, what the fuck? Or they watch Running Man and they're like, okay, I don't know why you like this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Once they get to his earlier work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody loves him in True Lies, and that's the only Arnold movie they've ever seen, what are they going to think of Conan? If you went from True Lies to Conan.
Anything that goes that far back, it's completely fucking different though. Because
they're going to be like, I love Collateral Damage though.
There's so many other movies too that I love, and when I watch them again after so many years, I'm like, what the fuck did I see in this? Like, why did I like it in the beginning?
So,
same thing with television shows that I'm fucking going over again.
Are we saying True Lies deserves the crown? Alex, I didn't get your take yet.
From this week?
No, from it. This is for all the marbles.
Oh, because we never even fucking. Because we already know what you and Giovanni said, or you and Anthony said about this 10s. Giovanni and I never said nothing for T2, so I was
okay. I'm sorry. So go ahead and do your 10s then.
Oh, it's a 10.
No, mine was like a 9.5.
How dare you?
Yeah, it's a 10. It's more on the sci-fi action for me. I tend to lean towards the sci-fi, so this was one of the ones for me for sure. 10.
No, but out of the three, Terminator 2 and Last Action Hero were tough, but Last Action Hero wasn't going to do it for Terminator 2. But when it goes True Lies and Terminator 2, I am more True Lies than Terminator 2, because it is the culmination of him. It is everything he's become from all these years, from Conan till now. And you can go in any direction depending on what you like, because not everybody likes like me. I don't like every fucking thing of horror. I don't like everything of action. There's certain genres of those genres that I like.
I like to think of True Lies as a cheesecake sampler.
You have that whole little fucking.
Right, well, I'm just gonna keep throwing out hard questions. If Terminator 2 didn't have Arnold, would it be nearly as good? Yeah, hold on. If True Lies didn't have the supporting cast and that chemistry, would it have been as good?
That's a bit of a hard question because they're both James Cameron.
Yeah,
but
for
you
Terminator
can judge
2,
by the...
that's the hard part for me. Like, if you take Arnold out of T2, would it still be as good?
Yeah, you can replace Arnold in True Lies because we said he doesn't have to be that role. It's a well acted role. It's still going to be a Cameron film.
But
if you still have Jamie Lee Curtis,
if you don't have Tom Arnold, what happens to all those funny interactions between the two? If it was anybody else, do you see, like Jamie Lee Curtis? There's other women. She was very good in it, but she wasn't central to the point of if she was a different actress, it wouldn't have been the same, in my opinion. If Tom Arnold wasn't in the movie, what happens to the chemistry there? Because they were legitimate friends. Yeah. So, does it have the same sort of charm? If then that's the thing is like, and to me, basically, like I look at it like if Tom Arnold wasn't in that role, would I have loved the movie? Yes, but would it have been different? I don't know. Like Arnold had a great supporting cast.
For True Lies, like I said, it's a movie that was made for Arnold Schwarzenegger. In that argument, then if you take Arnold out, you have to start taking supporting cast members out and recasting them. Like, you know what I mean?
A lot of the writing would change too. It wouldn't be the same
chemistry.
movie.
There is chemistry. When you have two actors who are friends who act in the same movie, they know each other, it definitely shows.
Yeah.
It definitely. So you can't argue away from that.
Because
I feel like if you start removing,
but that's the part about casting a good movie.
Arnold Schwarzenegger from True Lies, the supporting cast does change. Now, can you say the same thing about Terminator 2?
No, because I mean, you got to remember the foundation for Terminator was already built upon. It was built upon Linda Hamilton being the survivor at the end. So theoretically, you could have done a T2 with an entirely different T800 or a different model Terminator come back and not have Arnold in it at all. Realistically, I mean, look what they've done with the other ones. But I mean, I don't know though. What I guess my point of it is I think one thing we need to say is Cameron deserves a lot of credit for these movies being so amazing.
Yeah,
especially like with True Lies, where he's writing and producing and directing. That's a big part of it, and that's the other thing, and this is a path we don't need to go down. But without Cameron, True Lies is not the movie it is. That's true. That was his baby. So, with that said, I mean, I think I do for the most part agree that True Lies is probably the best movie to someone who's never really experienced an Arnold movie. If you want to give them not only one of the best well-rounded movies he has, but one of the movies that allows him to stretch his acting, talents that he's developed over 25 or whatever, how many years it was at this point. I do agree. It's hard for me. I don't know, because I do agree that that T2 is not the best Arnold vehicle as in the Arnold persona, but it's hard not to argue that. I don't know, man. It's hard for me because T2, I don't see T2 working with anybody else. As much as they could have cast it with somebody else, but the way Cameron did it, the way he reshot certain scenes to emulate T1 scenes, starring the same guy, the fact that because Arnold was on such a rise, he came back as the fucking hero in this movie. I don't know, man. I don't know. I look at it like, at what point in True Lies are you actively rooting for Arnold as opposed to what point in Terminator 2 are you actively rooting for him? There's not one scene in True Lies where you really ever fear for his life? Name me one.
When he's trying to seduce Jamie Lee Curtis.
He gets hit with the
Yeah,
phone.
for real.
It's also hard because like all three of these movies are so late in his career that they're kind of like
they really are his prime movies. These are like,
yeah.
if he's an athlete, this is literally this stretch between these three movies are his Super Bowl rings he won consecutively.
If you technically look at it, because we keep looking at it as like introduce it to someone who hasn't seen the movies and then go from there. But if you look at it as like a movie that just made his career, or just after it, he just got better and better. Technically, T2 would be the movie because he stars in Terminator, and then he does Last Action Hero, and then he does True Lies, and then he stretches into comedy, and then he still comes back into the serious movies with like End of Days. He does Batman and Robin. But technically, if you're looking at it as like what is the best Arnold movie, and we think Arnold's best movie is Terminator, then Matt is technically right, because without T2, without Arnold being at his peak, he doesn't go into these other films. He even fucking comes back and does Terminator 3, which is an awesome fucking movie.
Not a great Terminator movie, but it's a good action flick that I'm happy
he's
that
awesome
he's
in it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he is badass in Terminator 3.
Mm-hmm.
There is scenes when him and the female Terminator fight, like when they have a fight in the bathroom in the Skynet building, and they just wreck the fucking thing. Like I gotta go find out where that's streaming and watch it, or at least the scenes I like. John Connor, Nick Stahl ruins that movie. The whole dynamic with Nick Stahl and his wife in the movie are the weakest parts of that movie. It's just boring, and Nick Stahl's not a good actor.
No.
It's crazy
he's
though.
He's back on the screen though, or not on the screen, but on TV.
Good for him.
If you were to like, if I didn't know what years these movies came out, I would have thought T2 came out after True Lies and Last Action Hero.
Yeah, he looks older.
It holds up. Yeah, it is good. Plus, if you compare Terminator 1, they're both sci-fis, but if you compare Terminator 1 as a horror movie, he's a bad guy. It's a horror movie. And then all that he's built up to T2, where now you're the hero, you're the good guy. And it's an action movie, still sci-fi, but it's an action movie, not a horror movie anymore. To be able to make that change, I think, does weigh in for him.
Have you watched T2 in a while, or T1 in a while, though?
Yeah, I watched T1.
Because T1, as much as I agree there's a lot of horror movie elements in that, there is some pretty forward-thinking action shots in that movie. You can see the brilliance of Cameron's cinematography in that movie with the car chase scene. I mean, there's some pretty awesome action scenes there. As much as it is a much more sci-fi horror tone, you already see that Cameron's got the fucking eye for the action. Besides the really, really cheesy Terminator chase scene when he's down to the skeleton at the end. When they're going through the hallway and it's the cheesy lights above them. That scene's terrible. So,
yeah,
I mean, he just
I
left.
don't know, man.
I need to put it to a vote.
To me, I think Last Action Hero is my favorite movie. Terminator 2 is his best movie, and True Lies is his best acting. But I think if you are looking at it as like going forward, True Lies, Last Action Hero wouldn't happen without T2. And I don't just say that because it came before it. But like he hit T2 and it was, I mean, granted before that he was still big, but he hit T2 and it was like, no, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like,
yeah,
he's the Terminator.
I mean, it did have the Universal ride. It's had how many editions, but yeah, I don't know. It's also really hard to say True Lies takes the crown because you can't find it anywhere.
That's true too, yeah.
Like the fact that it's not available widely like the rest of his catalog, puts a bit of a damper on it. Because how do you recommend a movie people can't find? I don't know. This is hard. It's really like, I think there's good reasons for either one of them to take the top spot.
I do think Last Action Hero is my favorite movie, but I don't think it's not even close compared to those two.
I guess the other question is, do we choose one or do we do a tie? Do we do a for sure 1 and 2? I mean, because it's getting late, we got to figure it out, and I'm stumped on this one. There's legitimate reasons for both movies to take top spot, and they're different reasons entirely.
Yeah, I'd be fine with a tie just because I can't choose one. I can't. They're two totally different movies, but they're him at his best in two different directions.
I mean, unless what we do is we give our answers, they both take top spot but for different reasons. Basically, do it like you do the marijuana industry. This one is for if you want more of an all-around nice Arnold buzz. This one is if you're looking for a sci-fi kick-ass limited Arnold Schwarzenegger experience.
I do think I don't know how we landed on these three movies for this week, but I think they
were our favorites.
The three best interpretations of like which flavor do you want?
Yeah, you go from T2, which is just a amazing movie and a good Arnold flick, to Last Action Hero, which is a great goofy but fairly well-rounded role. And then you go True Lies, which is 100% well-rounded, probably his best acting. Although, I mean, you could make the argument the fact that he keeps himself so monotone in T2 shows that that's his best acting. That he restrains himself and doesn't do the wow or doesn't do the facial expressions and doesn't do the typical Arnold shit.
Do you think he did do the wows a lot, but Cameron just cut it out?
Yeah, that's more because remember what he did in Terminator 1, where he made a comment to Cameron about something, and Cameron goes, "I'm not going to tell you how to do your acting, or you're not going to tell me how to direct."
Well, that was the line, though.
So
that was the "I'll be back" instead of "I will be back."
Yeah.
But the thing about it,
you don't get his true quirkiness and his true power for himself.
Yeah, he's not allowed to interject as much Arnold as he probably was normally allowed to, because Cameron at this point, he kind of.
So I don't know if you said it as when I was going, but is it really Arnold? Show what you're seeing in Terminator 2, because he doesn't get to put his little quips in there.
And that's why I argue is that his best acting, because he restrained himself. The fact that you don't have the Arnold Schwarzenegger eccentric behavior, does that show that because that proves that he can do more than just the Arnold persona. So, if Prime Video has it to stream, but not in our location. So Prime Video doesn't have it to stream, the cocksuckers.
Which one is that?
Terminator 3. We were talking about while you were gone the idea of should we do a tie? And if we do a tie, is it under the basis of, if you're looking for this is why this is the best Arnold movie. If your palate's this is why this is the best Arnold movie. Because I don't know how to break the stalemate. Yeah. Unless we just put a vote to it.
Like, there's solid arguments for both True Lies and Terminator 2 across the board.
Yeah.
But True Lies was streaming. Fabian says True Lies was on Prime. It was streaming in the United States up until a couple months ago, and that was new. It's the same shitty transfer that they have on the DVD. It's just garbage, but I mean, it's better than nothing, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's figure this out. We're doing the tie, or are we just going to vote?
I think it's a tie between the two.
Ronnie? Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do tie.
Alex?
That just makes more sense. It's too difficult to choose.
Yeah, it could be a tie because I knew Total Recall wasn't gonna advance anywhere anyway.
I mean, I think the problem is I think
it is a good movie. It's a great fucking movie, but it's not.
Now,
I wasn't gonna compare.
So what comes in technically third, or if you want to go silver? Last Action Hero or Total Recall?
Well, it would be Total Recall because that is one that made it to the final, and on its own merit, it made it to its own bracket. Out of these three, we were,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, because I was gonna say we were supposed to drop one out of these three. So if we're picking True Lies and
Well, we
Terminator
don't
2,
have
Last
to.
Action Hero does.
That's not how in my head was working. The way
But
in my
that's
head
how we
is-
started from the beginning. That was what we said from the beginning.
Well, that's because
going forward.
we only
That's-
had 3 in the beginning, but we theoretically have 4 movies on the docket, including Total Recall.
Mhm.
That's how it's set up, where the whatever moves forward's technically going against the other 3. It's a battle.
What I thought we were gonna choose the 3. Okay, all right.
I mean, like I said, the way I look at it is each week after the first week, there's 4 movies going against each other, including the previous week's winner. Because we advanced Commando, and then Running Man, then Total Recall, and now we're here with it. So what you're saying is you eliminate Total Recall or Last Action Hero out of contention for silver.
If it was the 3, if it was just these 3 that we saw this week, and we had to drop one, and then those 2 we had picked, and then those 2, and then we were supposed to pick one to face Running Man. That was my understanding of the whole bracket as we were doing it the whole, the last 3 weeks. That's what I'm saying. If we were to drop one out of the 3, if we were still going in that version, it would be the Last Action Hero, and then it would be True Lies and T2 together.
Okay, I'm not going to rephrase. Are you dropping Total Recall? Are you dropping Last Action Hero in favor of Total Recall for your vote for silver?
Well, which do you like better?
Yeah, which one do you want to put up for vote for silver? Just look at it that way. It's too.
Okay.
Us trying to go by a goddamn bracketing system that we've never shown anybody doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I've been looking at it like
it's 4 film last, because they're both pretty like zany Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be Total Recall. It would not. It would not be.
Really,
Total Recall.
I figured you would have went for Total Recall.
I'm going for Total Recall.
No, because I really like Last Action Hero, and Total Recall is just it's a different movie. I mean, it's the sci-fi genre that I like, but it's not. I mean, comparing the 2, I really like Last Action Hero just based on how everything was, him making fun of himself, him fucking, just how it all went from there.
Lewis, I'm curious on your take on this one. I'm assuming it's Last Action Hero, but
versus Total Recall,
yeah, for silver. We'll just go gold medal, silver. I guess I don't know. Because I'm almost kind of thinking, like, as much as I love Last Action Hero, I'm a violent action movie guy too, and Total Recall delivers me.
It does. Last Action Hero is a weird movie because you really have to have watched more than 5 Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
You basically have had to have like done what we've done and marathon his shit in a month.
Like you can watch Last Action Hero and be like, that's funny, but if you watch like more than 5 of his movies, you're like the Captain America meme of like, I get that reference, I get that reference, I get that reference.
The thing about Last Action Hero though is he's not as crazy as like I could see people being turned off to Total Recall simply because you have things like the nose bug, you've got you've got things like Quado. So like if you're not a sci-fi fan, Last Action Hero is a much more digestible, even if you don't get the references really, is a much more digestible movie than Total Recall. But
the cool thing about Total Recall, though, is it's a really good sci-fi story.
Yeah, even sans Arnold, it would be a good movie, a good sci-fi flick.
And while Last Action Hero is a good movie on its own, it stands really well on its own, seeing the previous movies and getting the references really elevates that movie to a whole new level.
Okay, so I mean, let's look at it this way. You're going to recommend a movie for us to review on the show. You can only choose one, and the choices are between Last Action Hero and Total Recall. What movie do we review? Because we can't do a cop-out and do a tie on this, too. There's got to be a true silver.
Last Action Hero is my favorite Arnold movie, but I think Total Recall would be a better film. It is a better film. Last Action Hero, the whole film's kind of... It's silly. It knows it's silly.
Also, Total Recall doesn't date itself. There's
if you're gonna go if you're gonna go that route, then it would be Total Recall. But if you're asking me my personal opinion of, as far as the movies go, it's Last Action Hero. But if you're gonna go like if you have to recommend one as a first time to watching either Last Action or Total Recall, it is gonna be Total Recall because it doesn't have to have a knowledge of his past to understand the fucking movie.
Well, I mean, like I said, look in the terms of like we didn't review them, and we're doing an Arnold twofer, and we've or 3-movie review we're doing, and we've chosen Total Recall. I'm sorry, we've chosen Terminator 2 and True Lies. For that third movie, we got to pick one. What do you go with? Just don't worry about criteria. Just like what's the idea of like if we were doing just a 3-episode Arnold, we have 2 of them picked. What would you prefer to review? Total Recall or Last Action Hero? Which would be that third for you? I know Giovanni's Total Recall. Sounds like Lewis is kind of Total Recall.
Well, again, if you're going to go that route, then it would be Last Action Hero again, because then you've got Terminator 2, you've got the sci-fi, you've got True Lies, you've got the action, and then you've got Last Action Hero, and you've got the quirky shit. So you've got 3 different genres of his acting ability.
That's a fair point. That's a pretty good even spread. Fuck. Oh, man. I don't know, because I was thinking Total Recall, and then from what you said, I'm
switching back to Last Action Hero.
I know. He's right, though. He's right that if you do that one, you get the full spread of Arnold.
So if you lay it all out ahead of time, like
I want a picture of the full spread of Arnold.
Gotta watch Pumping.
Well, which direction is he facing?
That.
Which direction is he facing when you're getting the full spread?
I don't know, but north is in your mouth. It's right in. Get a throat full of Arnold, just like the maid.
Well, yeah. If you
couldn't
set
help
it up
but
that way,
notice you were listening to
is my...
Scatman. They do it too. I was sitting in my office listening to your exotic language. I speak a little bit myself. ¿Cómo estás? Mr. Arnold, you know me. Do I? Come here, Maria. Wait, that's my other lady. Wouldn't it be fucked up if like the maid's name was Maria too? Like he chose the maid.
Sure it was.
He chose the Maria. Was it?
No, I'm pretty sure.
Wouldn't it be funny if he chose the maid? So like, if he like said her name with Maria by accident, he wouldn't get in trouble.
Her name was Consuela.
Mr. Schwarzenegger. He not here. All right. So I think what we're going with is True Lies and T2 tied top spot for different reasons. Last Action Hero silver. Total Recall bronze.
I dig it.
Fuck.
No love for Junior. This is a weird movie.
It's not a good movie is the problem. Like on paper, they were like, this is going to be a hit. Big muscle Schwarzenegger's pregnant. It's going to be a hit. And then it's like, you watch it and you're like, I don't want to hear about Schwarzenegger and his hormones. Like, why hasn't he broken a neck in fucking 6 minutes? Like, what is going on here? Why hasn't he made something like you could tell that movie was asshole writers didn't know what to do. They were just like, he's big and muscular.
You want to hear something funny real quick?
Yes.
Her name was Mildred Patricia.
Oh, okay.
So it did have an M in it. Maria Mildred.
Every time the wind blows, I hear Mildred.
You call Maria M for short, just, hey, M.
If you see photos of her too, she is not pretty.
She looks like a motel maid.
I thought you were gonna say she looks like a motel.
No, I mean, I don't understand how it happens. I don't understand how you're Schwarzenegger and the one you choose to ruin your marriage over is like call me vain or superficial, but like
shallow hell.
It's not even shallow. It doesn't make sense. It's like a turtle fucking a dragonfly. It doesn't make sense.
Movie with the kid with the weird bone face, like the really big face.
Oh, the elephant.
Rocky Dennis.
Yeah, I think.
What is it?
Was it Mask? Rocky Dennis.
Yeah. Mask. Yeah, she looks like that.
I mean, here's the thing, though. He doesn't have good taste in women. Shriver is not a really hot woman. She's a fucking Skeletor, bro. Like, for whatever reason, he could have had anybody. And because she was related to the Kennedys, he chose her. And he hated her the whole time. And then he was bored. He's literally probably, they weren't doing well in the relationship. He's always filming, whatever the issue is. And he befriended, poor Mildred. And then it's just like the Mr. Deeds story where he was there one night late. And there she was. And she had, spinach in her teeth. Hello, Mr. Schwarzenegger. And he just couldn't contain himself. Maybe he was watching I don't know. I don't get how that happened, man. Like, I don't know. I was just talking to when we watched True Lies, I was talking to Jen. I was like, it doesn't make sense that she would cheat on him. Like, I get the emotional cheating, but like, you don't have, if you're supposed to be like an average housewife who doesn't really look very high upon herself, there's no way you're leaving that chiseled fuck. Like I said, there are ways to get your husband's attention. You may not want to hear this, and you may not want to do these things. But there are certain things, like if she would have danced around the way she did before.
She got stuck in the dryer when he was walking by.
I mean, not to be too gross, but like I said, there's certain ways your wife can wake you up if she wants some attention. Like, I'm sorry, but there's, especially knowing Arnold and fucking Mildred got him going. You want me to suspend belief that if Jamie Lee Curtis, woke up and maybe gave him a nice handshake or a below the belt kiss, you wouldn't have his attention? Sorry, it doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't. Like, because they portray him as loving her, like, to death. Like, he's not a piece of shit husband. He very much loves his family, but his work keeps him away. You can't give the guy an HJ at night to show him you still care. I'm just fucking saying. Like, it's hard for me to suspend the disbelief that dumpy Jamie Lee Curtis, and I'm only saying that because that's how they portray her in the beginning of the movie, is going to even ever entertain the idea of fucking someone else when she's got, like, Schwarzenegger sleeping next to her. I don't care the basic fucking work shirts they have him wearing and the slacks that are pulled up too high above his fucking pelvis area in the movie, because he dresses like Tom Arnold in the movie. And Tom Arnold dresses like an overweight white guy. So, like, I'm sorry. It's just hard for me in that movie to be like, come on, suck his dick. Just do it. You guys will both be happier tomorrow when you wake up. Like, it is what it is. Like, Jen, no, you wouldn't cheat on him. Hell, you wouldn't cheat on him because you'd be afraid he'd beat you to death. Like, look at that route. Like, yeah, he's not been violent yet, but I also haven't been caught with Simon yet. Like, I always feel in that scene where he's holding Simon over right by the edge that, like, a darker version of this movie is rather than walking away, he goes to walk away and, like, lets him go and Simon accidentally falls. And Schwarzenegger's just like, eh. Like, he's a brutal killer in that movie. Nobody would cheat on Schwarzenegger.
Many times he daydreamed about punching him in the face, but he didn't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, Schwarzenegger does so much violence in that movie that, like, in his real life, it's got to be miserable for him to be, like, at a mall with his family.
The way Bill Paxton's face fucking falls over to the car. Oh, shit.
It's just blood fucking hanging out of him. Blood. And it's such a quick snap, too, bro. Alex unplugs his headphones. Oh, God. 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
All right, so...
What'd you say?
I said 4 out of 5. At least this time we knew you unplugged it. All right.
I said it twice, didn't
I think we know our answer. And the problem is we can keep going on and on and on and on and on and debate and master debate, and it's just not going to go anywhere. So, anybody have any final words to wrap up the finale of Arnold month?
So, if you've watched this whole month and you know someone who hasn't watched Arnold movies, now you know what movies you should introduce them to. Terminator 2, True Lies, Last Action Hero, Total Recall. And if you want to get a little spicy, you could throw in, like, Junior or something weird.
End of Days.
Christmas in Connecticut.
Don't go for End of Days, 6th Day. Go watch Mrs. Doubtfire. It's a better fucking movie than Junior.
No, I'd say slap on Jingle All the Way.
If you want a family Arnold movie, Jingle All the Way, Kindergarten Cop, depending on the age of the kids, because the beginning and the ending are both a little rough.
You're as stiff as a surfboard.
But they both have their little innuendos, but it's something that we grew up with that we never really caught.
I'm just talking about, like, especially in today's, like, oh my god, like if you show them Kindergarten Cop, and by the beginning of the movie, he straight up kills a guy, and then you show Rugged Arnold,
crack house.
Then the end of the movie, and then in the middle of the movie they kill the girl when they overdose her, and then you have the end of the movie when you see what's his face gets slaughtered by Arnold, and Arnold take rounds. Then you see the old woman being beaten with a baseball bat. It's maybe you know what? If you have kids and
after she ran somebody over,
you know what? Fuck it. Show your kids every movie we watch this month. They deserve it. His of shit.
Best comedy movie is Jingle All the Way, hands down.
Yes.
I thought you were gonna say Commando.
It's not a comedy.
Why do they call him Boy George?
No, why don't they just call him Girl George? He is Boy George. God, and that's the thing is, like, Last Action Hero is also dated. Like, so is True Lies. And it's one line that True Lies is dated, and it's Tom Arnold when he's like, Axl Rose and Madonna's her parents. How are you supposed to compete with that constant bombardment? That horribly dates the movie.
3.1 version.
Well, yeah, but that's the sort of, I mean, look at Eraser. I mean, literally nothing of the computers in Eraser makes sense. Literally, they said, okay, inside hard drives, they spin and everything. So what if we made a giant hard drive with all these different spinning disks? And then they also did technology that didn't exist, like wireless support to servers, and that actually might have existed, but that system would have been like the fanciest of filming technology for editing. And like, that's the thing is, like, a lot of things date these movies, but I always hate movies that I can take the technology. I mean, look at Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I still love that movie. I can understand the technology's old as dirt, but nothing dates it. There is no, like, the war is just over. You know what I mean?
Well, with Willy Wonka being like that, the fact that it's basic technology makes it more believable, because half the shit that goes on in that place is not believable. You know what I mean? So for like TV, what is the name? TV or whatever.
I'm going to tell the computer exactly what he can do with a lifetime supply of chocolate. I can't wait until that movie review. All right. Last words before we all die. All right, Giovanni, I'd like to say thank you again.
Thanks for coming on.
I mean, frankly, you're welcome on any episode you want to be on. So I'm
just saying, if we do a short circuit review, you have to be on.
Yes.
You know what? I would honestly I like Short Circuit 2 way more than number 1.
I love them both.
But number 2 has just got the gang, the Mexican gang. It's got
the waffles kick your butt.
But it's also got the holding out for a hero. When he's like, I am really pissed off, and he's sparkings flying out of him. Oh, goddamn.
The song's playing. I need a hero. Yeah, that movie's great.
When you don't want to get flagged, you got to stop there.
When I'm holding out for a hero. I still get, like, literally, I still love that song because of that movie. Like, that scene, since I was a kid, gives me goosebumps when he's, like, going down and, like he's going down this, and he's bleeding. And you have one of the weirdest castings ever, Michael Keaton, or Michael McKean. Literally the guy from This Is Spinal Tap and Airheads and all those movies. He's the, like, kind of con man grifter that basically like tries to sell Johnny Five. So he's the weirdest casting there. You've got what's his face culturally appropriating Indian folk.
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
And yeah, it's just that yeah, the whole scene where he's controlling it and the balloons and shit get in his way.
Wait, he was also in Hackers.
God, when he goes to the first scene where they show him to go into hacking, and he like sits in his virtual like whole system, and then just a keyboard like.
Didn't he skate there though?
Yes, he had. Yes, he had a skateboard.
He did. Oh my god.
in
one
half.
trick that he knew how to do was just he took his foot off and he popped it up and with his back heel.
There's only one positive to that movie, and it's the fact that for a split second you see young Angelina Jolie's exposed boobs. That's it. Because after she started having, like, Hackers, I actually still find her pretty attractive in. After that is when she went, like, people say the Tomb Raider movies are her best. I don't know if I agree. Like, Hackers, she was young. She was kind of punk. Like, she wasn't plastic surgeryed up. I don't know. That's the Angelina, like, for me. I like short hair.
I know.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't like it. I don't find her. The only real movie I really like of hers is Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
That was a good movie.
I really like that movie, but I'm not a big fan of Angelina Jolie. Like, I remember that one movie she came out.
Like the masterpiece Wanted?
I actually don't hate that movie, but I have a soft spot for it because it was filmed in Chicago.
Yeah.
I just like when Morgan Freeman says, "Shoot this motherfucker."
Yeah, shoot. He literally, they made him go Samuel L. Jackson in that movie. Like, they turned Morgan, that's so racist.
They turned God's voice into fucking...
Bruce Almighty, and then the awful Evan Almighty. Well, we will see you guys next week. It won't be a live episode. I don't know what we're doing yet. I know we have a few movies. I think it was Army of the Dead and Psycho Gorman.
Army of the Dead and Psycho Gorman
are the two we're going to be reviewing next week. I'm going to try my best to get them out on a more timely timeline. Matt fucked up a bit with some of the Spotify stuff. But, yeah, so we'll be here Friday. Try to get new episodes out by Monday at the latest from now on. Now that I'm, for the most part, caught up, there's a couple nice... we're going to get the Mortal Kombat edited review out of the live episode. We're going to get A Night Comes For Us. We'll release with that. We've also got Freaky and... what was the other movie we reviewed with Freaky? Dark and the Wicked? No, that was with the boss level.
No, it comes for us. I thought they were both one, no?
Huh?
Were they both one movie or no?
What movie?
Let me see. Freaky and by
no,
itself.
Freaky had something with it.
Johnny, we'll have to figure out when we can review Short Circuit with you.
You know, the only thing we have to figure out is the July 4th, how and when we're going to film those, because as you guys, if you follow the show, know that Lewis's birthday is the beginning of the July. So we're going to have to figure out, because like I said, I think the two movies that come to mind, and maybe we do them as just one-offs, where we figure out in the next couple weeks a time slot for an hour, hour and a half, and extra, and we film, or we take a week off and we just film that
knock
review.
Out the one-offs.
Yeah, so because we don't want to impede the birthday celebrations, not only that, but 4th of July is a busy weekend in general. So
I also have my kid's birthday that 4th of July.
Yeah, and it's on 4th of July, right?
And it's a big one for her, yeah.
16.
16.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll take the week before 4th of July off, as in there won't be a new episode that week, because we're going to film the 4th of July episode. And then we'll go from there. We look forward to hopefully having Giovanni with us more often whenever he can get some time. Live episodes are Saturdays. We do them monthly. And that's the other thing is, like, are we just not going to do a live episode for June? Because theoretically, that would be around the same weekend.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. I mean, but yeah, so you're going to have, we'll have Psycho Gorman and the other one coming out next Monday. We'll have that dropped, filming it Friday. And we had a plan for two other ones. I just don't remember what it was. What you'll probably end up seeing after the first week in July is we'll probably come back with Willy Wonka and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, since those will both be out, and then we'll figure out the in-betweens later. But I'm going to go ahead and sign off. It's late. We're done. It was fun. I did love this month. I haven't enjoyed being forced to watch as many movies in a while, like with the Christmas movies and even to a degree the Halloween movies. It was a little rough with those 3 episode ones, but I mean, there is a couple movies I frankly didn't watch because I didn't have time, but it doesn't matter because I've seen these movies dozens of times. So it was nice. It was a nice change of pace where it's like, if I don't have the time to watch something, it's cool, buddy. I can recite the fucking scripts. It's not a big deal.
Matt has Matt's like, his retarded X-Men superpower is a photographic memory of action movies for some reason.
I'm really good with numbers and like scripts and album titles and like the useless shit that like on an island wouldn't serve a purpose. Like Like, you know, hey, have you ever heard?
You can't build a fire.
I can build a fire.
Charles Xavier's like, what can you do, young boy? And you're like, I can remember stuff.
Yeah, it's like, well, you know, what's your favorite Arnold movie? Believe me, I can start fires. Called lighter fluid. Stupid.
No, if you're on a desert island, though.
Yeah, I've gone camping. It's not hard to start a fire. I've even used flint. Well, not flint rock, but the flint knives, the strikers. Yeah, it's not hard to start a fire. Just hope it's not raining.
Hard to put it out.
At the old house with the old grill, we had like all this dead dry grass in the backyard where I would grill, and the grease trap had like broken off because it was an old piece of shit grill. So a flaming piece of fucking hamburger fat fell through and then caught the dry grass on fire underneath. And all I could think of is at first was like I threw the lid on it and was like, is it out? And stared at it for a second like a moron, and then noticed the surrounding grass started to ignite like around it. And I was like, oh my God. So like I had to go run and get the fucking hose, and like after it was all done, it literally looked like out of Far Cry when you light a fucking field on fire, and then after everything's a little bit black and charred.
You guys remember the church over at the corner on Claremont and the church, second house over, where Jimmy John, or not where Jimmy John's, where fucking hot dogs used to be?
Yeah.
So that is a cottonwood tree. It drops all this fucking little cotton shit all over. Your fucking father and his friends fucking threw a fucking match in that shit, and there's a lot of cottonwood. It took the whole fucking thing, just caught fire. And me and my friends saw it happening. We didn't see them, but we saw them walk by, and we fucking ran over there and tried to stomp it out because it was actually on a garage, and it was fucking starting to go up, and we're fucking stomping this shit out, and yeah, it was fun times.
Why didn't you let it go up so he got arrested for arson?
Nah. It was a friend's house. We didn't want to do that.
Oh, you're muted, Matt.
Remember when hot dogs caught fire? I was in Walgreens and I was walking out. I do the muted thing a lot, Giovanni. I was walking out of Walgreens, and you leave Walgreens and like the entire sky is smoke. And that's before anybody gave two shits about hot dogs.
I remember when hot dogs caught fire. Holy shit! Wasn't it the guy upstairs for like insurance fraud?
I think it was the people on the other end.
Oh shit!
You mean the Mojo's Mojo's Cafe gangsters? I can't remember the last name.
I know who they are.
Yeah, I remember the last name.
It's not the name of toilets.
Shitter?
No. What do you say when you got to go to the what?
The loo?
Yeah, the Johns.
Oh no, there's another family that was on the opposite side that was like had every like the most ghetto of the ghetto who thought they were hard, but like the father was like a upper middle class guy who made money.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy who lived there who looked like fucking Chuck Norris.
No, not them. The people I'm thinking of, I believe one of their last names, but they all had different fathers, so I don't know. One of their last names I think was Guadarrama or Guado some shit.
Oh, that's the people next door to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were literally in school. I remember going to school with them, and they thought they were like hardcore. But then you'd see them like with their family and their nice SUV, and I'm over here white trash. Like I'm like, you're not fucking more hardcore than me. And so I called him to his face. That was when Mojo's Cafe was in that little building that never had any business in it back then, like the revolving door of businesses. I called him to his face. I called him a Mojo Cafe gangsta, and he looked at me, and I was like, you're fucking soft. And but that was grammar school. It was the type of thing where my mom was always over there, so getting into fights wasn't allowed. It's like if I got into a fight and she heard about it, it was like I got beat by her and I can't punch her in the face. I can, but that's a different situation, different episode. All right, signing out. Thank you, Giovanni, for being here. Thank you, Lewis and Alex, for indulging the Arnold month. We're going to get back to kind of normal until, God, what's the next?
July.
July is, but we're not doing anything really super special for July.
Okay, as far as special.
I'd like to do sequels at some point, but we've also got a few movies that are both just releasing, then releasing on 4K movies. I mean, I think at some point we got to figure out kind of hitting our bucket list of movies we want to review. I want to get Dark City in here somehow.
I would love to be a part of that one.
Maybe we'll try to schedule that for a live episode. All right, guys.
When we get to Halloween, we should revisit sequels as well.
I am actually over the next probably few nights when Jen goes to bed. I'm gonna watch the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. I'm probably gonna go start one right now. You guys, I'm signing out. Thank you everybody for watching. Look out for the Mortal Kombat episode coming, plus this one I'll get out there in a slightly edited form, but we'll see what happens because they're huge files. So, if is there really
5 hours? This one,
is there a huge point to editing it?
Oh shit, 6 hours! Jesus Christ,
long time. So everybody have a great night. I'm signing out. Thank you on behalf of everybody here at Nerd to Movie Podcast, and I'll let you guys take it away.
Yeah, see you next week.
Take care.